Okay, we should be good.
You think
You guys ready to talk about Star Wars?
I should be able to see the
born for this. Here we go. Time that we did that thing, guys. Remember that thing that we did, guys? That time with the thing?
thing with the
that we
guy
did?
guy in the place.
The guy? that time you talked to the horse about a guy?
Yeah. is that a horse?
Wait, that all sounds
different
good.
Something
We all
different-
sound good?
different color?
Well, we all sound great. We're wonderful. We're all here to talk for a few hours
Hey,
about
we're doing a
what
Star
might be
Wars.
one of the best things ever.
I mean, it's up there
I
with...
mean, it's up there with the birth of my children.
It's up
And
there
all-
with
all of them.
sliced bread.
It's up there with before then, if you wanted a sandwich, you needed 2 giant loaves.
Yeah, you just smashed a piece of meat between them.
I think it's not going too far to say best Star Wars property in at least 40 years.
Well, before we
When
dive
was
in,
Empire Strikes Back?
before we dive in, we're here to talk, but we do need to just tell us a little bit about ourselves. My name is
Yes.
Drew. You're watching my page. We're streaming a full discussion. We're not playing video games. We're just gonna talk.
Whoa.
We're just gonna talk because that's what we
Brought
do.
into your dungeon, I mean basement, under false pretenses yet again.
You can call me the Knights.
I'm Tim, still recovering Star Wars fan, here for just trying to holding on to the dream, and just here to talk about Andor. I have no YouTube channel to promote at this time, but
Maybe someday.
Just
maybe
an OnlyFans.
And beer thrillers.
Oh, yes. Ben from the Beer Throws. We have blog, Facebook, website, Instagram, YouTube, OnlyFans, Fansly, MySpace, Blue Sky, Twitter, X.
And
And that's 3 hours, and we're done.
Well, I'm glad beer and Star Wars are now finally together.
In
It's
the
like
only way that it should be. Like
peanut butter and chocolate.
deep fried porgs.
Who makes that?
RIR.
Is it good?
RIR, yeah. Would
You've
you
got
like
a shirt.
Awesome.
We'll be accepting that check now, aren't
one? Right.
I will.
This
You know
is
what?
the best beer I've
Yeah,
ever had.
that'll be my next one.
They're the one that did the blue milk you love so much.
And look, they got little deep.
Oh.
Look at that! Look at the
So
artwork
they-
on
they
there. They got
bunch of-
little deep
we
fried
went to
porgs.
their little like Star Wars Fest
That's
a couple of weeks
Both
on
horrifying
base.
and adorable.
We went to their like Star Wars Fest, and you could get like chicken tenders, and they would have came in like the KFC style, but it said deep fried porgs on it.
That's awesome.
It was it. I came so many times to
What?
the event.
To get the chicken. Right?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Well, so we got together and we discussed in pretty good detail Andor season 1 and the first arc of Andor a few weeks ago. Today we are going to mainly talk about episodes 10, 11, and 12, the most recent arc and the finale of the show itself. On top of which before then though, we're gonna go broadly over the second and third arc a little bit. We're not going to break it down scene for scene, but we're just going to sort of maybe go over bits that we liked or something that stuck out at us as being exceptional. Because I think most of the show is exceptional. I never thought I'd say that about Star Wars, as I've been very cruel to Star Wars in the last 10 years, but I regret none of it because I think it was deserving.
Yeah. We're fair and balanced here. We'll praise what needs to be praised and
I like to
critique
think so.
and critique everything
Like
else.
these raindrops. Look how amazing those raindrops were.
Yeah. So, I mean, episodes 4, 5, and 6 were basically just setting up the Gorman stuff that all comes to a head in the next arc after that. But, man, oh man, guys, I love the Gorman set. They basically built a small town for that, and they use that set a lot. They built shops around. They basically built a town for this thing. It's pretty impressive.
The best thing for this show versus, say, any of the last couple projects is its actual sets, its actual world, rather than that volume,
Yeah.
whatever that.
The volume.
Yeah.
Is what they use for all
Like
the Filoniverse
Fett
stuff.
and
Fett,
that
Mando,
it
all
just
that
looks
stuff.
all the same, and it looks trash. Like it legitimately, like when you put it up, like take one of the Mando set like scenes or whatever, take one of the Book of Boba Fett scenes and put it next to this, and it'd be like
Yeah,
Sort of-
it feels more retro Star Wars in a way of everything much more practical, much more real, much more lived in.
Yeah.
It definitely.
The Filoni stuff, I'd say, suffers the same stuff the prequels do, where it's like everything feels too sterile.
Too clean,
Yeah.
Too
shiny,
clean, too
sterile,
green screeny.
Yeah, 100% agree.
Yeah.
But that's not the only issue with those shows, to be clear.
I
But,
mean-
but yes, but the look is definitely a part of it.
That is
But-
true. With episodes 4, 5, and 6, one of the main thrusts we got, we basically have two big things happening. It's Bix dealing with trauma, and then we also have Andor sort of dealing with that while also simultaneously being sent to Gorman to get a sort of just a view on things first. He's sent in by Luthen to basically just like, hey, talk to these people, see what they're about, and he immediately realizes they're amateurs. And
Right,
but these are the beginning stages, and then simultaneously we're also gifted scenes from the bad guys that are all allowing this to happen and empowering the imbecility.
It's a full false flag operation, like
Right.
the actual definition of what a false flag
Yes.
operation is.
Right. It's all foreshadowed very well in the previous arc.
Yes.
And now
They do exactly what they said they're gonna do.
Where they talk about trying to find useful idiots, basically find people that'll reliably do the wrong thing. I think, and
Yes.
it's all
And
very,
They
very well
came up
written.
with a language, like you said. They came up with like a town to build like a set
and
for this.
and
like,
the language itself is. At first, I thought they were just speaking French. I did a little research.
That
They
would have been great if they were.
No. But this is the amount of care they put into it. It's meant to sound like that.
Right.
Obviously,
Yeah.
to mirror the World War II stuff.
Right.
They got mainly French actors speaking it, and they designed the language around that so that it.
I bet you it's. I would assume it's a little bit more supposed to, because the whole theme, a lot of the theme of this is about like revolution. So
it's
I
very Les Miserables.
So I think it's.
Yeah, a
I think
little
it's. I think it's French Revolution
Yes.
rhyming.
The whole march-
connections.
Absolutely.
Like that march-
But I appreciate the hard work that was put into getting that all
100
together.
yeah.
the march
So
up
pre
to
World War II, but yeah.
the march up to the plaza where they're like chanting and then they start singing and stuff. It reminds me of Les Miserables almost like to a T in that sense of.
Oh, really? It reminded me of Halloween Kills when they're all in the waiting room saying shouting "Evil dies tonight" over and over again. No, okay. One scenes that I appreciate a lot is the Cyril scenes when he's acting like, he's a plant to try and get the little owner guys to get him. He knows he's being listened on, so he's sort of acting out of character to his own mother.
Yeah.
Like,
that was
Mom, the Imperials suck here. They don't know what's going on, Yeah. They're just, and she's like, what are you talking about? And the mom is fully bought into the propaganda.
Of course.
She's 100%.
That's
She's the old lady glued to the news channel.
She's the boomer who's watching only a certain network and only gets the news from a certain network.
Yeah, never changes the channel. And
right.
Just,
and that can be any side of the political ideology you want to fall on. This is not like a rant about one side. It happens. That's how it is. You have an ageism type thing of, this is my news source, this is brand loyalty type of a thing. And it's great because, like, I don't know if it's in the new canon, but like the old EU did a few things where after Alderaan was destroyed, there was like an in-universe like character or two who talked about like how the Imperial machine basically produced propaganda to explain why Alderaan had to be blown up.
I sort of remember that.
And it was basically...
I couldn't tell you the specifics.
Yeah, it was basically similar reasons. Like the Alderaan had a weapon, they were going to rebel, they were going to attack the Emperor, like that kind of stuff. And you can see how people would buy into it. Like, the government wouldn't lie to me. The Emperor's a good guy. Look, he got disfigured by the Jedi because they were so evil.
It's essentially just like, what they're doing is gaslighting on crack.
Yeah.
Like to extension, like make them seem like the bad guys.
It's propaganda.
And then spurn the general public to think, oh, these people started it and the Empire had to shut it down. Yeah. They were the heroes in this. And it's even more tragic coming from, like, these are mainly peaceful people that they're renowned for their culture. Mm-hmm. There's like what, clothing and certain things like
the Gorman you're talking about.
The Gorman, like isn't it threads and stuff that the spiders make that
they're like
some kind of thread.
They're one of the influential mid-rim, lower rim, like Alderaan level area kind of planets type of a thing. They'd be like Milan, I guess. Like they're a fashion. They're not a rich planet, but they're at least well-to-do enough. Like, you know what I mean?
And we do know Cyril is specifically working just for Dedra, but Dedra is basically told, do not let Cyril in on anything.
Right, that's extremely important. Which
very important.
That will definitely pay off later.
It's also kind of great that, like, the relationship has kind of matured with the two of them in the sense that it is almost like a loving relationship to what those two characters can do.
Well, she's empowering Cyril, and Cyril at one point doesn't he say like, "This is the greatest moment of my life," because he feels like he's actually giving something to the Empire that they can use. And...
When he does try to call her out about what's about to happen, and she's like, "Well, you were okay with the promotions, weren't you?"
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it is like a great callback to his like, this is the greatest moment of my life.
And that's the thing is she seems to think that he's just like her. Like, you want to be promoted. Like he's in this for the gain of some kind.
Yeah.
And
for status.
He doesn't really care about that. He just he believes in the Empire. That's what he
believes in what the idea of it is.
Ideologue, yeah.
Yeah.
It's believer.
It's weird to think that the Empire as a whole only lasts like 19 years. That's sort of strange with all of this, like...
I mean,
a little longer than that.
We still have the Confederacy flags flying around, and that only lasted about 9 years.
Okay, that's fair.
I'd say 20 plus, and then however long, the remnant hangs on me for a little bit after that.
But the other weird thing about the Empire, too, is you have to, I think, review it differently because, like, we watched, like, the OT first, so we saw Empire first. Mm. Theoretically, to a lot of these people, the Empire is just a continuation of the Republic. Like the Republic,
to some degree, because the Senate still exists for most of its existence.
The
Senate, which something I didn't really appreciate.
Didn't Mr. Plinkett say that? Like, if you're an average Joe, the rise and fall of the Empire doesn't really matter.
Well, I think that's what kind of the Last Jedi was trying to get at to a degree, but in a very ham-fisted and horrible way. Of like, the rich are just not going to care because it's just a new turn of the wheel. Like Game of Thrones has done that too, where like the wheel just turns and like the people on the top just stay up. Like, you know what I mean? But like to a lot of the people, like the Palpatine, who was the Chancellor before, he's now just Emperor. Same face, same person, just different title. Like, I mean, I'm sure the Romans probably had a similar view to some degree. If you were like a
That's true.
backwater planet that like doesn't actually see Coruscant, like you never left Tatooine. Like,
Well, I mean, if
like,
you were
know what I mean?
if you were a citizen of Coruscant, like you would probably definitely buy into the fact like, oh, these Gormans somewhere, like they did something horrible, and
they're trying to take down our empire.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
yeah.
Right.
good for the Empire for cleaning that up.
Well, look at how in real world,
Okay.
if it happens on the other side of the planet, we look at it differently than if it happens in our own backyard.
Yeah, like the only people that are affected by the Gorman stuff are the people living on Gorman for
Right.
the most part.
You don't hear about
Or
massacres
the
on
fashion industry.
Or the
perhaps.
yeah, you know what?
Right.
There should have been a whole arc about how the fashion industry collapsed after like stocks and shit just like dropped.
and now everyone has to dress like Jedi robes.
But essentially, it all leads to a little bit of a midnight mission with Cinta and Vel. I kind of like this because it's giving them a little bit more to do. Because I think on our last discussion, I felt like they didn't have enough, and that's just sort of fixed that. I was like, oh, I kind of care about them now. And one of them is tragically, is it Cinta? No, Vel. No, Cinta's. Cinta's tragically killed by a bullheaded idiot who decided to bring a gun to
just a random
a
shot.
Well, no, he was told not to bring weapons to
Right.
this thing, and he did, and he got somebody killed innocently. He basically robbed the rebellion of a very strong asset, something that he would have hated to do because he's
Right.
pro rebellion, you know. So that's sort of an interesting, and she gets her Vel or whatever gives her him that little speech about how he's going to carry this the rest of his life,
Yeah,
you know. And,
pretty powerful speech.
yeah, good stuff.
Well.
Really good stuff. Does anyone have anything to say about the first four, those 3 episodes, building towards Gorman?
I mean, it's all like I mean, we covered the first 3 in the first video, but like it's all built well enough in the sense that like you know it's gonna happen. Like it's an inevitability that this,
True.
and we also know.
And the Empire's doing it no matter what. Even if this doesn't go well for them, they're still just going to take it.
We do know the ultimate outcome going in.
And I mean, not just because of like Rogue One and A New Hope and all that, but like we just even by context clues know basically this Gorman massacre has to happen to like some degree, some level of, you know, and it's like watching that car crash that you can just see, like the Alfred Hitchcock idea of the best tension is a bomb is underneath.
2 people talking, and the audience knows it's there, but the people talking don't.
That's kind of like where we're at, like in like the lead up to it.
I agree with that. Is this the arc where when Cassian comes into Gorman, he talks with like the guy at the bellhop whatever at the desk?
Yes, he checks into the hotel under the guise of as a fashion critiquer,
Adrian Sky or something like that.
Mm-hmm. And he talks about how his father was killed at the Tarkin incident.
And that's a neat homage to the fact that happened in the old EU.
Right. So my understanding is that is the actual OG Gorman massacre.
That's what I was talking about in our first video.
I'm surprised that incident didn't galvanize the Gormans into just outright rebelling.
I mean, dude landed his ship on top of like
peaceful protesters,
like 500 people.
500.
I forget the number. But yeah, that's a big number.
And it's just they refuse to move, so Tarkin's just landed on.
Yeah, I mean, what are we like?
It's like the hippies blocking the trees from being mowed down, and then you just bulldoze over.
Wasn't that the Simpsons episode where he like they have him change his trees, and they're like, "All right, guess we're just gonna go through the people."
Well, yeah, they're gonna swab them with the mace or whatever.
Do you think that would have galvanized more resistance?
I mean, on planet, yes. Galaxy-wide, no.
Right. I mean, locally, yeah.
Yeah.
And obviously, it radicalized him, and he plays an important role.
500.
He's got a very important role to play. Absolutely.
Later on,
but he's he's trying to resolve everything peacefully.
I think the time frame is also like 12 years difference or something, because the bellhop makes it sound like he was just like a kid when that happened. Right. And now he's at least like a 19, 20-year-old.
20 maybe. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. He does mention a wife, so he's at least probably 20s, I would bet.
Early 20s.
I like how Andor immediately shuts them down when he meets the one girl in the. It's like a restaurant, right?
Yes.
And he's just like, he
like
says like everything, like you didn't like. She starts giving him all this information. He's like, you don't even know who I am. Like you just gave everything to me, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's worth also maybe mentioning that how much he decide that they're not ready at all. They're not capable of pulling this off. And he goes back, and he and Luthen have a big,
And that would have
big,
actually
big,
changed
big, big
events
argument about
massively if they listened to,
Mm,
like,
right.
if Luthen doesn't send Val and Cinta there and stuff, if they don't, like, basically Luthen does get taken in a little bit here by the ISB.
Yeah.
Like, he does fall for their ploy a bit, which kind of shows how much Luthen just wanted to hit at the Empire, that maybe he wasn't always as tactful or smart as he should be or could be. Like, this is definitely, like, Cassian almost immediately susses this out. Like, no, this is...
I like that we've seen Cassian grow from Greenhorn to essentially being another Luthen.
Yeah.
Almost
like little Luthen and, like, Clea, too, in a way.
And Clea, yeah. Like, it's almost like Luthen's rubs off on you.
Yeah.
Like, in a weird way.
That makes sense.
There is a couple more points I almost forgot about. Some are my favorites, some of my favorite dialogue. When they're stuck in the art gallery because they need to pull out the bug.
Oh yeah.
In the this is mainly Clea and Luthen.
Well, and then Lonnie.
And Lonnie.
Well, Clea and Lonnie.
But first, when they first, this is between Clea and Luthen, and it's when Clea basically informs Luthen what's going on, that Skuldrin is going to have all of the pieces of art looked at because he found a forgery, and Luthen starts sort of panicking. Mm-hmm. He starts going off, like, sort of in a complainy sort of way, like he's losing track of everything. He can't keep the lies upon lies. He just doesn't know who.
I mean, at some point, it's the old adage of, like, too many spinning plates.
Yeah.
You're dropping something.
But in contrast to him complaining, we've got Clea, who's being very proactive and very just focused on the problem. She keeps cutting him off. It's like, are you done? Are you done? Like, okay, here's what we got to do. We're going to deal with this. If that doesnof work, we're going to deal with whatever comes next.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then that whole scene where they're just in there, and the director Krennic's up there too, and it's like kind of reminded me of like a Tarantino, like
a little bit.
The Inglourious Bastards, the card scene where they're in the room with the sergeant or whatever, and
when you have that,
and Lonnie starts panicking because
when you have that moment of tension of like.
Right.
Empire Strikes Back kind of does a little bit of that with the Cloud City scene area of, like, here's Vader with Leia and Chewie while they're freezing Han and stuff. You have, like, bad guys and good guys in almost a moment of, like, they could just, like, 5 minutes from now they could be shooting at each other. 5 minutes ago they could have been shooting at each other. But for this one moment, they almost have to kind of be buddy-buddy kind of a thing in a weird way. Empire Strikes Back's a little bit of a different analogy.
Right. In here, there's ulterior stuff going on that the bad guys don't know about.
And not just
but the audience knows about it.
Well, not just the tension of that scene itself of like, okay, they need to get this bug out of here, otherwise everything, it all ends here if they can't get that bug out. But like just certain character moments, like with Clea and Jung, and he's like. And she's just using him as like a shield of vision.
Move to the left.
Move to the left.
And Lonnie
is so put together for the most part. We see him, and so like him like in that moment of like distress is sort of like, ooh no,
He is definitely a doubting Thomas to a degree. He
freaks out. He freaks out a few times, other times in the show.
Because he's
well, not I guess I'm comparing him to his ISB self because he seems like such at home. He seems such. At home in those
when he's
scenes.
In the chamber, like the ISB building, in like the court chamber type thing, he does have it together there. But like every time he comes up to like Luthen and stuff, you can see him unraveling. Like that season 1 speech that Luthen has, which is like the iconic speech.
What have you given up?
Is because Lonnie is unraveling. And then like later on in this season, basically is Lonnie like full on like I've been burned. I'm done.
Yeah.
This is you got to get me off this planet, type of a thing.
I like when they successfully do it and get it out of there, and I like some of the dialogue with Krennic and Mon Mothma, where they're taking like
almost barbs at each other.
They're taking little passive aggressive
Mothma especially
at each other. It's like, oh, Krennic, I didn't recognize you because you weren't on the stand or something like you're not on the stand this time. Or it's like
Mothma's a great character. She might be my favorite character in the whole show.
She's
definitely up there.
Ever since the end of Rise of Return of the
Jedi.
No, Revenge of the Sith. Ever since then, she's basically been this like thorn in the side that can't be fully removed because she is from Chandrila, which is like another like Alderaan, Gorman like planet that's maybe even a little bit higher up economically, probably more online.
Seems like high status, yeah.
And in that vein of like, because I think Star Wars is somewhat of an established. I don't know how much it is with the new EU of like these high royal caste planets. Like Alderaan has it because like Leia being a princess, and there's like these like certain families.
Chandrila seems to have that too.
And Chandrila is one of those, and so like she kind of enjoys that. Like I know the Emperor can't outright just assassinate me, so I'm gonna. But like she definitely knows if I step too far out of line, it can happen. So she has that like small wiggle room of what can I do to push boundaries. Mm-hmm. And I think Bale probably has it too, but he's just not willing to play it as much as she is.
That's probably Bale's probably a little bit more playing the defense.
And I think Bale also realizes
he's more cautious for sure.
And he also does have Leia as like, I don't want to piss off too many people because in theory I have Vader's daughter. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how weird does it have to be like to be Bale? Like for all like, in all honesty, for all these scenes and stuff, like if Bale was a real character and stuff, and you're thinking through his eyes. He has to go home to like the daughter of like the second most evil person on the universes. Like, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like that's like Space Hitler's daughter is living in your house right now.
One final thing before we move on to the next arc. Bix, her whole thing with confronting Gorst after her nightmares, and that basically, I guess the implication is getting that like sort of revenge on Gorst is sort of ending the trauma. Which is interesting to see that idea that like the revenge is actually fixing Bix in a way. Like she's, you know what I mean? That's not normally in fiction, especially in fiction and fantasy, revenge is usually a pathway to. I mean, not just Star Wars, but in other stuff. Like it's like a thing you can't, once you go down that road, it's hard to.
I mean, Star Wars does kind of give you that
fear leads to anger.
Yeah.
Anger leads to hate.
Yeah, but all those words are interchangeable.
I mean, right. I mean, obviously she's not a Jedi, so you don't have to worry about the dark side, I guess. Like, but
the idea is, I think the idea is that she's got the power to fight back.
That whole scene with them like blowing up Gorse's
and Luthen sets it up through Lonnie.
It felt like a very weird tacked on, almost like an after credits type scene type of a thing.
Yeah, I can see that, like just being like an after credits bit.
Because it doesn't fully factor into things. Like they could have come up with other ways for Bix to overcome the trauma.
I was gonna say in future tense, it's just like, oh, her trauma's sort of fixed now. She's fine now. But...
I think this is where like that scene is.
I think it's fair to critique that a little bit.
I do think that scene does fall into the trap, or not the trap.
And maybe they had bigger plans.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I think that scene definitely falls into that. We'll probably talk about this with the final arc, but I think that scene fell into if we had the 5 seasons that we originally planned for the show. I think that's fair, yeah. That would have maybe been an arc itself, or at least one full episode of figuring out Gorst.
Finding Gorst, breaking into his establishment just to get him.
Like a 5-minute scene of, we know where Gorst is, we're here, he's dead, we blew it up.
And here's the thing, is like the revenge with Gorst is like a justifiable vengeance. Like Gorst is a psychopath. Or a sociopath at the very least. He lacks humanity. He doesn't even seem like that's sort of probably what they're nodding to. Yeah. But like it is one of those, like this guy doesn't deserve to draw breath. He's evil. And if we don't, you could almost argue killing him is the right thing to do, even though it still has that like thirst quenching revenge to it. It's like you're still doing. It's like, well, killing him is the right thing to do because he's gonna do this to more people. So. I think that's sort of interesting that they actually were justifying the revenge a bit, which is why I wanted to bring that up. Yeah, and the fact that Luthen set it up because Cassian essentially gives him an ultimatum of because I remember telling you guys this. I was like, I thought Luthen might have been planning on offing Bix at one point because maybe he saw her as a liability. I think because he saw the drugs and everything, and I'm like,
definitely crossed Luthen's mind of
probably
because Luthen is a careful man. He is.
I mean, he kills Lonnie. And if we want to call it...
Spoilers.
Well, I guess, we jumped the gun on that. My apologies to anyone.
It's fair.
If you watched the Simpsons Season 4 DVD commentary before the episode, sorry. But...
Imagine listening to us first. Like, I kind of want to watch it. I'm going to listen to them first talk about it.
But, I think,
we should do a commentary track after this.
It's obviously a definite calculating, like... Look, Cassian is much more of a key figure than Bix is. As far as what Cassian can give me to help my cause than Bix is. So he's factoring in if I can remove Bix because of a drug problem, and that focuses and knowing Luthen, he would make it look like the Imperials did it.
I thought the idea was that Luthen was gonna make it look like she ODs on it. or
Well,
whatever.
I
Yeah.
mean, he
That
could
could
almost
also
do like
work,
the
yeah.
That way Cassian's anger isn't directed at Luthen.
Well, I mean,
obviously.
obviously he would do it in a way that would not draw the ire back to himself. But like, I was thinking he would probably do it like, oh man, look, the Imperials assassinated her because reasons, right? Like they would come up with something, and that would just give Cassian more of a focus, more of a hatred towards the Imperials.
Right.
I mean, obviously there's a ton of reasons for. I don't know if Bix's ODing would be enough to really fully draw Cassian back in. I think Cassian's also a character who needs to constantly have a greater focus, and if he has a smaller home focus, he loses sight of the bigger focus.
Yeah.
Like when he has Bix, he doesn't want to be the rebellion man anymore.
That feeds into
that's the whole thing. The point the story's trying to tell, and
Right.
And to end of this. End of the
And I think Gilroy does have an interview speech where he does talk about why they don't touch on the whole sister angle at the end is because if they ever would have resolved Cassian finding his sister, he would have left the rebellion and just lived off on a jungle planet or whatever with her.
I have some opinions on that, but we can maybe get
No,
to that.
that's definitely. I think that is definitely a point of contention with a lot of viewers on the show. I think
I do enjoy her one nightmare. I think it's the very beginning of the arc where Cassian immediately like embraces her and like they do like this breathing exercise thing. Like this is a regular.
Oh,
like,
that's a real world.
I was like, this feels like this is what a couple like. You said the last time we were discussing like you wanted some more couple like stuff. This is the moments I would say are like this is helpful.
Yeah,
like
this arc number 2 definitely gave me a little bit more of that, and I thought that was that was good.
There's a scene of Haunting a Hill House that does something very similar with this stuff. But.
It's almost like they've definitely
it made their relationship actually feel real, whereas before it felt like it was just we're told that they're a couple, but
I mean, there's a few other things they've done too in this arc. There's a few other things in the arc of like happy to see you home kind of like type stuff. I mean, and the couple that commits revenge killings together stays together until one leaves because they're pregnant.
Is that Mr. and Mrs. Smith? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
So we are then next arc 1 year later. The Imperials are still on Andor. It's and Gorman is still not the happiest place on Earth.
It's a tinderbox.
Andor Gorman.
Oh.
You know the place with the rubber spiders?
Is it with messages in them.
Do you like how there's vendors all over the place just selling like trinkets? Like spider trinkets?
A lot of spider trinkets.
Once again,
it's like when you go into Hershey, there's kisses everywhere.
Yeah.
There's chocolate everywhere.
I think it makes sense. Like, Mickey everywhere in Disney. Yeah.
That's another small detail that, like, I will give Lucas some degree of appreciation for this. Like, as much as there's too much CGI in the prequel trilogy, when they did do, like, Tatooine where, like, Qui-Gon and stuff is walking through, like, it does feel somewhat lived in. There is, like, the junkyard. There is, like, the vendors and stuff.
The sets are fine.
I mean, my problem then with, like, what Disney's done with that is every single planet, like, Acolyte has a open wet market vendor area. Every planet that the Mando or Book of Boba Fett or, like, Ahsoka characters have been on have open market vendors everywhere. Not every planet has to have that same open market aspect to it.
Well, Ben, they save a lot of money if they've already got the set.
Right. Whereas, like, this makes, like, somewhat sense that it'd be like, hey, the plaza's, like, a well-walked area. You're going to have, like, the transient type people handing out little trinkets to make some money.
Yeah.
Like, if you ever watched, like...
If it's a heavy tourism place.
Yeah, like, if you ever walked, like, Times Square, New York, I got accosted by, like, a Buddhist dude who's like, oh, namaste, Vishnu, like...
Or at the airport.
Right, yeah. And he puts this, like, bead bracelet on me, and he goes, oh, peace be with you. I'm like, yeah, peace be with you. Cool, thanks.
No, he's like, no, money.
And he's like, donation. I'm like, no. And he goes, oh, no, bead. Be back. I'm like, oh, yeah, sure. Okay, great.
You've already worn the beads. You owe money.
I mean, do you know where this has been, buddy? To here. But, you know, like that, it feels lived in to a degree that I don't think the other Disney projects have fully embraced. Like, this feels lived into what Gorman is. Not like, and what Coruscant set pieces look like, this is a set piece that is only Coruscant.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, like, Book of Boba Fett would use that same set piece for another high lived-in planet or something like that. Like...
It would be the whole show. Like, hey, we got this hallway.
Yeah.
Let's make the whole show take place in this hallway.
Right.
to give some credit to Kathy Kennedy and all the others there for they really did not spare any expense from what I can tell with this. They definitely improved a pretty huge
It's like
budget.
a 300 some million budget or whatever.
Is the Kathleen Kennedy problem more or less that she just says yes to everything? It's just, like you sometimes you'll get something like this, but then you also get like Book of Boba Fett.
Can she distinguish between?
I think maybe it's just Filoni was picked and Favreau was picked as like our dudes because like Mando season 1 was very well received.
To be fair to her, which that's something I say very often. Like she didn't write Mando, she didn't write Book of Boba Fett.
Yeah, right. She just saying yes to these people. That's fine.
She didn't write Acolyte.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
she's approving of them.
Right, and I mean,
right.
we're also not shown like. Here's the thing too. If you give me the broad outline of your book and I say that's great, go with it, and then you make that book, but like all the details of your book don't fully align with what the broad outline you gave me was, or it's just not as executed as well as what your broad outline. You know what I mean? Like Reva is a storyline in Obi-Wan that maybe could have worked, but execution versus idea are not on the same wavelength.
Didn't quite work. No.
Yeah, the execution was horribly bungled with Reva.
Right.
Like I said, there is a story there, but it's just the weird decisions
So
with
if
everything.
I give you that as an outline of like, here's an Inquisitor who only became an Inquisitor just to kill Vader, you're like, oh, that's a cool outline. I'll give it a go.
You can see there's an idea there, a cool
and
story
then you
there.
go and make that idea, and then I'm like, oh, well, I already greenlit it. I can't. Oh no.
Well,
right.
So for episodes
back to Andor.
Well, for episodes 7 and 8, I hope you really enjoy the Gorman sets because we're going to get a lot of them. These episodes are basically just the massacre itself that we know is coming. The editing, the tension, the tone, it is all 10 out of 10 on point. I don't think I've ever been more on the edge of my seat for something that I already knew the end game for.
Yeah.
I was like, I already know. I guess I was more on the edge of my seat because I didn't know where certain characters that I was like, I wonder where some of these characters end up. I know almost everyone's going to die, but
I think the other aspect of it was also just watching like that one Imperial just setting the pieces. Like, and you knew this dude. I forget
this guy with the scar on his face.
Yeah, like Clade or something.
What does he tell Dedra? He's like, you're the finger, but I'm the trigger.
Yeah,
or something like
that. He purposely puts green
or
soldiers
you're the gun,
line.
maybe.
Yes,
you're the other gun.
He sends in the greenhorns
because he knows they're going to react.
They're going to overreact. Yeah, he has a sniper hit
his own guy,
his own men.
Yeah,
on purpose.
I was not expecting this level of craziness, where it's like we are going to hurt our own men to start this uprising because they're going to just.
Yeah.
That is the epitome of false flag to like.
It's 100% what it is.
All to frack the mountain.
Yeah, yeah. But not just the mountain, but the whole planet.
The whole planet.
It's for the energy project.
Well,
we need clean energy.
Yeah. We need clean.
Are you anti-clean energy, Drew?
I wonder if there's like the Palpatine clean energy.
And there's someone really just.
And it's like Palpatine, with trees coming out of his fingertips instead of lightning bolts.
Scrub the coal and make it clean again.
He's got like a statue. It's like Palpatine planting a peach tree or whatever.
I would love to see. I would love to see propaganda memes of Palpatine doing like nice things. Like he's like saving. Someone throws like a small child out of a burning building for Emperor catching it.
Climbing a tree, you got a cat down.
Yeah, it's just the Emperor. Like he's force lightning for good.
It shows him like fireman carrying,
jump starting a car.
Yeah, someone's land speeder broke down and he like jump starts.
Gives him a little. And he's still got his evil guy voice though.
Right. Unlimited power for your land speeder.
Good.
There's a lot of pieces on the map here. We got Dedra, Cyril, who. When does everything fall together for Cyril exactly? When he realizes he was essentially used as a tool?
I think when it's an outright slaughter, like when it's.
Just before the slaughter, he's already heading towards
this.
There's something before that.
Oh. Well, he runs into the older fella who's like, you did this to us.
Oh yeah,
the peaceful man. I forget his name.
Well, because he already put the pieces together himself.
The father of the
he's the one.
The rebels.
He's the one who wanted to solve everything peacefully.
Right.
Yes.
Like he's
a pacifist. Yeah, his kids are all.
He was a pacifist.
Fiery.
Spoiler alert. Yeah. But it is, and once again in that vein of like he put the pieces together, and then Cyril puts the pieces together because of him putting the pieces together.
Well, he notices the drilling equipment, right?
Yeah.
And the
Yeah,
Armada,
that's right,
and he's
that's
like,
right.
because
He
he's
tell-
like,
he
he's like,
tells-
just like, wait, what's going on here? Why are
Yeah.
you guys drilling? We
Well,
gotta get those natural resources out of the mountain. We gotta.
Yeah.
for the energy initiative. Yeah.
Poor, you know what? The Empire
Just-
gets a bad rap, I think. Maybe
I also just like it was a slow piece setup in two ways of like you got the Imperial slide where they're like slowly setting up the barricades, setting up, and you're seeing every little piece of the like setting up the dominoes type of a thing, of like all right, send in the green people, send in like you see the sniper getting put up on the roof, and then you see it from like the march, and they're chanting as they walk through the streets, and like you're also seeing like Cyril slowly dawning recognition. You see like the peaceful Gorman's like dawning recognition. And meanwhile, like, Cassian also realizes, oh, this is going to be a bloodfest. He's like, I got to get Will out of there. I got to get Will and his, like, Gorman chick out of there.
mm-hmm.
And he's like, I also need to, like, take out Dedra because this is my only chance to shoot her.
That's
And
right. Yeah,
Dedra's getting-
we didn't mention that yet. He's there just for that purpose, right?
Because he didn't want to even be there to begin with at
all.
all.
He's sent there to assassinate her.
Well,
Mhm.
and
Right,
he's not even
right.
really sent there. He's only willing to do it because Will kind of, as a friend, because he wasn't going to do this whole thing because he tells Luthen this is a bad idea. So he gets out of it. But then Will kind of talks him into it once Will finds out
Mm-hmm.
that Daedra is there. And he's like, this is your only chance to get rid of her. So he's like, all right, I guess I'll just go to her planet and assassinate. Sure, why not?
The stuff with Dedra's good. The stuff with Cyril's good. The stuff with everything is perfect.
Well, like when Cyril starts like choking her and like
Yeah,
that
it's
whole moment, like
It's
that.
super intense.
Yeah.
It's,
When you actually, like-
yeah.
This is like the virgin dude's first girlfriend, right? Like he finally, like this dude was like, he's that one guy who simped for the Empire his whole life, was such a nerd, was like mama's boy, beaten down by mom,
he's
society.
very pro-authoritarian because that's all he knows.
Right, and he's been beaten down by everything. He's been beaten down by his mom, beaten down by just
He's been-
like,
He's been beaten down by the Empire before.
Well,
when
right.
he got demoted.
But
I mean,
but he reckon like he's almost like that incel simp guy that like I hate to use those kind of
He's
terms
got a
I think
girlfriend.
but no, like
I know.
but like leading up to all this, I mean, in that
Before-
sense that like
I think he was just very motivated. Simp maybe isn't the right word.
He's a true believer.
He's just 100% devoted to like the order
He's a-
the
he's a-
Empire
he's a-
brings.
but like in a weird way of like when you see these angry people who are angry at a cause because they're told to be angry at the cause. Like if you're told time and time again that you're poor and you're downtrodden because of that person over there, that group of people over there is making you poor, making you downtrodden, even though society at large is calling you privileged, but you don't feel privileged because you're low income, low ranking, low esteemed. That's where Cyril, I think, finds himself at. And then he finally gets a girlfriend. And she's high level ranking to some degree.
She's basically everything he would want to be.
right.
become.
Like that's
But he's incompetent.
he met this like space Barbie Nazi, this like
He
Stormfront.
saves her, right?
He does save her life, yeah.
But
So,
I mean, it's in that weird vein where like when he has that breakdown with her and he realizes, shit, I am on the wrong side here.
Well, he
Like,
realized he was used.
he was used. She
and he
lied
wasn't-
to him,
And
Yeah.
she lied to him. The purpose of it was he was told that this is for the greater good, when really it's going to be a slaughter, and it's just a slaughter intentionally made to look like we were
Right.
doing the right thing, just so we can get stuff from the planet. Like
yeah.
everything was a lie. Like
If
my
you
entire
were-
life is a
His
lie.
He
If
was
you were
crashing
told
down, yeah.
your political party that you really believed in, your ideology, everything you believed in, and you
Was responsible for like 9/11.
Well, right,
Or
but like
was
you were sacrificing so much for, her, and you thought like everything that you were doing was for the greater good, and by greater good you mean all of humanity type
Right.
of a thing. And then you find out they were only using it actually to skim off money for like the top 2% or top 1% of that party, and you realize you're the bottom 99% of that party.
Yeah, well, yeah, but
Like that's where he finds himself. Like they're not like they're doing the greater good for the
Well-
empire, but the greater good of the empire is not the greater good for mankind.
but it's sort of a little bit different because Cyril believes in the cause on like this level that he thinks it's for the greater good for society. It's not just for monetary gain.
Right.
Whereas the
right,
Empire is literally just trying to get resources. Like the coal or whatever, you know,
to build a super weapon.
to build
Right.
a thing that nobody else
Which,
knows
if
about.
you, in a weird way, like in a almost circular fashion, if you fully embrace the Empire's ideology, the Death Star would be it's that like the Tarkin doctrine. People will fear you, so they will listen to you.
Fear will keep them in line. Yep.
Right, like in a weird way, by destroying one planet and harvesting all the resources, you are bettering mankind if you believe in that ideology.
Right. That's what Drew was saying. He believes the Empire's ideology or his government, whatever, is good for the galaxy, and he wants to support it.
Right, but I think Cyril then comes up against that. Then once he watches, like, unarmed women and people being shot
that's,
and
that's the whole point of that.
And that peaceful man who you've been pretending to work for grabs you and is like screaming at you about like how he because the old man is projecting that onto him, like, you did this to us, you know, and he's like, oh fuck, you're right, you know. Every single line he says to Dedra there is like great. It's just like
so well acted.
I mean, he's just like, because he snapped. He's just like, I'm gonna throw you out the window if you lie to me here, you know, or whatever. You know, and she starts panicking and she starts just saying like, at one point she says this with such endearment, like this has been planned for years. It's actually actually this brilliant thing that we've concocted. It's this great thing. It's been in the works for years, Cyril. You know, and he's just like, what?
That's even worse.
He's like, wait, that's even worse.
You're not making my case.
And then she starts, they're like, her like little Hail Mary is just like, well, you got promoted, right?
Yeah.
You know, and he's just like,
well, that's where she's like, you didn't mind the promotions.
Yeah.
And
and then he confronts her about like the equipment he's like the ships that are they're literally landing like right now, like just start doing it. And he basically like,
that's the big point they raised too in the episode before, where they say, should we wait to land until after the massacre before? And they say, let's just land now.
He throws it at Dedra's face. He's like, you didn't even have the like decency to wait.
Yeah.
Like, you're just going right, like you're not even hiding your intent here at this point.
I mean,
it's so good. It's incredibly good.
And when you're this level of a authoritarian fascist, you don't have to hide it anymore. Like you can, if you have those news recorders facing this way, just face them this way. Everything's off here. Doesn't matter.
The fear that Dedra feels towards Cyril at this point is really good. The way she's acting, because
100%.
It's one of her only times I think we've seen her not like
show emotion.
Yeah. 2 times. She definitely shows emotion with the Krennic scene then at the end.
Well, that's a little bit later.
That's later.
Yeah, right. I know. I'm just saying, like, as far as total.
And she's in shock for a little bit. Cyril leaves, and eventually she gets her composure back a little, and she's like, "Get Cyril," because she knows if he goes down there, he's going to die.
He's going to a slaughter. Yeah.
And then eventually
But then he happens to run into a certain somebody.
He finally gets she decides to call the shot, and she does go. She apparently has the ability to say, "All right, do it," and then, like you said, Ben, they sniper their own men, and that causes just a tide of ripple effect, just a firefight,
right.
And at that point it's like a food fight.
Yeah.
Once it started, you can't control it. It's over. You know, it just spreads.
I love that you're comparing the Gorman massacre to a food fight and like an elementary school cafeteria.
But certainly, after a few moments of that chaos, there is a point where you're like, why are we even shooting each other? Like, what's going on? Like, I don't even know why we're doing this.
You can tell the people like Cassian, Will, a few of the Gormans who have some basic level skill set to like be in this situation. But, like, everyone else is just like some person who maybe has a gun, maybe not.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of like, oh, there's a guy.
You think most of those protesters probably aren't carrying because they're peaceful for the most part?
Probably not.
A few did, but even still, like, the ones who aren't like the people that you saw in the previous episodes have like no training.
Yeah, the whole plaza is like surrounded with guys up,
the
like,
stormtroopers everywhere.
Up
on the...
And then of course the infamous, as soon as like the K2SOs are unleashed, and once the KX droids are in,
I like how they're just like indestructible killing machines basically.
It's like the Terminators just get unleashed.
Well, I guess indestructible is a bit hyper.
You figure the Empire would have used them a little bit more or so.
They're that effective. Why aren't there tons of them?
It is a little weird. Like, I do hate when shows introduce
Well, it's like IG-11. Like, shouldn't there be tons of him? 'Cause
Right.
he's so efficiently at killing.
Firstly, like, I mean, we're
Yeah.
progressing that way as a civilization ourselves. Like, look at how much more we use drones to do military
Sure.
Yeah.
actions. At some point in the future, we would just conduct wars via machines, not ourselves. Because why would I involve my own?
Well, it's funny in Star Wars, you have the reverse, right?
It's weird. It's weird that they're using so many people.
It
When
starts out with droids.
you can
Yeah.
just make droids. Yeah.
Like, you would think that, like, I would never send myself into battle. I would just send droids.
Why don't they have droid dekas? Remember how effective droid
Yeah.
dekas were?
I mean,
Like Jedi's couldn't even fight droid dekas.
here's that weird thing where, like, Star Wars will introduce something that, like, we need to make a scene kind of a thing happen.
It's a good
And-
question. What happened to them? I don't know.
Well, like, the K2SOs are, like, literally, like, they're shown to be unstoppable there, other than, like, a land speeder crushing one
ramming-
into
ramming
a...
it. Yeah.
Why does this was a question that popped in just randomly because I was like, I know that because you know the one scene, the 1K2SO turns its head creepily and just stares at Dedra. One of the characters comes in. There's a whole bunch of them, and that's supposed to be the K2 the main,
K2SO.
that's supposed to be the
one
that
from
we
Rogue
know.
One, yeah.
because somebody said like he's got a smudge on his shoulder and it's the same smudge or
That's a
whatever. I don't know,
little corny,
but either way,
okay.
why does that droid specifically turn its head there? Is there something special about K2 before they do the reprogramming already?
I also
or-
don't understand, like, they haven't...
Not that I know of.
Once
but-
again, there wasn't enough shown on screen as far as, like, the reprogramming. But, like, he goes from being... I'm assuming none of them have personalities. Like, they're just killing machines. And then as soon as they reboot him, he's playing dominoes.
I like the scene where they teach him how to
No,
bluff.
I agree. It's a
like
great scene.
It's like a year later, right?
Yeah.
It is, but, like, I'm not quite sure why he goes from being, like, just pure killing machine to having, like, a sense of humor.
Because they reprogrammed him.
That's where we
but-
were stepping on the whole.
But
Do droids have
Sentience.
But
sentience
that's
or
yeah,
personality? or
why is C-3PO afraid all the time? Like,
You're right.
That's a problem.
That's a question Star Wars is never going to answer.
No, because
not
droids are
once.
both slave/independent agents and stuff, so it's a weird... yeah.
So the Gorman Massacre was horrendous. It's I don't fucking watch it if you haven't. It's one of the best things that Star Wars has ever done.
If someone is watching us right now and hasn't watched it,
It's
oh, man.
Well, I mean, in a sense, once again, a lot of these things are like you already know it's coming. It's just the way it's shot.
Yeah, the way
if
it's
you have
executed.
appreciation for how things are shot and filmed, it's like this.
The cinematography, like, that kind of level stuff is...
the pacing, the way they create
it's
tension.
almost like-
and
I would
build
almost
and
say
build and build and build.
It's
yeah.
better than Lucas himself. Like, it's a weird way to say, like, but storytelling-wise, Andor is far better than anything Lucas has done.
I mean, it's
As far as, like, all things considered.
it's what 24 hours of stuff compared to a few movies.
We may be in the honeymoon phase with this a little bit.
To a degree,
Yeah.
but, like, I mean, as a whole, though, like, I can tell the cinematography is better on this.
Oh, I would argue the cinematography on a lot of stuff is probably better than like stuff in the OT to
Yeah.
some degree.
There's also much better technology.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but,
things
I mean, but just the
there's a-
framing for things. Like, Krennic's interrogation of Dedra, where, like, you don't even see Krennic's full face and stuff, and, like, the finger on the head,
Mhm.
and just, like, that kind of stuff is not
It's
something
also
you see.
it's also a whole different style too. A whole different tone
Yeah.
that Gilroy is
I would-
creating.
I would
mean,
like-
Lucas
Which
was definitely...
Lucas would never have gone
right.
that
Lucas was...
that far with a lot of the stuff that you see in this. in
He's
this
making
show.
Flash
We've gone
Gordon
too
in
far
the
in a few
80s.
places.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
I would like to talk about the line Partagas uses when he's talking to, I think it's Hirt, and he like tells him he tells him to do like we're assigning you to this thing or whatever, and Hirt is very eager to please, and he's like, it'll be my honor to pull this off for you or whatever, sir, and he's and then immediately Partagas just does really, and he goes, it's an assignment. Next time, calibrate your enthusiasm, please.
Couldn't say curb your enthusiasm. He had to.
I love
Well, you can't use the term
calibrate your
That's what it is.
enthusiasm is one of the best lines ever written on paper.
Is it better than Vader saying to Krennic, "You choke on your own aspirations"?
I don't like that line at all. I actually hate that line.
You
That's-
told me when we
that's-
watched the
that-
movie, you were
it's
like,
part-
"Oh my god, that's amazing."
It's probably the worst line in that whole movie, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's because I don't know why, but like they were for Rogue One. They're like, Vader uses puns for things, right? That's how he talks.
Well, he does thank Captain Nita after he kills him. That's kind of funny.
Apology
Right.
accepted.
Right. So I think they
That's-
took that
that's-
one, or like,
That's
pray I don't alter it any further. And they're like, that's Vader's persona.
Partagas is one of the. It's hard to choose. I think Partagas might be one of my favorite things about the show. it's before we went live, I was like, you know what, he's basically Tarkin 2.0 or Thrawn 2.0. He's up there with the greats.
He's what Thrawn should have been.
Yes, but a lot of people were saying we wanted to see Thrawn.
I like the idea that he's like in charge of the ISB, but he seems very irritated at the fact that he sort of thinks he hates like sycophantic like behavior. He doesn't want the ISB agents to be withholding information just for personal glory.
Right.
And that sort of thing. He wants the entire unit to work as a team.
But at the same time, he also does want to kind of feed into that to make them better.
Yes, but like
he does kind of pit them against themselves to some small degree to make them, because it's like taking 2 walnuts and smash them together, and then you only have 1 walnut shell rather than, you know.
Is that what people say?
Yeah, very popular idiom in
like you take the 2 M&Ms, right?
It's 2025.
When you get like 5 M&Ms together, you take 2 M&Ms and you crack them together.
Okay.
The one that breaks apart, that one's garbage.
It's called crashing the walnuts. You ever heard people say that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's an Albany expression.
Oh, it's from it's steamed hams.
Yeah.
It's from Utica. One other scene I want to talk about before we go to the Mon Mothma thing is the spiritual force healer.
Oh yeah, we talked about that. Yeah.
What do you guys think about that? I liked it.
I liked it too. I think it was just the right amount of not over the top and not too subtle.
Closest thing you'll get to like the Force being referenced in the show is that, and it's more or less like it's like one of those astronomer girls
it's homeopathy. It's not
right, or reading
the palm reading,
your
whatever,
sign, reading your aura.
Because they don't actually even show her
your energy.
Like they don't show her like removing like a blaster burn from someone or anything like that.
But being specific, she does seem to have some sort of like when she notices Andor and there's something.
She's
there's
definitely not on like an Obi-Wan or Luke or anything level.
This is probably a bigger.
Could you argue the Force, even though maybe she's not super hyper Force sensitive, the Force is sort of guiding her emotions a little bit?
Like on the same level as like Chirrut or whatever.
This is something that maybe a bigger bigger discussion for another time. I don't know, but it's a little strange to me how the way they portray it. It seems like they want to get the point across that basically no one has any real credible idea of what the Force is, or that it's real, or that it really has these powers really actually exist. But yet, many people here would have been alive like just 18 years ago during the Clone
Like the Force would have been something obviously like you can go.
It's like
you've got tests to see if you're Force sensitive. You got literally a blood test.
It's like people today remembering like 9/11 or something. Like,
I think there's definitely
it's not super long ago.
I mean, we've had discussions about this.
This is a
with
problem.
Like Han Solo and A New Hope.
This is a problem. I was gonna say this is a problem for Star Wars as a whole. This is a problem in the OT because Han is like doesn't believe in it.
Yeah,
calls it hokey, whatever. But like in The Force Awakens, Rey thinks Luke Skywalker is a myth.
But yet she knew Luke. Or, I mean, she knew Han.
But yet she knew who Han was and idolized Han. Like it's like how does that even happen?
I can somewhat buy the idea.
We know very little about Rey's upbringing, and I have a lot of questions.
But how can Luke be a myth but not Han?
I think it is around the time of like Attack of the Clones or one of those around that era. They do make a reference that there's only like X amount of Jedi, so something like
that number keeps going up. But
right, but it is a scene where they were like only 1 out of like 20,000 people would have actually come into contact with a Jedi. Like,
seeing a Jedi in the universe was like seeing a leprechaun.
Right.
Like, oh my god.
Does that mean the Clone Wars were like hidden and like not known about?
That's the thing though.
The Jedi Council was like hidden.
Just because you haven't come across them doesn't mean you don't know
because
them.
The Force exists, you think there'd be like a universal test kit to give your kids like at home, like, oh, is your child Force sensitive? Here,
Lucas definitely made a big blunder with Episode 1 having midichlorians. Let's just be honest about that.
Well,
not so much. The Jedi would still need some kind of way to
not so much
test kids.
Not so much midichlorians, but establishing a blood test shows Force. That's bad.
Right,
that ruins it.
So when you do that, like that immediately puts into like my brain that goes to like capitalism is like. Someone would have made like a ShamWow, like info ad,
a laser pointer.
You think your daughter is a Jedi? Take her home, kid.
Well, it's like
all you gotta do is prick her while she's asleep.
Remember in Dragon Ball at one point they introduced those the Scouter things when the Saiyans landed on Earth. And they've got things that literally they push the little button and it tells you their power level.
Just humor and pretend like you watch the show.
Remember the over 9,000
It'll be,
video?
it'll be easier for us if we just pretend
I just know
like
the power
it's
level's
real.
over 9,000. That's all I know.
That was the meme. That was like the meme before memes. Remember that? That was all over the place.
But it is weird when you do introduce, like when you have like I think this is somewhat of a world building thing. Like when you introduce a simple way to figure out something, and then you don't assume that over a course of time, civilization would make a mass-produced version of it because of capitalism type of a thing. Like you said, like how long did it take us to come up with COVID tests, right? Not that long. Like 3-5 months?
Pretty quickly. They were pretty
quickly, yeah.
So we should be, if the Jedi could do midichlorian testing, and I can't imagine they would be the only one to be able to patent it, or to lock down.
The only way it makes sense is if immediately after taking over, the Emperor put some kind of policy in place to really try to, erase them from the records
The old
and
did that.
stamp that out.
and get rid of any sort of possible training.
Delete all trails and
delete the Force exists at all.
And
that's what the old EU kind of did.
And you could still make that stuff up, I guess, and put it in the
the
new
old
canon.
EU running through.
I don't want to go down a whole rabbit hole on that.
I was gonna say let's jump to before we cover our episodes. Mon Mothma's being spirited away from the Senate, which we once again we knew was coming. We knew this was already written in history, right? The
Rebel show covers it to a degree. This is another one thing I want to give credit to Gilroy to some degree. I know he has stepped on the toes of canon a little bit.
Yeah, I talked to you about this a little bit.
Apparently,
is it over the speech itself?
Well,
is different?
A little bit of that.
A little bit of the speach has been changed. I think the tone of the speech was changed.
The tone is way different.
When you guys say the tone is different, what does that mean?
I haven't rewatched the Rebels episode in a long time. I think you have more recently.
I watched it for the first time.
I watched it when it aired. So like 2012, 2014, whatever that would have been. I don't remember. I know that Gilroy has also, apparently the K2SO scene, like where Andor gets him, they had already made a comic or a children's book or something about how Andor
I didn't know that. But.
Oh, really?
meets K2SO, and he overrode that.
Well, yeah.
Which honestly, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that's how the old canon would do it. You had A canon, B canon, C canon, and D canon.
That's
I
pretty messy.
don't mind.
So you can just delete the lower canon whenever you want. But Rebels is canon. So he tried. You can tell he tried to line it up.
I think it's aligned pretty well.
It's okay.
I mean, it's not going to be. Here's the thing: you're never going to have it seamlessly 100%, especially in a franchise like Star Wars, which is constantly. Star Wars has been this way since pretty much the release of the first movie, with its own book and then Splinter of the Mind's Eye and stuff. It's constantly almost stepping on its own toes in so many different ways. I don't mind the Rebels Andor kind of stepping on each other's toes, kind of a thing. I think Gilroy stays pretty well attuned to it.
I appreciate someone in charge of Star Wars who takes the canon seriously and tries to make the effort. So
are you okay if
if
there's slight changes just to make something overall better, like, or are you a purist when it comes to...
I guess. I mean, it bothers me a little bit that some of the lines are changed or whatever. The speech isn't exactly the same.
I never watched Rebels, so I don't have this issue because I was like, oh, and
I didn't watch it at all either.
I think bigger changes on like a fundamental level would be different. Like, obviously, if someone like made a new show or something where like Luke moved to like Hoth for like 5 years and then came back to Tatooine, that'd be weird and dumb.
I hate the Obi-Wan show because it's just like, oh, Obi had this whole adventure with Leia at one point when he was supposed to be watching with Luke, and then he fought Vader twice. And then he showed his head on Alderaan a few times, talking to Bail, like just out in the open. Even though he's the most wanted man in the universe. What is this? Why is this happening?
There are some issues with that show.
Every part of Obi-Wan made A New Hope worse, actually.
I love the Scooby-Doo escape under the big cloak.
I will say, in a weird,
so well done.
Yeah, if we're gonna talk about like prequels in that fashion, Obi-Wan made A New Hope worse. Rogue One made A New Hope a little bit better. Andor makes Rogue One a lot better.
Yes. Andor, I think, improves Rogue One. I recently rewatched Rogue One. I'm still not in love with it,
I still need to.
but I think it's better than what I'd previously thought it
Yeah.
was. And I never hated Rogue One. I just thought it was okay.
The biggest complaints we've always had is characters are still mostly two-dimensional.
Yeah, I think Jyn Erso, there's just not enough with her to...
Jyn,
And the-
Chirrut, Blaze,
Yeah,
Bodhi.
yeah, all the side characters just don't have anything there. I don't know.
Cassian really doesn't...
And neither is Cassian. And
but
now he does, but...
Right.
But he
Yeah,
almost has
yeah.
way too much development compared to everyone
Yeah.
else.
I will say the Mothma speech and everything I think is done very well here. I can't fully remember the Rebels enough to know if it had this level of gravitas.
We don't have
no.
the entire...
That's what I meant by a different tone. So obviously, Rebels is a cartoon. It's for a much younger audience.
It's for babies, is what you mean.
It's
It's Muppet Babies.
it's much she's much more like upbeat and like you're trying be real positive, and she gets on the Ghost with all the Rebels crew, and they have this crazy little adventure where they almost die, and before they bring her
Do they actually show her leaving the Senate, or do they?
No. The Ghost sees like a recording of her speech in the
Okay.
Senate, and then they're like, "You're going to be transporting some precious cargo," and then she shows up.
Does Mon Mothma's speech and is his name Tezvik's manifesto? Do they get like sent out to the galaxy at basically the same time, or
Nemec's manifesto?
Is Nemec, is that his name?
Well, Nemec's thing I feel like is like an underground. It's almost like
because both of those are the things that are just like being spread.
By the end, the way that like Partagaz listens to Nemec's speech before his ending, I feel is like this is like an underground like people passing like a book to each other in secret kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm. It's okay. Yeah.
It's not like a. I mean, maybe it's broadcast in some degree because that's how the media is, but
it's weird how they have these two separate things. What I mean is like when it's not, it should just be the Mon Mothma thing that's getting everyone riled.
Mothma's speech, though, it would be much more like
mainstream.
Yes, that would be like the big pounding the fist on the table. Rah rah, like the Emperor's evil guy. You got to see this.
I just I like how much the scene just holds so much respect. Like seeing the Senate again was just sort of like, oh. I remember this.
We've seen it before.
I remember the prequel.
I also like though that the aspect of how Mothma's speech is almost not even shown from the Senate floor. It's shown from like Cassian.
It bounces around the
right.
Well, who's
the POV.
it? Bail yields the floor to.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because she wasn't allowed to speak initially,
yes.
right?
Yeah. I wonder about that too. I wonder if Bail ever like faced any consequences for doing.
I wonder if Bail faced any consequences for hiring Obi-Wan. Remember, they had proof that he did. They never followed up on it.
I don't remember all the details. Of that.
I like the fact that she sort of gets the floor through. What's that called? The rules of order.
And he's like 117, 552A, paragraph 13.
And everyone's flipping through the book. Like, what the hell does that mean?
Yeah, that one weird chipmunk-looking alien's like, this will not stand,
Because it's like, what is that called? The rules of order in a.
I don't know. Pick your Blue Moose Society. I don't know, the buffaloes from.
But like her and as she's doing the speech, we're getting the cutaways to all the other elements as she's speaking over. I love that editing.
Yeah.
It's
not just like we're not just given like her
extremely well edited. Yes.
And then you get some of the officers like, get her off the air! What's going on? Cut the power to the building,
That's a trope that's been done in other movies and things before. But
you idiot! You know how much damage you're causing right now.
Andor definitely has played into some heavy tropes of like things we have seen.
Why can't they just cut the power to the Senate?
Well, because that was locked behind a thing, and then they get there, and he's like, "Where's the key?" And it's like, "Oh, the key. It's up 2 offices."
Yeah.
He just runs away, and then like the 2 aliens there just start smiling, like they're like,
that's good.
And I don't get their rebellion. I just think they like fucking with material.
There is definitely like tropes to Andor that is like
a little bit
old as time type of stuff,
which is fine. Tropes aren't necessarily bad,
right? You can't make anything non-trope. Like, let's be honest. At this point in time,
there's only 3 stories have ever been told that
right,
heard that expression.
Like, I mean, I think this was done well. I had no qualms up until mostly the escape. Really, I just nitpicky.
Episode 9.
Just nitpicky in the. I mean, just for this episode, I'm talking about. Like I just had nitpicks about like, and this I think as I've talked.
She hasn't met Cassian at this point, right? because she
she acts like she doesn't know who he is and doesn't trust him.
She knows he's a Luthen guy.
But
That's about
the
it.
other girl that's there to get him is working for the Empire, as well as
on Bale's
and it's
team,
also
right?
established her limo driver.
Yes,
is-
and she
is
knows
also-
him,
Clo-
and she knows
Clovis-
that he's
Clovis?
also.
But she already knows,
Yeah,
and then he's like, yeah, he's an informant.
she's
And-
known that the whole time.
and she goes, maybe I need to find a better driver. He's like, no, they might send somebody smart next time.
Might get a
Right,
better,
yeah.
might give him a better one.
I like that.
That's great. That's great writing.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's great writing. Yeah.
The event, it happens in the lobby where everyone gets shot and stuff. It's mainly because she's incompetent and Cassian saves the day, right?
My
And-
my nitpicks and quips with it is really just, I think for Star Wars as a whole, technology is sometimes, in weird ways, sci-fi too far ahead of us. Like obviously, lightsabers is not something we have in 2025, but then in other ways, seems way behind us. Like look at A New Hope and watch how like the Death Star plans are shown. And then Rogue One has to...
They hand the disc.
Right,
Yeah, it's like a little
and then so
disc.
like Rogue One has to kind of follow up with that.
It's so massive, but yet they got it on a little disc. It's like,
Right.
well, then-
There's a line they have in Rogue One about how there was some kind of like shield up, so we can't broadcast it through the shield.
we can't just put it on YouTube.
Right.
And I mean that's stuff like I can like as
It's a little corny,
but like
maybe,
so
but
like for the Senate escape, like if she was literally like if they were to the point where they're like we gotta cut the feed, there should have been like 4 stormtroopers like waiting for her as soon as she exited the pod.
there probably should be a little more resistance. I can buy that.
I love the
Like,
dr-
I mean, 2 people died. That's it.
This
And
is-
like the whole walk area here and stuff, like where they walked around, is just like Senator, and like no one even seemed super like the fact that like stormtroopers are kind of hustling around. No one seemed like I would assume in government, like if I'm a senator in say the U.S. Senate right now, and I all of a sudden saw like troopers, like soldiers in uniform, running with rifles in their hand, I'd be like, oh, shit's going down. Like, I'm not just gonna be like minding my own business, walking down the walkway.
It's a tough line to draw because if you just take off, then you're gonna really draw attention to yourself, right?
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like,
yeah.
it feels like also like the whole, we snuck the guns in through the catering entrance. You tell me they don't.
That's a little convenient, sure.
Like they don't do surveillance on the catering entrance. Like no one ever once thought in the 1,000 years of the Republic to maybe sneak a gun through the catering entrance.
In regards to her speech, do we like the fact that the second the line uttered, "The monster that will come for Saul is Emperor Palpatine"? That's when the power just goes down.
That's a little.
That's on the nose type stuff.
Well, I was gonna say that's a theatrics thing, but
Yeah.
it doesn't bother me that that's how it was done.
It's okay, yeah.
Because it's like now they didn't do this, and but how would you guys have felt if they actually had Palpatine in the scene reacting to this?
That's something I was going to bring up at some point.
Would that have been good or bad?
I would have liked a little bit of cameos of some of the real main characters. I
wouldn't have minded.
I get Gilroy's reasons for not using them, but I think a little shot of, or even one little conversation with the Emperor, one little conversation with Krennic and Tarkin, or even like showing Bale walking out with Leia would have been nice.
I think,
just a little bit.
There's a very clear 50-50 way of looking at this.
It feels a little bit like I can feel when I watch it that they really making a strong effort to exclude all that stuff.
Yeah.
And that's what Ben sometimes likes
They
to
didn't
call
want it to be distracting.
the hand of the author. You can feel him trying to not put them in, and I feel that's a little bit.
Well, because that's a lot of times what Rogue One is criticized for is that there's too much of that. Like,
well, I'm not talking,
remember this? Remember that?
I'm not talking about putting Dr. Ian Ponda on course
in the Senate. Senate room. Hey, he doesn't like you.
I think
people that have a good reason to be there, or the Emperor would.
Well, I would say the Emperor's reaction to that scene would fit. It wouldn't feel like shoehorned. It would be like, oh, I would like to see what he thinks of this.
Right. But I think there's a few weird ways to look at this because I think there's definitely a 50-50 on this. Like I'm on both sides of this on the 50-50. Like I definitely enjoyed what we got and how we got it. And I think it was done well for this. Would an Emperor, Vader, Tarkin, whoever else scene might have worked? Maybe. I'm not going to say it won't because I think Gilroy is credible as a writer that he could have made it work.
As long as it was small and not didn't take over.
I do
not like offensively done. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like I don't need like the Emperor like
spewing force lightning at his he fries his assistant out of anger.
I think the other
I
thing.
want one scene of him placing a lunch order with catering down. As a question.
I ordered my steak well done, and he zaps it.
I like the idea that
that would have been nice to see.
Kind of in a way, this was meant to be kept as small focal point. Like even to a degree, Mon Mothma and Bail Organa, they're like celebrities to a degree of being senators, but like it still feels like small, character-oriented stuff. Having like Vader. And even Tarkin, just because of our out-of-universe knowledge of Tarkin.
I'm okay excluding Vader. I think I don't think he needs to be in it.
No, Vader definitely doesn't need any part of this.
That wouldn't be.
But like Emperor,
but Tarkin.
Emperor in the Senate scene would have made sense.
Emperor makes. I think Tarkin makes a lot of sense too, considering what his
I think there's
his baby, right?
I think there's some hangups.
Yeah.
I think there's some hangups with using Tarkin. Just out-of-universe hangups.
Well, a lot of people didn't like the CGI Tarkin.
Right.
A lot of people hated it.
So then you recast him like you did Bail.
They recasted a living person for this.
I'm for recasting.
Yeah.
I'm not saying we need bad CGI Tarkin.
No, agree.
Yeah, no CGI Leia, please.
I mean, the issue then just runs in is, are we then shoehorning Tarkin in and recasting Tarkin just for a cameo? And I get the anger issues that can come up with that. Like I can see
show respect to Peter Cushing.
Right. I mean, a lot of people, like you said, had a lot of issues with the CGI Tarkin in Rogue One. To recast him just for like basically a cameo appearance in this might feel off
if we're going to recast Tarkin, then we make it more than just a cameo. I would say write him into at least a few scenes. Then.
Right. I mean, and it would have felt natural to have him in a couple scenes.
Honestly, the very first time I ever watched Rogue One, I felt like Krennic was only made as a character because Peter Cushing was dead.
God, can you imagine? Could you imagine a scene with Partagaz, Tarkin, and Krennic, like all in the same?
That would have been pretty sweet.
That would have been so cool.
Would have been pretty sweet. Yeah.
I think, though... See, here's the thing. I think the other thing I have with where Disney went with Star Wars as far as shows and stuff, and even a movie, was they went down this weird rabbit hole of every show had to have a character's name as the title of the show. The Mandalorian, Book of Boba Fett, Obi-Wan, Ahsoka, The Acolyte, Andor, Solo the movie.
Mm.
So I think really this show should have been just called like The Rise of the Rebellion, because that's really more like Andor's not even in a few episodes. He's not in this episode, the one that you're playing now.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Such a good scene.
This is one of the best scenes.
But like, it's much more about than just Andor himself. It's much more about like the rise of the rebellion. So in that vein, then you could have put the Emperor in because it's not Andor the show anymore. It's the Rebellion show.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is too, Emperor. Like, if you get Ian McDermott or whatever, and let him ham it up, though, he can almost.
He's so good.
He can almost.
He's so good. But like Emperor Ham might not mix well. I don't know though. I'd have to see it.
He doesn't need to ham it up.
Well, right, but
it doesn't. It can be a reserved emperor just sitting there with like his advisers going like,
or just
get her off
barking out a couple orders to people. He's mad about something.
Would that super add to this though? Like, would it make what we've already seen? Would it made it really better? Like, in all honesty, though, do you think just one little clip of him saying, like Janus Grievous or Sam Simalu, like Massameda,
a Simalu cameo is the cameo we need.
Yes. You know what? You would have.
It's the same actor too. Like,
you would have needed a change of pants. Let's not lie to anyone. If Simalu was in Andor, you would have needed a whole new change of pants. Let's not lie. He was one of your favorites.
Are we still on episode 9 here?
Well, no, I was going to say before we move on to the episodes we're
actually going to talk about.
We are going to cover.
I think we're like 5 hours in at this point.
We're only an hour and 15
oh my god,
minutes.
it feels like forever.
Then essentially Cassian comes back to find out Bix is gone. She left, and I'd have to rewatch the scene, but according to sources that I heard during the Force scene, there is a scene where she like grabs her tummy.
When the Force healer like has her hand,
it's very subtle apparently.
When the Force healer has her hand on Bix's shoulder, apparently, Bix is holding her belly.
Which I didn't catch.
Which is the universal sign for someone knocked me the F up.
Gilroy also commented saying that, yes, she knew she was.
Absolutely.
Gilroy obviously.
Which makes sense.
And understanding with that in mind, and understanding that Bix believes herself to be a weakness for the rebellion because
She's a weakness to
She's a weak.
Cassian.
She, by extension, she's a weakness
Cassian
to Cassian.
would drop everything for her.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It fucking works. It's really good. I like it.
I mean, it does. Like the ending
It's-
scene with her holding the baby is a gut punch in a way of that sense of like, oh, Cassian. It does also feel like in that very tropey.
It's a little tropey.
He died a hero, a martyr,
and
if you
like,
will.
and I wasn't
He's not dead yet.
I will say I wasn't a huge fan of the ending being Bix just holding the baby in the wheat field. It almost felt like Gladiator, where like walking
I
through
would've-
the wheat fields.
I just like how she went back to the wheat planet.
Yeah, I thought that was an interesting choice going back to Mina Rao.
I'm just glad
yeah.
Beamo gets to run around racing another droid.
Beamo was cool.
That's how I would have ended it.
You know, it's better than
there
Game
on,
of-
on the race.
I
You know,
like
it's better
the-
than Game of Thrones. We never even got to see Snow again or Ghost again.
Oh yeah. Well,
Jon Snow doesn't even give a crap
I
about
like
his dog.
I like the wheat planet more than that like dingy apartment.
Well,
that-
yeah.
The safe house on
The
Coruscant.
safe house.
I mean-
it's like a crack house that Luthen
Yeah.
owned or whatever.
Which makes sense for a safe house, though. I
but
mean,
but
It's perfect for that.
that's
yeah.
a nice contrast from Bix being in that wheat field in that one arc to like this dark, just disgusting.
and
like,
she looks happy there.
and she's like just watching daytime TV.
She's doing
zoned
like
out
drugs and watching
yeah.
like The View, or Regis
Yeah.
and Philbin.
Yeah, it's
Just
it's like watching somebody like go dive into depression, which is something that Star Wars has never
he's
really
doing
touched
it.
upon.
Seppuku.
But while we're here, unless anyone has anything else they want to talk about before we get into episodes 10, 11, and 12, which is what we're watching, sort of. And
If you can see through the
I've got a
get the stuffy
I've got a
stuff.
shield. I got a shield. I've got
Lucas
a
hasn't
copyright
attacked us
condom, if you will.
The Mickey Mouse hasn't killed us yet on it.
So wait, if you have to beat someone in combat to get the dark saber, then wait, how come that? And she's
Why is the dark saber not?
You know what bothers me about the whole dark saber thing is that when because it's established you
How do
can't
we
just
get-
give it away, but then he just gives it away.
that's what I'm. Yeah.
And under the guise, because he's telling the other Mandos on that Jack Black planet that like, hey,
I love that
Jack
there's
Black-
I love
Jack
that
Black
there's a
and-
Jack Black
And
fan.
Jack
I
Black
think
and
this-
Wizzo.
I think this was the actual dialogue from that episode. But he's like, he tells that guy Mando, he's like, hey, back in episode 2, there was like this bug thing that captured me and tried to steal my blood, but
I don't know what
Babu Frick or whatever her name is.
Bo-Katan. Frick.
That's
I
a
love that
very,
you
very
said
different
her.
character. Very different character.
I love that Babu Frick got thrown into this.
Bo-Katan saved me
And she picked it
and
up
picked
for
up
like a second.
the
Yeah.
Darksaber.
Right.
By your own laws, this would mean it's hers, right? And then he goes, yes, of course. And then they
So
go,
bad,
oh,
so
here
bad.
you go.
It's so bad.
And what I love about that scene, and what by love I mean it's hilariously bad, is like the entire Mando society, their entire society is just going off of hearsay from two people that they don't like that much.
Yeah.
Like it's so
and
weird. It's like they weren't there to witness that. Like how? Like they could just be making that. Like that didn't even need to actually happen. If that, you could just give it away. Then you could make up a whole story. Be like, oh yeah, she right behind that rock over there.
That's
She
so
saved.
bad.
She saved my life. Here you go.
Okay. All right.
All right.
So
We're talking about Mando, right?
We're talking about season 3 of Mando.
All
right.
now.
All right,
all right. So episode
Well,
10.
episodes 10, 11, and 12.
I feel like we just did a time jump of our own. 1
Uh,
year later.
I think I already told you guys, but this show broke an IMDb record. 5 consecutive episodes rated over 9.5 out of 10. And each episode was rated a ton. So it's very impressive to maintain that sort of rating. So it's pretty cool feat. Yeah.
Shows how great Star Wars is.
Yay! Disney Star
Acolyte
Wars.
didn't do that. In fact, the way if you read
Watch your words, you bigot.
I was gonna say if you covered Acolyte or Mando or any of the other things, you were called a bigot if you didn't think Star Wars was
What
good.
is-
But here we are calling Star Wars good, so I don't know what's going on.
Do you have the IMDb ratings for the Acolyte episodes just to counterpoint?
Oh no!
I would love to like juxtapose the two of them.
With-
If there's
and-
time, we can look that up later.
Yeah.
Book of Boba Fett 2, please.
Yeah,
It's so weird.
What is? Do you know offhand? I mean, you probably don't. But like, what is the worst overall rated Star Wars show?
Like critically?
By IMDb
Well, like IMDb or Rotten
Tomatoes.
Tomatoes.
Well, Rotten Tomatoes says 2. It's like everyday fans. versus
Critics and
critical.
audience score, yeah.
Which one? Like, which show is the worst out of those? Do you know?
I don't know offhand.
Probably Book of Boba Fett.
I'm going to
but
say Book of Boba Fett
probably-
or Acolyte.
Probably
one of the two.
Probably one of those, yeah.
And then Andor.
Some people
like-
still love the Obi-Wan just because Ewan McGregor's in it. It's like that's all they needed.
And people love the fact that Hayden.
And
Hayden,
Hayden
yeah.
Christensen.
Yeah.
And some people do like Acolyte because of Hayden. And people forget that Hayden, like people are like, oh, Hayden Christensen came back for Ahsoka.
Yeah.
But they're totally forgetting that he came back for Obi-Wan. Like it's so weird. His cameo episode in Ahsoka, they're acting like they're bringing Hayden Christensen back. Like he already came back.
He's in 2 episodes of Ahsoka, right?
No, just one.
Just one?
Just one.
You
I
want
don't
to rewatch
remember.
it
That
right
was-
now?
Just one.
I don't.
Rewatch
I
it?
just
No.
know it was that
Let's rewatch it.
they went to the alternate.
Okay.
Andor.
Here we are. Wait, let me.
The world
Let me
between
put on the
worlds. Here we go.
Here we go.
Yeah, can the world between worlds mess up all of Andor?
Wait. Episode.
What are you doing on there, boy?
I don't know.
Are you winning, son?
Oh no! Wait, I screwed up. the
What
thing.
are you- Oh, I want to watch this live.
Are we
I wanna
live? Are we
yeah, are
live?
we still? I don't think we're live anymore, are we?
Yeah, we're live.
Are we?
Oh, we got the flashbacks now.
There, I changed it.
What are you doing, son?
Wait, hold on.
This doesn't look good at all on
I'm-
my end.
What are you talking about?
I don't even know what we're doing. I don't even see us. What is this Andor you speak of? No, it just goes to the next video. Where are we? Oh my gosh!
We're live. I'm watching it right now.
All right. So who had 10?
Me.
All right.
Okay,
You're gonna kick us off. Well, we're watching 10 now, right?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I just have that playing. Just
We just
yeah.
need to
Add more
have
to the-
something on the back, right?
Right.
we need. There's a lot of screen.
Unless you
real
just want
estate?
your forehead on
Yeah.
it.
I got you. That's
Okay. Ben, are you not on the stream? What is
Who
going
knows
on?
what I am? I honestly have no idea at this point,
Okay.
man.
So we got episode
Yeah.
10. It is titled "Make It Stop," and we are 1 year later from basically the Gorman massacre and the spirited awayness of Mon Mothma to the rebellion. Welcome to the rebellion, by the way. So one of the first things I immediately noticed because the episodes always start with like a bunch of previously on,
Right.
Yeah.
and almost the entire previously on is all about Lonnie,
Yeah.
which is a death note, a kiss
Well,
of death for any character.
for
You know,
I don't know if you
foreshadowing.
actually read the description before you clicked on it too. For some
I
reason,
did not.
I don't try to,
Yeah.
like when they drop the new episodes. But when I did click to watch the new episodes, it went to bring up like episode 9 again for me. I guess maybe because I was rewatching it, so I had to like back out and then click for episode 10. So it gave the description. It's like Lonnie taps out. I'm like,
Mhm.
oh, I don't know.
Like Benoit.
yeah, right.
Oh,
Oh, not like Benoit.
So that's just the first thing I noticed. It fades into the whole one BBY. So we're really close to A New Hope.
Well,
We're really close.
Theoretically, here's how.
I have some questions about that.
Well,
I don't know if you
so
want to get into that.
chronologically-
We're going right ahead. We're in it.
Well, so
It's like you might be about to make the same point that I'm about to make.
So
You know,
theoretically speaking, here's how I understand Star Wars chronology, like dating, right? So, like, in somewhat to our real world, like they treat Battle of Yavin, the destruction of the Death Star, as like the fulcrum. There is no 0 BBY because it's literally the fulcrum.
just like
Yep.
in our timeline.
So if, say, Battle of Yavin happens at midnight, December 31st, anything prior to that would be 1 BBY. Anything after that then becomes 1 ABY. So technically speaking, if historical perspective, like if something happened in Rome or Greece or something in 324 BC, that could be December 31st, 324
Okay,
BC.
yeah, you're getting close to the point that I was.
Or
about to
it could be January 1st, 324 BC.
Right, because this doesn't feel like it takes place a
Right.
year before Yavin.
So if-
this feels like it takes place like 3 days before.
Right. So
Before-
if in
before Yavin,
theory
so that's-
Right.
Yavin
So-
gets blown up,
It's
like,
weird to
or,
think that Yavin, they blow up the Death Star in a year.
right.
Like,
So
Right.
like let's
A
just
year
say
from these events,
hypothetically that the Death Star is blown up December 31st. This could be anywhere from January 1st to December 30th. For all we know, that still would be all 1 BBY.
mhm.
I guess that's a good way to explain that.
Because
I
like
guess
right now,
I guess
it's
that works.
May 16th, 2025. December 31st, 2025 would still be 2025.
Mhm. Yeah, I got
Even
it.
though there's a lot of stuff that can happen between May and December.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, and especially when you span out a whole universe.
Well, is it sort of the same point you were making, or
That's about the point I was going to make. Yeah, because
it's just the time feels
right,
weird?
it feels
Yeah.
it feels weird to lead off the episode by saying this takes place a year before the Battle of Yavin, when it feels like it's like immediately,
Especially because then we know.
prior to it,
Right, because we know this also leads right directly into Rogue One,
which is like it just also just like
which
days
literally
before,
the final
just-
scene of Rogue
just
One.
days before.
Yeah, the final scene of Rogue One is the opening scene of A New Hope, basically. So
Right.
We basically
So-
fade into a pretty familiar location. It's like sort of like the back area of Luthen's shop. There's a lot of hectic beeping from random devices going on, and we get to see that Clea and Luthen are having a conversation about they don't know what's going on, and pretty good line is delivered where she's basically like saying like, "Okay, you do that." Like she's being pragmatic again. And she's like, if you think not everything's perfect, then just get out of there. And he follows it up with, I think we ran out of perfect. I think we ran out of.
We used up all the perfect.
We've used up all the perfect.
You know?
And he's also setting it up so that if the hammer is coming down, he's going down and not her, which I think is really, really important to their relationship.
Yeah. 100%.
I like the subtle nods, like just seeing how the scenery. You could see the building of the hospital there. And they have it obviously in like the alien Arabesh like language, but there's like that kind of like a plus sign that is like the hospital like sign, but it's not.
What are you talking about on the screen?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and it just was enough to like look alien, but still like okay, that's a hospital. Like the small detail.
We'll
type
get there, but
stuff.
yeah, it's great,
Yeah.
great world building as well. Everything with the hospital.
The hospital looks
is
great.
Done very well.
Lonnie and Luthen are basically just in outright public at this point, talking on a bench, which is a little different than how they've always met before.
Yeah, not below deck.
But I think
But
that's
Lonnie's in a
purposely,
state of
yeah.
Lonnie is in a state of panic. His cover he believes is
blown. Yeah.
it's fully like it's like like you need to get me and my family out of here. I did everything you told me to. Luthen is still like trying to get information out of him. He's like, what do you mean? What's going on?
Mm-hmm.
And Lonnie just keeps talking about like you need to get me out of here. We need safety.
Right. They're negotiating basically.
They're basically negotiating for information. We know Luthen already has an end game planned for Lonnie, which I think a lot of people will see a long ways away. Because at this point, we know who Luthen is.
Mm-hmm.
The ending that's coming up here is not really a shocker.
Fair enough.
Although I was blown away by just how well it was, like how the restraint of just.
Well, we don't actually see it, right?
You don't see it. We just see a man walking his dog, and the dog runs up to Lonnie. We see
What kind of a dog was it?
It was like a porg dog. I don't know what it was. It was like a dog. It was like an alien dog.
It's a tuku.
But but the point is the camera pans up and it's
right.
It's poor Lonnie with a shot in his heart.
Yeah.
And it's just it felt very like Scorsese sort of in a weird way, like mob stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and it was all like you could tell by all intents for everyone involved. This is how it had to kind of go down. Like I think Lonnie almost talks him into it.
But Lonnie drops the biggest information bomb ever on Luthen, and he's like, "Look, I was in Deidre's filing system.
I have her codes.
I was on there for 2 hours yesterday. I think I know everything, and they are gonna find out. Like they probably already know. Like they're coming. You know, they are building, and he just drops everything. They're building a massive super weapon." The Gorman thing was all a ruse.
I think it even says it's called Death Star. Or is it not until Dedra?
No, they don't.
So. I don't think so.
We don't hear Death Star until the Dedra scene. In fact, they don't even know it's a. They don't know. Nobody in the show knows it's a world ender.
Right.
They just know super weapons.
Until Rogue One.
This is where it's a little awkward because they can't reveal too much because it's not actually revealed until Rogue One.
That it's a world ender.
Yeah. The planet. I think they call it a planet killer. But so that's a little unfortunate. I think it feels a little awkward. They can't.
It's interesting seeing him like try to compose this information while simultaneously being worried for his family. One thing is. Do you think it's weird that we never got to meet his family? We just know he has a family.
No, I don't need to see his family.
We just know he's a family man.
They're
He cares. He
weird-looking
cares
kids.
about them.
Like looking at Lonnie, they're gonna be weird looking
I
kids.
think it's. I mean, if you had a full season for this arc, 12 episodes, then sure. But
Maybe you
Well,
got a barbecue scene with Luthen
I was
and them
thinking.
hanging
I
out by
was
the
just
pool.
thinking about like, would his death be more impactful if we knew
It's
his
still
family?
pretty impactful.
It is,
I don't
but
think it
no.
becomes more.
I'm not saying it's not impactful. I'm saying would it be better?
it'd be more emotional for sure.
I
to
would
see
think so if we saw his kids
impact
and
the
all
kids
that,
and
like-
stuff. Yeah.
What do you mean?
Everyone,
He has,
lots of people have kids.
he has no heart.
I'm not arguing it's not impactful. I'm arguing it would be better.
Tons of people have kids and they die every day.
Wow.
I mean, walk down the street. Like everyone you come across, like 9 out of 10 people have
I'm
kids.
not sure about.
Okay.
I'm not sure it's that high. But,
I'm just saying, like in a narrative
Yeah, I
work, it
mean-
would make with how much
It-
with how important Lonnie
it'd
is.
be
it
more.
seems
It'd be
that-
more emotionally powerful for the scene.
Yeah,
Sure.
that was my only sort of
Yeah.
like thing. I was like, it would have been neat if we sort of knew his family and like what role they played in his life.
Do you want to see all the Alderaan people's kids?
My point is, Lonnie is a main, like he's not a main character, but he's a big enough character that it would be viable. I would say. You don't think?
Do you want to see Chirrut's kids? Bodhi's kids?
Who?
Saul's kids?
Rogue One character.
Does Saul have kids?
I don't know. Does he?
Does he have a significant other? I don't.
Oh, I
think
don't
He
so.
had
know.
a sister that died in the Clone Wars arc.
I think Saul's kind of a loner. But
So basically,
He likes it. His
Luthen-
drug is his sister. That
Luthen
jet
knows
fuel.
that the hammer is now down. He gives Lonnie his final farewells, and in a weird way, maybe he actually solidified Lonnie's family's future by killing him here.
I mean,
Might be
it's-
absolving him from any sort of. I don't
it
know.
actually protects them probably more.
That-
There's no way he was going to get them to Yavin.
Well, I was gonna say that might have been an argument for his family. Like
Yeah.
you're gonna make sure you save my family. He's like, oh yeah, don't worry. By killing you.
I mean, obviously, Luthen himself doesn't even escape the planet. How is he going to get Lonnie off planet?
Yeah. It's interesting at the idea that Lonnie was naive enough to think that this was like viable,
I mean, at the
And
point
how he
you're
didn't-
burned, yeah.
and he didn't see like it's almost like he forgot who he was dealing with. Like you think he knew
Yeah,
Luthen well enough. Like,
Yeah.
maybe you should have had to have some kind of exit strategy in place.
If
before-
you're like, if you're a spy burned on Coruscant, you have to get yourself out of there. You can't rely on someone else getting you out of there.
There is a great little as he's walking away. There's a couple cool Dutch angle shots. Anybody who doesn't know, a Dutch angle is where the camera's
Dutch oven.
Dutch angle's quietly tilted a bit, just to purvey that like uneasiness or tension or whatever. So it's a nice little like thing because the hammer is coming down. Luthen realizes it, gets Clea out of there, and he immediately starts pouring some sort of like molten goo
Viscous goo.
over his thing.
Looks like mercury.
It's like some
Yeah.
sort of mercury. He's just pouring it over all of his systems that has like all the information, his contacts,
He's
and
doing the burn.
all that stuff. And then the doorbell rings. Ding dong. And
It's Chinese food.
he should have been like, "Oh, good, Papa John's is here."
Yeah. And Papa Palpatine's
And
here.
he opens up the door like with the cash out, like he's about to,
Yeah,
like with
yeah.
the tip. He's like, "All right, so it's $2.25 for tip." And it's Dedra.
And then Dedra walks up.
How many small like mom and pop pizza shops do you think named themselves like Papa Palpatine?
Papa, call for Papa Palpatine. This is interesting because Dedra and him now have some of the best dialogue in the show.
Yeah, it's very
Yeah.
good. Yeah.
And they are both Dedra thinks she just caught Luthen with his pants down. Like this mofo is dead to rights right now. He doesn't even know I'm coming.
Right,
Little
right.
does she know, all the equipment is being self-destroyed by that molten goo in the back shop. They start small talking about the stuff in his shop, the little antiquities, the little stuff in the museum. She asks if everything here is real, and he says, "Well, there's 2 items in the shop that have questionable provenance," which is a great line.
The Nautilus knife.
And then he asks her to guess which ones. And she's just walking around, and then he displays a dagger, and he's like, "Look, there's only 3 of them here."
Yeah.
And then she's like, "Is it real?" I was like, "We'll find out." It's another nice little like, "Oh, okay." And she reveals pretty quickly, like, "Yeah, I'm here for you. I've got this thing. I got the thing from season 1.
I got you.
The callback.
I got the black box."
Yep.
And then they share, and then she calls him a disease. He's like, "You're spreading," which is a callback to Partagas's season 1 speech about how the ISB is there to treat disease. It is a health. We are healthcare. We are here to treat viruses. We
Also comes
we
up.
keep them from spreading.
Yeah.
And she also makes a lot of weird sort of statements about who he is as a person, which I actually was, I don't know about you guys, but I was translating this as her projecting like some of
Yeah.
her own issues onto him. Like the way she's setting
sure.
him, and I'm like, is she like sort of self-aware that she's like becoming a piece of shit, and she's just calling Luthen out for these things?
Probably not. But
Well, I think it's projection in the sense of a psychological aspect of it. Like, she's projecting what she's known as propaganda about. Like, if you're shown that, like, all X group is scum, you're going to call them scum and everything. Like, you know what I mean? That kind of thing. Look at all the propaganda both Americans and Germans did during World War II. And,
Right. Well,
you know what I mean? So that way, you're not going to fight your evil enemy if you think they're not evil enemy. So you have to like propagandize them, and then you make your populace believe that.
mhm.
She's going off of that for the most part. I mean, she also, to her, he is the embodiment of what she's been trying to catch. Like, Cassian
Right.
was Cyril's
Right.
white whale.
Right.
Luthen is her white whale.
Yeah, she chased him for literal years. I think 4 years.
Yeah.
At that
They're-
Literally, the
point.
show.
It's sort of
start time,
interesting.
yeah.
It's sort of interesting how there's two separate white whale obsession stories
Yeah.
going
Yeah.
on to different
Yeah.
degrees. There is the after Dedra hands back the dagger, and she calls him out for being what do they refer to him as? Axis.
Yeah,
You
they've
are
been-
Axis.
Yeah.
That's when she sort of looks over to the side and notices that the smoke and black smoke is coming from the back,
Yeah.
and she draws her pistol and starts screaming, "What have you done? Hands up!"
Yeah.
And then she
but-
threatens to stun.
But he's turned his back to her.
He's turned his back,
Yeah.
and then we just hear like a grunting noise. Lo and behold, Luthen has now seppuku'd himself.
The old Harry Carey.
Which this is, I think this is worth discussing. Luthen is obviously so dedicated to this cause that he's willing to unalive himself. Why didn't he do so in a more permanent way, like immediate way, than this stomach stabbing?
Well, because you need the next episode to happen.
Well, that's not good then. That's not, if that's why it happened, that's not good. I was thinking about that. I'm like, why didn't he just like throw it himself or wrist himself or I don't
He
know.
also probably was under the pure assumption she would be able to save him at that point. Like, he was assuming
I
it was
think
going to
it
be
Could be, but
fatal
like a
death.
stomach wound seems very more nebulous. Of like maybe he could survive it.
I mean,
it's- we don't see exactly how he does
Do
it.
you
We know he
think
goes in his
even
center.
under the worst circumstances, even under the assumption that you're going to be tortured, do you think you have the will, ability, and
Well-
wherewithal to stab yourself
Well,
in
no,
the throat?
I was going to say that is Luthen's test.
right.
It's a test that he created for himself, and this is another sort of ending to a character that is already like he said it himself. He's planning to give it all for a
Yeah.
sunrise he'll never see. For the dawn of I can't remember the entire speech, but you get the point. He was like he said he when he told Lonnie that it's one of those motherfucker. Do you have the gall to?
Right.
Do you have the balls to actually do it? It turns out he does.
I
He
mean,
believes in it.
Yeah.
I just don't get why like somebody as pragmatic and careful as Luthen would not go for an
I think I'm
auto.
I think I'm okay with him.
I'm okay with it. I'm just saying
assuming that it would have worked.
I'm
Yeah.
just saying that the will to actually stab yourself in the throat is that's a hard. Like,
I mean, then to stab yourself in the gut.
I'm not sure there's a huge differential there.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that a
what
difference.
level of suicidal depression have you ever faced?
Well, stabbing yourself in the gut. He wants to die. That's the whole point.
Right.
Right.
He's
This is also mind over matter. This is also brain over physiology. The physiology knows not to stab yourself in the throat.
well, yeah, you're fighting. I mean, the idea is you are going to be fighting against the will of Luthen to begin with.
If
but,
you also know,
but if you've got the ability to stab yourself in seppuku, I would think the throat thing wouldn't be that much different.
I still am not 100% sure it's a guarantee. Like, I don't. It's
You
also.
guys seen Shogun? There's a lot.
It's
I've not.
wonderful.
There's a lot of it in that.
That's
a
there's
whole lot of that.
That's a great show.
I think the other thing
Making-
too is
making a
if he
season two.
brings the
I
blade.
love it.
Another thing too is if he does bring the blade up to the throat,
That-
there's
yeah,
a
maybe.
neck is a narrow like if you're
I think-
Dedra looking at him this way, the neck is a narrow
I think
blockage point. The
maybe-
body is a much thicker body point to block. So him stabbing himself here is easier to hide than him stabbing himself
Right.
here.
She may have seen him.
Okay.
She may have reacted, but what?
I
he
mean,
killed him
it
like
is.
that.
I mean, we're nitpicking something where, like, here's the thing: put yourself in the shoes. How much thought time do you have?
Well, in this,
It's
so
easier to
I can
nitpick
see-
something when
I
we
can-
have.
I could see a better nitpick might be he should have had like a gun on him or something.
I will follow
Or
this up
something
with
like that.
I
why
think there's
doesn't
more issues with what Dedra does as far as if you want to nitpick character actions and thought process than what Luthen does.
well, Dedra's actions are justified. She's
Well-
not a perfect character. Her going in there and botching the whole operation
Yeah.
is part of her.
But I mean, if
Her
she could have
arc.
stunned him right away, as soon as he turned
Well,
his
yeah,
back
she,
to her,
well,
she
she
should
should have gone in there with troops
Well, that's
instead of
no, well. I mean,
bantering.
I'm just saying, even in that like.
But what I'm
window
saying is
we're talking
somebody
about.
that's established, like from Luthen's character, who's established to being this very, very thoughtful, like he's thought of all the angles ahead of time.
Yeah.
It just seems weird that he wouldn't be willing to end it immediately when it's no. And I love the rest of the episode. I wouldn't want to trade that for anything. but
Right.
I was just thinking of like, is there a more clever way for writing that we just don't have Luthen do that? Like, is there a reason why
We
he
do
can't?
have the stun not work right.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe you could do like he goes into the throat, but he stuns
He
him in
just
time
makes
that he
it
doesn't
just-
get. Yeah, he doesn't get the.
Yeah, you could,
I don't know.
You could have done that. But
Just
but
that was one of the big
well-
things. But like this is the same deal. Like, why does he have this like slow burning acid to destroy everything when he should just have a thing that blows everything up or self-immolate?
An explosion isn't perfect.
Put a charge on it.
But neither was that acid he was using because they
Yeah,
they
I mean,
salvaged a lot
nothing's
of it.
perfect. At least the acid, he's in a perfect. I'm assuming he thinks of the acid as he's in. Like, he doesn't know the doorbell is going to ring when he pours.
No,
it.
he doesn't. He thinks he's got some time still.
So he's pouring the thing that he knows is a guaranteed 100% destruction,
Right, it'd be more, yeah.
rather than blowing it up, which is not 100% guaranteed destruction. And he can't be there to witness it actually happen. Then,
Mm-hmm.
like if he blows it up, he can't be standing right there at
right.
the
It's
scene.
a more controlled destruction.
Yeah.
You could
So
make that
because he's
argument.
assuming he has at least maybe a 2-hour window.
I get
whatever.
that he does. At that point, he doesn't want to make a spectacle of it.
Yeah,
But wouldn't
that's
he?
true, too.
Wouldn't he have something set up as like a Hail Mary?
I mean, I could see him
know,
maybe having like a
plan,
death,
like a plan B.
like
yeah.
like
a
if
death.
the ISB shows up at your doorstep unannounced,
press this
you-
button. Yeah.
you don't want. Oh no, I don't have time to get my
the
slow acting
old
acid.
under the
you know,
yeah.
you know what I mean? Like you're
That's-
right. Maybe an explosion wouldn't be 100%.
It'd be
but
a backup.
In an immediately like I hit a button and
Just
Yeah.
like any look
That's
at you go to any
I think-
retail place like a
think-
like a 7-Eleven,
Or-
they have
I
a
think
please
that's a
call
fair-
button.
I think that's a fair
or
criticism. yeah.
even the idea, like I said on the ride over here. Why doesn't he have a camera that shows who's
Yeah.
coming in the front door?
his front door.
Like,
I
oh,
mean-
is that the ISB? I'm just gonna pretend I'm not home.
In all honesty, well, in the same vein that
They're
like,
still coming in, but
in the same
There
vein,
probably should be a camera.
this
That
is
should-
where like sometimes Star Wars, like I was talking about earlier, like the Senate scene of like Mothma leaving, like Clea getting into the hospital. There feels like there should probably be
Yeah.
in the future like easier ways to stop all this from happening. Like
Mhm.
troopers could have been right there
Right.
at her Senate pod waiting for her. There's no way
Right.
Cassian should be able to kill 2 people on their escape. Like Clea shouldn't be like Clea does a great job of getting into the hospital and all, but at the same time, I don't fully buy that she should have been able to get access to his room. Like there should have been like 40 people outside his room, right? Like,
well, there were until she
Well,
created her
yeah,
diversion
right.
explosion.
even still, like
a bunch of them
why
ran
wouldn't
off.
you like be like, yeah, that's a bomb over there. I'm not pulling people away from the like. Wouldn't you use a bomb to divert me? Like, you know what I mean?
No, it is with standard, but she did kill a lot of people to get into them.
She killed a few people.
I'll go about halfway with you. It does feel like
Yeah.
it was a tad easier, but she did have a lot of opposition getting in
No,
there.
yeah.
She ran into a lot of issues that she had to solve, which is partly why I loved Clea in this episode.
No,
I thought
I'm
she's
not, like,
fantastic.
I'm not, and like this is where like my nitpicking isn't
Yeah,
like
she-
an
she-
actual attack on the show, because this is nitpicking where like if we're just really want to nitpick, we can do it. None of this episode I have really a qualm with. I really, at the end of the day, this episode is about as perfect of an episode of a show I could hope for. I wouldn't really change anything. But at the same time, like we could nitpick it
We're
to
talking about 10 or
Hmm.
11.
the episode 10.
I don't know, like, you know, it's like the whole like, it's hard to say that the dagger to the neck thing isn't. I think it's a bit more than a nitpick because that changes the scope of everything. If he falls through with it.
I mean,
You know what I mean? I love this whole bit, absolutely. But the fact that he like decided to do this like thing that maybe they can save me, so now Clea has to go on this whole like assassin adventure.
it's weird like I have this same vein sometimes when I'm watching stuff where I hate seeing luck and circumstance happen in shows because I feel like, oh, how lucky that one thing happened for you. But like luck and happenstance does happen in real life.
But that's not luck or happenstance.
No, I know. No, this is just what I'm getting at though. So what I'm getting at is in real life, look at your own life in retrospect. When you look back on your own life, you can pinpoint, and we as humans do this a lot greatly in hindsight.
Sure,
you pinpoint like, oh, I said the wrong word in this argument, or I did the wrong thing at this moment.
Usually it's in the shower, and I scream myself to sleep.
Right. We don't always do the absolute perfect thing at the absolute perfect time.
Oh yeah.
Speak for yourself, man.
Right? I mean, I know.
Oh, I get it.
Praise
Not everyone is perfect. And I would say, that's why I would say it fits Dedra's character how she botches it.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's great character stuff for her.
I think in fiction, sometimes we have this thought of like, well, character X is character X. He's always character X. Character X never does this, never does that. We're like, in our own life, we are pretty much always character X, but we occasionally blip down to out of our range of things.
Mm-hmm.
In the heat of the moment, who knows what we would like if I'm on a subway and a dude just starts going ham with like a machine gun, I don't know how I legitimately don't know how I would react. Would I like hide behind a pregnant woman? Who knows? Like, I'd like to think I wouldn't. I'd like to think I would defend.
Everyone thinks they're Rambo in that situation.
Right, like that's what we all think, and we all like to think. But like in that moment, like I'm probably ducking for cover. You know,
I think
like
most people probably would.
Right. But so like I don't know if I fully think like him going for the neck versus him going for the.
I think Drew raises a good point about
It's
you.
a good point,
You think Luthen would have from years ago. He would have some kind of. All right, this is my plan for if I get busted. This is what I would do. And you would think there'd be some kind of.
I think there's. I don't think maybe.
I think that's a fair critique.
I don't think the attack on himself is the issue. I think more.
Agreed.
He doesn't have more self-defense to his antique shop.
Yeah, a camera or something.
Right, like a single Amazon Ring cam would be sufficient.
The no camera thing doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah.
It's like, wouldn't he? Before opening the door to the doorbell.
Even a 7-Eleven has like cameras everywhere.
Right. Like, I mean, I would think even just Luthen himself as a paranoia guy.
Right. He's very paranoid.
Would want to know if Mon Mothma's showing up or Mon Mothma's assistant, because then he would know what tack to even take upon letting them into the building, like that kind of a thing.
So after Luthen is taken to the hospital, he is. It's Clea witnesses them taking Luthen, and then we also get a good little Partagas scene. I love my Partagas scenes; they're so good.
Just like saying his name at this point.
But he's basically informed about the very very. Basically,
a raid that's gone badly. I think it goes badly.
Basically, it's
Daedrin.
What's his name?
Logert?
No, the other commanding like ISB guy that's sort of. I don't think it's Hurt. Logert.
Yeah.
He basically is
the
like
bald guy.
He basically is like, oh, have you heard? You know, and he's like, yes, I already know about the botched raid. You know, by Deidre or whatever. You know, we're cleaning it up or whatever. And he's like, no, Jung's body's been found on the. And he's like. He just like looks legitimately like, what the fuck's going on right now?
Oh, this is too frong. Like,
you can just feel like his like, oh god, the Emperor is gonna kill the fuck out of me. Oh no, he's gonna turn his lightning on me.
I honestly don't think the ISB knows that he is a dark Sith though, but still.
I get the idea that not many people know he's a Sith.
Yeah,
but
he hid for decades from.
I think there's like 5 people that supposedly in canon that knows.
The Lord.
But essentially, the rest of the episode is just we're just cutting back and forth between Clea slowly infiltrating the hospital where Luthen is barely being kept alive. They basically say like the room and the medical equipment itself, he's almost comatose, like or vegetative state.
He is comatose, I would say.
They do seem to think that they can wake him up, though. At least Dedra is demanding
Right.
that they wake him up.
Yeah.
Even though the doctors seem confused, like, Dedra, that's not how it works. Like,
She even
he's
said,
like,
the line is, that room is the only thing keeping him alive.
Right.
you know, it'd be neat if they said like, oh, the dagger has some sort of like quality to it, like when you stab it, it like
Yeah, some kind of poison or
some
something.
sort of it's made of some
Poison,
sort of rock or
yeah, that would
stain or something.
solve that other problem you brought
Yeah,
up.
that
before.
would've been
if there was some kind of poison on it. Yeah, it would kill him.
But like,
quickly, yeah.
Dedra's basically screaming at the doctors that it's an ISB operation now. Get all these other patients out of here. We don't need them here. They're like
These are my patients.
The president of the hospital comes in and yells at the ISB.
I did like all those scenes.
Yeah,
I did enjoy
that felt very real.
And
Hurt
is basically like,
on
"Are you interfering with ISB? Because then we'll just have to have you arrested for."
That makes you like a.
We think you're a rebel spy, then.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Which is such an easy like. Yep, he's a rebel. Take him off. Off he goes down to El Salvador prison. You know what I mean? Like, that's the last. He's an MS-13.
I thought it was Narkina. Was it like Narkina 5 or something like that?
Yeah, that's the same thing. Yeah. It's
Um,
Alcatraz. It's a prison in water.
It's a museum.
so we have
It's a museum now.
we do have a number of Clea backflashes, which I'll just sort of go over here. The first one we see is a younger Luthen, maybe about 8 to 10 years younger. I don't know if we know exactly the timeline.
Do you
Is
maybe
this
Tim?
when he discovers her?
Yeah,
Yes.
we
I
discussed
think,
this.
it's got to be longer ago than that.
Is
I
it
would think.
guaranteed that he's an Imperial? Because we're not 100% sure of this. Like, it's heavily implied
Nothing in
that
that scene says Imperial, which is weird.
because no one's in
but-
stormtrooper uniform. His other soldiers are even kind of not.
Yeah.
They're not greatly dressed.
When I first saw it, I was thinking it must have been like Clone Wars time.
That's
but,
what I was
That's what
assuming.
my-
Like
my
the
first thought-
Confederacy
but that
type-
might be too long ago.
When I was watching the scene play out itself and he discovered, I was like, oh, he's gonna find young Clea in there. My first thought was, oh, Clea's a Padawan that escaped. It's hiding from
Yeah.
Order 66 at the moment. And I'm like, oh man, that's how they're gonna tie in Star Wars into this non-Star Wars show. Turns out, no.
I'm glad they didn't do that.
They
for
didn't do
sure.
it at all. It's
Glad they
it's
did that for
literally
sure.
she's just a refugee hiding.
Or
to...
it could have been like, and like a lot of people were also ruminating on the idea that she was Andor's sister.
That's right. That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
That would be way too convenient for the plot.
I mean,
Well,
yeah, but it's Star Wars.
This is where we made. This is where we made.
This is Star Wars, but it's like
This is where we made
What's
disagree a
the
little
chance
bit,
that
but-
Luke meets
but
one and
there's
only
a-
other woman in the galaxy,
That's
and it's his
true.
sister?
Well, we don't know the context all about what this battle is, where it is, why it's there.
We're literally
and
given
we,
zero.
And we know that, well, I don't want
It's
to
a
get
genocide.
I don't want to get into the whole sister thing.
I don't
until-
think we know
maybe-
too much
maybe
about
later.
why, or who, or
Right.
what. We just know that the important stuff is in the scene is Luthen is apparently on the brink of mental collapse from
Yeah.
maybe the atrocities
Yes,
he's being
And
forced
that's
to commit.
the title of the episode, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Make it stop.
Mhm.
Make it stop. Make it
Right.
stop. He's sort of having a breakdown, and I think one of his
Drinking
own
from the old flasky
one
flask.
of his own
you know.
true, and we're kind of seeing this through Clea's POV because she's hiding in the drawer, and we see the shot through the
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
which, God, that's nice, right? Seeing like shots like that where it's like we're getting POV of you know what I mean?
You
Not
like
just-
seeing
not
young
just-
children witness the atrocities of
not
war?
just-
Is that what
no,
you're
just
telling
like
me?
the art of the film,
Not just shot, not just shot, reverse shot.
not just over the shoulder, back and forth,
in front
yeah.
of a green screen, people talking and walking.
sitting on the couch. Um,
Oh, hi, Mark.
and the one of his own soldiers like sort of comes and chastises him, like
Yeah.
sort of say like it's
Like,
it's-
Captain, what are you doing here?
But yeah, they refer to him as Captain, like he's like the person above him, but they're like, your radio's not even on. What are you doing? You know, and
Well, because I think this might not have been the first case. Like,
like
I
you-
mean,
like,
this-
they witnessed that there's something wrong with him.
Right.
Like,
I mean, no one just has that one break usually. It's like a series of breaks. Like, like
Yeah, we don't know, and we
Like-
don't really need to know.
it's not really important. To
If
Right.
we had a full season, we probably would have seen a lot more. But it works.
Could have been.
It works. It works the way it works the way it is.
yeah, even in my notes here, I wrote in parentheses Order 66 question mark next to Luthen discovers Clea because at that point I didn't know.
Yeah.
Like,
It's plausible.
I don't think
it's like
it's
how
plausible
old.
at this
Yeah,
point.
you have to figure out how old is Clea in this episode as
Clea
an
look-
adult.
the
and they
kid
work-
Clea looks like she's maybe 6, 7, 8.
Right. How old is she as an adult? That we
As an
have?
adult,
Maybe
to be like she's also like she looks a nebulous age.
And-
Like, she
and
looks
even
like
though-
she could be
Well, speaking of tropes, even though this is tropey, I kind of like it. Just the Clea infiltrates hospital. She goes into the locker room. She has a little device. She steals a nurse outfit. She grabs random alien old patient.
Yeah.
starts wheeling around, and the alien's like,
Right.
and then she just goes, "What?"
To me,
I was like,
yeah,
I did
why-
like that they also showed that she tried one, it was empty, so she tried another one.
Yeah.
So it's not,
to me,
you know.
to me that worked.
We're seeing that. We're just seeing
Yeah.
like,
To me
what it
that-
goes
to me
into.
that worked,
It's the equivalent of Luke and Han getting the Stormtrooper uniform in A New Hope.
give us a hand with this.
We get
Yeah,
we get
I
a
mean-
we get a flashback of
I think the thing was her size, I guess.
Luth
yeah.
Luth and Clay are in some sort of, well, they're bartering. They're sort of bartering for antiquities to get better money from
Yeah.
random,
Okay.
know.
So in the flashbacks.
and they use basically what is that called? It's sort of like a style of grift where all of a sudden she pretends to
Good
be
cop, bad cop.
she's
kind of
like the
thing.
daughter,
Yeah.
and she's like, no, we won't sell it, and they end up getting a little extra money than they thought they would for it. And as they leave, she's like, "Am I your daughter now? Is that the bit?" And he says, "When it's useful,"
Yeah.
which is
Shows his practicality and stuff.
I would
pragmatism. Yeah.
but I would also argue that he's still like, I think he does see her as a daughter,
To a degree, maybe.
He's definitely protective of her.
which
yeah.
for sure.
It's
follows his
lone
whole
wolf
"I
and
lie"
cub.
bit. Get used to it.
Is this a better? Is this a few flashbacks we got of Luthen and Clea a better wolf and cub story than Mando and Grogu?
Oh my god, yeah! In like 10 minutes, they told a better wolf and cub story. Because I mean, I don't know about y'all, but I get the vibe that like that future he was trying to fucking make is for Clea.
Yeah, and
Sure.
Like,
for the universe, it's Clea.
and
in
most
it.
of what I'm going off of is from this episode.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, fuck your Mando and your Grogu wolf and cub
But
story.
he was a foundling, and he was a foundling, so there's a connection between them, Drew. Come on, you must have missed that. You watched?
it's also weird
Oh,
having.
so Luthen is a Mando. Shopped. Sent.
Then there's another flashback where they're seeing children and men being executed by stormtroopers, and it's sort of a deal where they don't know who's like the thief, so they're just killing everybody. They're doing the
And he even tells her not to watch.
don't watch. She decides to watch anyway, and he's like, "I'm going," and he just leaves.
Yeah.
This sort of reminded me of House of the Dragon when they have all the rat catchers just murdered.
Okay.
And it's like, remember, it's an outrage.
Immediately when I saw that scene too, the dress of them reminded me of Essos.
Oh yeah.
When Daenerys is like still in Essos and does stuff with like the slavers and Slaver Bay and stuff.
Yeah.
They had that like garment and stuff, and I got that kind of a vibe. Right
Yeah,
out the
it
gate.
felt like a one of those city states
Yeah.
from Game of Thrones. Yeah, I can definitely see that. And we just from almost facial acting here with Clea, we just sort of get everything she's seeing from watching the Empire just publicly execute just a group of people for virtually no reason. And then the final flashback is, which you guys just told me, is apparently Naboo. They're at a.
I assumed it was when I watched it, but you confirmed it.
They're at a lovely little cafe. It looks like a very rich, culturally, like a nice European.
Overlooking the Sheev Palpatine Senatorial Bridge.
The Senatorial Bridge. Is that what it was called?
I have no idea.
The Sheev
My
Palpatine.
favorite part is just that his name is Sheev, and that's legitimate canon.
Oh yeah,
is that he's Sheev Palpatine.
as Ethap would call him, Creamy Sheev. Creamy Sheev.
It took how many decades for them to get a name for him?
No,
and that's what they come up with. Like, I mean, it's, yeah, it's like Steve, but it's sci-fi.
I know, because Palpatine is such a cool name.
Yeah.
And Sheev sucks.
Isn't it weird that Palpatine is kind of a cool name? Maybe it's just because we.
Well, it's weird.
known him for so long.
Before
we're a
the
little biased, I think.
before the prequels existed, when he was like Emperor Palpatine, you're like, that name sounds like royalty.
Like pulpy and like when you get
like orange juice. What?
like right.
He sounds like OJ.
Are you a fan of the pulpy orange juice or like the smooth?
I'm a no pulp.
I'm a no pulp.
I'm a no pulp guy.
Well, the importance of the bridge
Don't
scene,
gloss
though.
over this. You got to answer it.
The importance of the bridge scene is
I'm not gonna let it go.
he sort of
I'm not gonna let it go.
lets Clea
You're not
blow
gonna
up the
answer.
bridge, but then he takes it
He
from her.
offers it to her, then he pulls it back.
He doesn't want her to commit that atrocity.
Which is,
He will.
But-
He's willing to
but-
do the
but-
stuff so she doesn't have
But
to.
then why offer it to her?
Because he's trying to set a point.
Well, I mean,
Maybe.
do you,
Maybe.
did you think you would have been off put if she just said, okay, just
Yeah.
couple of people like, ooh.
I
What
think
do
he
you
would have
think?
realized she is what she is, which is a cold-blooded,
Right.
She's more I think she's in a way more pragmatic than Luthen
Even
himself.
he is,
Like,
yeah.
That's the way it's
she's
portrayed.
she's more problem solving like for the
Yeah.
at the moment.
More-
He does
more
have a little
more
bit of a
object-
heart yet to him in the sense of...
more objective, maybe.
This is the
'cause
character.
he has, like, pet projects.
Do you remember that woman with Boba Fett
What?
in the Boba Fett show?
The assassin?
Yeah. Whatever.
Fennec Shan.
That's
Yeah.
what. That's what we should. That needs to be Clea. Clea.
You want Clay to be Fennec Shand?
I want Clea. I want Fennec Shan to be better. Is what I'm saying.
I mean, she was kind of the brains of the two of them.
Generic
Been on there,
assassin.
but-
Well, she's like awesome
Yeah.
assassin lady that just wins no matter what.
I love, like, just not cutting out from you guys, but I love, like, opening scenes like this where they just, like, these people just willingly walk around like stormtrooper bodies, like they're just so non-existent because they're officers and stormtroopers are just people.
They're recruited men.
Yeah.
So that's basically the episode. We basically just get a lot of Luthen and Clea, but wouldn't trade it for the world. It's one of
You are letting off the final scene here, though.
one of my favorite episodes. The very final shot, of course, is I guess
You just
most
went straight from
important-
Naboo to... Oh, and that's the episode, everybody!
Clea is now facing the man that saved her and took her under his wing, and they've done great things together.
And she has to save.
And she
him.
has to cuckoo's nest him by pulling the plug. I don't like to see you this way, Luthen. Click.
Oh.
And
That was very powerful.
actually, very powerful acting. She's crying. It feels incredibly real.
And just the fact that they had like a 20-second slow fade to black, like that was like almost like a half-minute fade to black.
The very like quiet, slow. It's not just a fade. It's easy to do just a fade. This was a very very intentional fade.
Yeah.
The idea that, and maybe that was like sort of like his light just going out.
Yeah.
You know. And his ending is perfect. And like I said, it's he follows through with his promise to Lonnie in season 1.
And up until this, I also I really didn't look into actors and actresses and stuff too much. But apparently, this is like her first major.
I did hear that.
First acting role.
This is her first acting role ever
for Clea.
Yeah. And I mean,
she's very good.
Yeah, it's like phenomenal for like first role type of a thing. Like,
I'd like to see more of her. If all of a sudden it said like Tony Gilroy is going to make another series about Clea in later, I'd be like, sure.
Unfortunately, I think he said he's like totally done with Star Wars
for at least 10 years.
Yeah, I heard that he said he wants to do his own projects and he might revisit Star Wars in 10 to 12 years.
I mean, how old is he?
Right, I don't know enough about him, so I don't know. Yeah.
Well, does anyone have any more thoughts on this episode? Make it stop. It is the Luthen episode, which we were told there was going to be a Luthen episode.
We were talking about that coming for a while.
I would say there's
some people were adamant. No, I don't want anyone Luthen backstory. I think he's perfect the way it is. I don't care where he came from. I'm glad.
This was not.
I'm
glad
not
we got
the
top.
And this isn't like a full backstory.
Oh, definitely
it's
not.
Just a little.
I would have wanted a little bit more. And I'm sure. Again, if we had the full season, we probably would have had more. But yeah, I think it definitely adds to his character. And
there's 3 top episodes for me in the show. In the 24 episodes, the Gorman Massacre, the Ferrex Riot, and the hospital Luthen episode.
Oh, I was going to say the prison break stuff.
The prison arc is one of my favorites.
It's great as an arc, but there's not one episode.
That is multiple episodes, though.
Right. There's not just one episode in particular in that 3. That's a whole arc to me. That is just a great arc.
Snoke's speech resonates.
Right. I wrote and it does.
Andy
but
Serkis.
it's just as far as
okay.
but it's just as far as one episode goes, the 3 for me that would define the show is the Ferrex Riot, the Gorman Massacre, and that Luthen episode. And I want to say the Luthen episode might be the best of the 3. Maybe the Ferrex Riot, then second, and then the Gorman Massacre is the third, which I hate to say.
I think I might say.
I think the show.
I think I might say the Gorman one is. Might be
and you know what?
Might be my favorite. I don't know, but they're all.
I feel like they're almost all neck and neck.
I think
that, like a splitting hair.
I was gonna say I think the show is so good that even if let's say I don't necessarily agree, I would totally get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be like if I said hey, what's your favorite Lord of the Rings character? And you were like, oh yeah, I like Pippin. I would be like, oh okay, I get it. Yeah, Pippin's got some great moments. You know what I mean?
Well, there's only one right answer.
Mary.
Treebeard.
Well, Treebeard would be like, what? He's like, in a play.
Drew just drops the mic and is like, out of my house now,
my
you
favorite,
heathens.
my favorite character is that bartender from the Prancing Pony.
Wooher.
Wooher? Wait, Wooher quit his job at the cantina and
he
went to the Prancing Pony?
Prancing Pony.
Okay.
Your kind's not wanted
I
here.
want to see his backstory.
Yeah, why haven't we gotten the Ruger story yet?
Tim, do you want to lead us into a discussion of the next episode of Andor?
Sure. If you're,
No,
I
I refuse to.
All right, Ben, let's talk about episode 12.
Wait. Who else knows we're doing this? Oh wait, no, that's the name of the episode. Who else knows?
Oh, I see what you did there.
Of episode 11. So yeah, we start off immediately after the end of 10 with a shot of a dead stormtrooper on the floor of the hospital, and yeah, I think it's Hurt. The ISB guy in charge there. Is it? I think it's Heert.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hurt. Yeah. So he's checking him out, and then we get a confrontation between him also and the hospital director, where they have the little tiff about what it needs to clear everything out, and he's
My hospital.
yeah.
Clear out.
It's like, oh, so you we just talked. We just kind of covered that, and then we get a hard cut to an I don't know if you call it an interrogation scene. I remember watching it right now in real time, but this kind of amazing scene between Krennic and Dedra.
Yeah, this scene's great.
Where it's superbly done. We get a awesome Galen Erso reference, which I starred. I think Galen Erso is one of my favorite characters from Rogue One, even though he's not in it a lot.
Lars Mikkelsen, how can he not be?
Mads Mikkelsen.
I totally buy into his character and his relationship with his daughter,
The family
and
aspect,
and his motivations for doing what he did, and is how this whole plan was to protect his daughter, and him being a spy from the inside, still trying to. I thought that was all. So I really like his character a lot, but.
Well,
anyway.
should we talk about the Krennic scene a bit? Or...
Not to cut you off too, since it's up here, they just ended the Krennic scene, and we're now seeing like her use the surveillance. I just also wanted to say, like, I love the ISB in the field, like, costumes. It seems so British.
It's
like original, like
nice callback to the original trilogy.
Right,
yeah.
like it feels like this is like how I feel like if the British security police would come up to me, they'd be wearing like little coat, like tucked in things and stuff like that.
I like how Dedra is sort of in the dark for why she's being detained.
Yeah,
and she's just like
quite at first. Yeah.
And then when Krennic first walks in, that almost confuses her even more.
Yeah, so
she doesn't know somebody hacked her thing,
and she also doesn't realize that Krennic is the Death Star. Like at that point, because she does have the Death Star file, so she has read stuff.
Yeah, I'm not sure if she's connected it all the way to him or not. But the big context of the scene, of course, is that Krennic knows, and the higher ups know that her code cert was hacked, which we know was done by Lonnie, right? But she doesn't know that. So Krennic and the others are convinced 100% that that she's dirty, that she's a spy for the rebellion.
Mm-hmm.
So
is it not great that basically because she got added to a signal chat that she wasn't meant to be in? The rebellion got the Death Star plans.
And this
basically?
is the second time
exactly
Dedra's been choked by a man for briefly. He grabs her like by the neck at one point.
Yeah, he does by the face,
and then he puts his finger on her.
That was like one of the most
that's got to be the most dehumanizing thing.
I wonder if that was scripted or if that was improv. No, it's probably scripted.
But she looks so absurdly worried. Like she's like, "What is going on? Am I being just thrown under the bus? Like, what is this,
ma'am? You are.
You are no longer useful to us. Bye bye."
The fact that she accidentally got some random emails. And then was like, you know what? This might lead me to Axis. I'm going to read them, keep them. And that let Axis basically get a hold of them is such like a superb irony.
Right. We get this also really flesh out more that she realizes that she did make other mistakes leading up to this. She realizes that she admits that she should have, passed that reported more things up to the higher ups to who her superiors and what she was finding, what she was doing.
Let's say she doesn't botch the raid on Luthen's place. Is she still getting detained?
Probably not.
You don't think?
I think 100% she still would, because they still know that she got hacked, and so
I mean,
that
they're basically saying
stuff came from her.
It would be like a day or two later, and it would be out of the context of what we're getting it in. As shown in the
she's
show.
already being detained, and Clea hasn't even done anything yet to even spread the.
Right. I mean, Krennic is also Luthen-esque in the sense that he will take care of loose ends. Like,
Right.
Krennic will burn the bridge behind him as he crosses it.
Yes.
Right.
So, yeah, she will probably get detained, but it might not... Her detainment, if the actual capturing of Luthen went right, would probably not happen for, like, maybe a week later.
I think it would have still happened largely the same way.
It might happen, but, like, in a different context,
Because they still would have been furious that all this information got out from her code cert. Her stuff was basically
they
hacked.
would also then have to pinpoint Lonnie.
Still would have thought she was a spy, and as long as
what do they make of the dead Lonnie?
And as long as Lonnie is dead, then that probably looks it's even worse.
Lonnie's corpse though has got to be confusing them, right?
Yeah.
Like, they're just like, what's
who
going on
burned
here?
him then?
Who was he? This leak?
And then who killed him?
Did somebody put a hit out on him?
They probably would have assumed.
Dedra did that?
But she was at the moment trying to take down Axis.
Well, she could have ordered it.
Ordered it.
Yeah, but still,
But that's what I like about the scene is just how like Dedra's so in over her head at this point that she doesn't know what's going on.
Her fate's basically sealed right there. Yeah,
and she's learning firsthand sort of what she put Cyril through.
Yeah,
in an interesting way. Like she's being used the same way that she used Cyril.
She's just another piece in the machine.
Yeah. And it's a horrible, toxic machine that will literally just throw you to the wolves.
Right. The machine don't care about you one bit, that's for sure.
But
you are a cog that can be easily replaced.
Welcome to corporate America. I mean, the Empire.
All right, go on.
So
I just wanted to... I thought that scene needed a little attention.
Yeah. We went through most of the big details there. I think it ends with her... She's scrambling at this point, trying to say anything to get her out of trouble. And I think here she brings up the fact that she knows Luthen had an assistant, and says that she's the one that you need to go after next. I'm not sure if Krennic absorbs that or he believes her or whatever, but it says her trying to save her own skin there. So then cuts away to the ISB in the the video control security room in the hospital, talking to the techs there, trying to look at footage. I think they see a bunch of angles, get shots of Clea's face. So that her they're coming after her next, and they
assess that it's Luthen's assistant.
Yeah,
or at least wait. I'm sorry. Does Dedra do that?
Dedra says that in the previous scene. I don't know if Hurt makes the connection there.
I don't think
that it was.
I think Dedra's the only one that knows that Luthen had a female assistant.
But they know that, right? They know that it's that she's the one that did it, and then there's this discussion about did she have a team or did she act alone, or they realized that
they're under the impression that there's a team of people doing this, and it's just Clea.
It's just her. She'd find out those explosives herself, and she did it all. And then hard cut again to the safe house where we see Clea spending quite a bit of time trying to bust into a wall to get some communications equipment out, which I guess it's assumed that equipment is there just break glass in case of emergency type
yeah, and it's definitely like a low technology.
It is it's an old
it's like Morse code.
SOS thing.
Their version of Morse code, in the Star Wars universe. Yeah.
It reminded me of The Simpsons when they got stuck in the mountain cabin after the avalanche. And Mr. Burns sees oh, the telegraph, and he goes over and he's like SOS avalanche. And it goes to a museum and some guy under glass has it the other side.
Yep.
Yeah. So she gets that out, puts the jigsaw puzzle together, and sends out her little SOS emergency signal out that she was burned, and then where's the signal going? Well, hard cut again to Yavin 4, and I think we see
Willman.
Yeah, he ends up. I guess if he hears a beeping or something, or the little. Oh, no,
He breaks up a great dominoes game.
No, he comes in and he's talking to his girlfriend, right? I forget her name, and she's like, "What's under?" She's like, "What's under the bed?" or "What's under?"
Yeah.
Or something, and then they find the phone, and then he's like, "Oh, when did this happen?" Blah blah blah, and he's like freaking out, and she still wants answers what this thing is, and she's like, "When did this happen? How long ago?" And then, so obviously he knows what's going on, but she still has no idea, and then they barge into this little like gaming scene, which is kind of cute. I know, with Cassian, K2SO, and Melshi, who is another rebel we see in Rogue One.
Yeah,
and in the Nankina arc, he's the one that escapes with Andor from the prison.
Yeah,
they share some words on the beach, right?
Prison buddies. Yeah.
Prison buddies. I don't know if that's the term we want to use, because prison buddies that has a connotation to it.
Get your mind out of the gutter.
You know what? I both am glad and upset that we never know the fate of Andy Serkis,
i.e., Snoke.
I think the idea is he died.
I think it's pretty clear that he's gone.
He's gone, but I was like, part of me was like, it'd be nice if we saw that he somehow learned how to swim.
He learned to doggy paddle at least.
Well, that's what Andor should have said. Just doggy paddle. It's only a mile and a half in the water.
Someone could at least help him along the way, right?
Yeah. Well, in the water?
Like pull him, drag him.
I don't know about that, but.
So do you guys like the scene of Cassian and Melshi and K2SO playing some like dominoes, some kind of dominoes gambling game?
I think after the last episode, having a little bit of levity here was sort of okay and fun.
Yeah, I liked it.
And K2SO is the only way to really get good levity from some of these characters.
Right. Cassian's a boozer.
Again, it's a little bit of a trope in Star Wars, right? Use the droid for.
Oh, so
the
droid is always the comic.
So what? Like the guy goes all in against the droid, and he's just like, "Wait,
you've never done this.
You never did this before."
800 in some games, you've never ever done this way.
Yeah, and it's funny is the droid is calculating all of his moves, and he's like, "You just did something illogical. Like, what are you doing?"
Which is like what Big Blue or whatever the chess robot would do.
Yeah. But no, I like it. I rewatched Rogue One. I thought I remembered a scene where he bluffs people, and I was like, K2SO, and it sort of happened. Like, there's a scene where he's trying to bluff his way with some stormtroopers at the end, but he gets outed immediately. He goes, whatever, and he just kills them. And in my brain, though, I was like, wait, there's a scene where he bluffs people successfully,
nice nod to
and
it,
I thought that
this
scene was like, oh, he learns how to bluff those soldiers.
Yeah, I'm okay.
But it's not really.
I think I'd rather have a universe where the droids don't really know what bluffing is, or don't really.
What about a droid that can be taught bluffing?
I think in Star Wars we're just too far beyond that.
What if the way droids work in droids work is the longer they go without a memory wipe, they become more sentient.
That's it. That was always kind of my understanding.
And so, basically, if you have a droid, you have to memory wipe him every week. Otherwise, he gains humanity.
3PO is pretty much a neurotic mess, though, and he was memory wiped.
Yeah, his personality. His personality doesn't really change.
Yeah, so that would go against
from
that.
episode 1 to.
So
I just imagine like a moisture farm, like a Lars moisture farm. We're like, honey, did you make sure the droids don't gain humanity? Did you make sure you wiped them from the last week?
Like you gotta do it once a week.
Yeah, you have to do it. Otherwise, they start feeling.
Turn your laptop off so it can reboot.
Yeah, it's weird. Like the droids, they function, but then the longer they're in reality, they start like learning things.
Yeah.
But there's a button that you can just erase.
Becoming self-aware.
Well, isn't that part of Westworld with the Hanzi?
Dead on. That's
we're getting close to some themes from the Solo movie too that I'd rather not revisit.
Oh, that's true too. Oh yeah, let's get okay.
Let's get away from. Oh god, it's getting too real now. It's getting too real.
The fembot.
Oh god.
She's very elite.
Oh god, it's getting too real.
So where was I? Oh yeah, so they're playing the game, and then Will interrupts them with the radio and tells them, the sitch, what's going
The
down.
sitch. Look
Yeah,
at you
yeah.
being like a young
So-
lad in
Sitcher.
high school.
Yeah. So then
So
hard.
obvi.
So then let's see. Hard cut again. Back to Coruscant. There's another high level Imperial meeting between Krennic and Hurt and Partagas.
Another great scene.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's anyone else in that room or not. There may have been, but the context of that scene is that they'll have the footage of Clea, right? And
Mhm.
video, and
There's actually a few things I want to bring up about the scene, but I'll let you.
and they to make a big deal about how we need to get this out and expend all your resources to find her. And this is the infectious disease
Yes.
scene, right?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah. So how do we? Is there a warrant for her? Right?
Wonderful dialogue.
Right. How do we? What did she do? How do we?
And Partagas sort of face palms and just it seems like he comes up with it like quickly, and just he blurts it out and he sort of eye rolls, and then Mendelsohn just goes, "There, go, run with it," and then Hurt just runs away. He's like, "Oh, rebel,"
yeah.
Just throwing back again to the opening scene with Partagas, in which we realized was episode 4 of season 1. I thought he was in it way earlier.
We were just looking this up
But
before you got
the
here.
fourth
Tim,
episode
yeah.
of season 1 is where he's introduced, and the first thing he does is go on a speech where he's asking everybody, "What are we here?" And Dedra speaks up and just basically quotes the book, the verbatim whatever the
handbook.
whatever the handbook says the ISB is what their function is, and he's like, "Correct, but no, we are healthcare. We are here to treat disease. We are here to keep it from spreading. That's what we do." He's such a good actor. He's such a just
awesome.
God. He's so awesome. The fact that they're actually using this as a story to get Clea has got so many other like the fact that he's using that is sort of interesting. Clea isn't actually literal. She's literally diseased.
As a disease, yeah.
But
Yeah,
she
that
is
makes
she's
sense.
diseased metaphorically because she can't get away with the information she has because she will spread.
Yeah. It's a perfect metaphor. Yeah. It makes sense for someone whose job is to stop intelligence from getting out or control information, basically.
Yes.
Yeah. That's the metaphor.
I love that callback. Like it's the writers remembered what they did. They're actually like using it. What did we do with Partagas? Oh,
So it's like poetry. It rhymes.
it rhymes, but it rhymes in a good way, not a bad
I
way.
like when it rhymes in a good way.
No, yeah.
And of course, this story will come back to haunt him in a fun little way. I like Krennic also basically telling him that like I can't protect you, Rio, which might be the first time we heard his first name.
I think Leo.
Rio, right?
Oh.
Or is it Leo?
I missed
L-I-O
that.
or
I think it's
R-I-O?
Lio.
Leo? Okay.
Yeah. I
Um,
think I could be wrong.
And then Partagas just sort of wishes both of them
A hearty
best
goodbye.
best luck to both of us, I guess,
Yeah.
right?
A Charles Dickens like goodbye.
Krennic seems a little bit more confident. Like Partagas almost seems to already see the writing on the wall.
Yeah.
I think he's getting to the point, and I also think he's getting to the point where he's just like,
How long can this house of cards stay up?
I think he realized like I think we're like doomed. Like at this point, we are. I don't know. This is. At some point I believed in this, but I don't buy that he believes in this anymore. Like it's just not gonna work. Whereas Krennic is delusional. Krennic is just like, oh yeah, don't worry, I got
that would
this.
have been a theme that would have maybe also panned out and been explored more if given like a full season for an arc rather than 3 episodes for an arc type of a thing.
Yeah, maybe. Like I wish we got more Partagas because
I would have loved to get more of your Partagas.
Yeah, he's a great character. All right, so finish with that scene. So they're Aspie's after trying to find Clea. Then we're cutting back to Yavin 4, and I think this is where we get a lot of this. I think it's sometimes maybe a little bit forced. At times, feeling forced drama, maybe tension. I guess forced tension between Cassian and all, and the rebels that he's buddy with, and the rest of the rebellion, General Draven and all everybody else.
Which I didn't remember him from Rogue One, but he's there.
He's there in Rogue. He's there.
He's
in
there,
Rogue One.
all right.
I don't think he's in any other. I think that's probably his first appearance. I don't think he's in.
He's not in A New Hope or nothing now.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like, where is he in A New Hope then? Like,
he's Commander Willard.
he turned into Commander Willard.
Yeah, I guess they wanted to come with a new person.
Yeah.
But there's this big tension about how, they got the signal in, and they're, wants to risk everything to go save. I guess what he thinks is to go save Luthen, right? And I think this is also the scene where he confronts, is it Draven and Mothma and Bale? Is that in front of all of them, or is that a different scene?
About just, you mean like we need to get this. This is an SOS. It's on like high priority.
Right, and they all think that it's too much of a risk, and and no one clearly trusts Luthen. They all think he's a
So I just want to touch on that. This also feels like another like sort of lost in translation bit where almost everyone on Yavin just hates Luthen. They don't trust him. They're like, and I don't remember. Like, I'm like, where did this come from? It's like, well, a year has passed, so I guess we're just supposed to take that the people working on Yavin just don't like the way Luthen runs business.
He runs too rogue, I guess. Does things,
But like, none of this exists without Luthen.
Right.
So it's hard for me to like wrap my head around like, why does everyone hate him?
Brings up. Yeah. You just have like Mon Mothma basically a little bit in Luthen's corner, I guess. But you would think that both Bale and her would have some more appreciation for at least him, because they're both on Coruscant. A lot of the time during that time that he was there.
I mean, he's risking a lot.
And I think there's another senator there too, actually, that I didn't recognize.
There's that one guy that's like the woman. Bearded. Well, there's
another woman that I didn't recognize.
There's the one woman that was in Rogue One. There's the one senator-looking guy that was also in Rogue One. Mm-hmm. There's Radis.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And then there's Bale and Mothma.
Old Radis.
I don't know the woman's name, and I don't know the other senator's name.
Yeah.
They don't have anything else to do other than they're in Rogue One and they're in this like one episode. Like they're not even in any other part of Andor either. So
couldn't we at least got a Dodonna reference?
They mentioned
they do mention.
I mean, sighting. I mean, they mention him, but again, it's like
Dodonna and Merrick will be landing soon.
They seem like a little bit. They seem a little bit afraid again to bring in these OT people, and I don't. I think that they're a little too scared about stuff like that.
Right.
Bale was just too important that they had to recast. So.
Yeah, but anyway, then of course Cassian will never. He gets placed under like house arrest or whatever, or will get placed under house arrest. But of course, they just go and basically steal shit.
They just are like, we're gonna leave anyway.
Yeah, which is another kind of a trope in Star Wars. Like, disobeying orders and just doing it. Anyway, I guess it's fine. They had to come up with some kind of flight plan because they don't want to get shot down as soon as they take off. They're very worried about the rebels shooting them down, which again I feel like they're adding a little bit more complexity to the story that I don't know they needed to put all that in there. But
as I'm staring at like K2SO, I just want to take a second to actually praise like the amount of like emotion they can do with his eyes to make him. I guess Ben's leaving. I'm leaving. See ya. 5 hours. K2SO, like they can do a lot with so little with him. Like he works as comic relief, but like the way they like it's like watching Wall-E, with the eyes. It's all about that.
Yeah, they do.
I think that's very intentional. They created that droid with those eyes specifically to make sure that like.
100%. Yeah, they want him to have a personality and at least, it gets back to the trope about droids and are they sentient, are they human, whatever. They're trying to dance on that line for sure. He wouldn't work as a character if he was just purely robotic and stiff. So, but yeah, great character. So they take the U-wing, they escape. They're going to go.
And
go do what they think is to rescue Luthen. And then another hard cut. But now we are not with them. We're back on Coruscant, I guess, with Dedra in her cell. and she gets another visitor, panicked,
Hirt.
command. I don't know what his rank is.
And
as
she's
the-
just like, we're raiding, we're doing this thing. Or no,
And-
he's trying to get information on how to find.
Right. He's
Clea.
like worried. He's worried for his own skin, obviously, because he wants to help get Clea. He has no idea where to start. He wants to use her to help. I think I have a few more critiques of this scene as well. I feel like Dedra in this scene has really no reason at all
To help?
him.
I would agree.
She should be very worried about her own future at this point. So I think there should at least be some attempt to create some kind of exchange,
Like a leverage thing.
Give me some kind of immunity. Help me get out of here.
Well,
do this.
No, I absolutely agree. I would be like, I'm only agreeing to help if like my case is looked at more thoroughly, because I still don't quite understand why I'm being imprisoned for life, or whatever it is.
Like, yeah, I want to. I'll help you, but I want some kind of,
It's like they
guarantee
don't
help.
even
Give
have
me-
a disciplinary system. One strike and you're in jail forever.
Right. I want at least a fair trial.
Which, if that's the case, like why would anybody want to recruit if that's how they functioned? Where it's like there's no like you mess up once, it's over for you. It's like, well, I wouldn't want to join that military.
We have a good understanding of the Imperial Constitution if they're and Bill of Rights if such a thing.
But remember,
exists.
like in Andor season 1, they established that there's a payroll for these people, because the whole one arc is about hijacking a payroll for like an entire sector of Imperial troops or whatever. And you're like, oh, they're getting paid apparently.
I mean, it makes sense they would have jobs. They would get paid.
Oh, absolutely.
But
it's like sort of an aspect you don't ever think about normally unless it's part of the story.
Yeah, so I would have liked to see Dedra not just give up the information like almost instantly to help out Hurt, and with getting really nothing in return.
Well, if anything, I think you think she'd be wanting to like demand to speak to Partagaz, right? Like they were pretty close.
Yeah.
I'd want to talk to him because I'm like, dude,
She never says that, does she? And I guess she never sees him again, does she?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Partagaz does mention her at one point, I think, but
yeah, she just sees, I guess, him and Krennic before. Or it feels like maybe that scene should have been almost her and Partagaz instead of her and Krennic. I don't know.
Wait, you mean while he's interrogating?
Yeah.
I don't think Partagaz would be quite as animated in that scene than
definitely not.
Krennic was all about that pacing around her, pointing at her. Partagaz wouldn't have pulled anything like that.
Right.
Partagaz would have actually talked to her like an adult.
Yeah, I'm just thinking. I'm just thinking story-wise, who would have made more sense to really try to interrogate her there? I don't know. I think you could make that argument. But...
Well, I think why Krennic specifically is questioning Dedra is he's just got the pull for that.
Right.
He's the director.
Right.
He's over Partagaz.
He definitely could have pulled rank for sure. Yes, that's totally fair. That's it for So Hurt shows up, tries to get information out of her to help find Clea. She gives it up. Almost instantly. Tell you about old pulse codes, I think she says.
She's basically like giving them the breadcrumbs they need to find the SOS machine that she pulled out of the concrete.
Yeah,
which feels a little convenient.
The way it goes down. That made me,
because she's like, look, she won't go where they think she's expected. Instead, she'll find some way to use a code thingy. And it's exactly what she did.
I almost got Hannibal vibes from it a bit.
I agree. Like we need your help. And she's
talking to Hannibal to get intel on Buffalo.
I get what you're saying. But I got that vibe as well. But at the same time, like it's sort of weird how they literally just threw her in jail.
Yeah.
And then 2 seconds later, somebody's like, "We need your help, Dedra." It's like,
what?
Yeah. You just put me in here.
While you were indisposed, we had a little back and forth saying like, wouldn't it make sense if she had like tried to bargain a little bit to try to get something?
It looked like she was going to at first, and then Hurt says something, and she's like, "You know what? Fuck it," like type of a thing.
But Hurt says like, "We're all gonna go down here." If like
there
nothing,
should have been at least like maybe like 2 or 3 more lines of dialogue.
She should have tried.
If I was Dedra, I would want it assured that if my help was used to solve things, then I should be like released or whatever.
And then
like
the great thing too, like if they had that like little bit of dialogue, and the ending is still she's in prison, just to drive further home. They don't really.
They just screwed her over. Yeah.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Because her help is used and it works.
Yeah,
Right. Yeah, she's 100%.
they
And
do
she's
almost catch her.
And she's still in jail. Unfortunately, Partagaz botches the raid.
Well,
but it's not his fault.
the raid was botched more, I would say, by Hurt than Partagaz.
Well, it's botched because they weren't anticipating L's
K2.
K2
just showing up and like God moding.
K2 just turned on cheat mode and one-shotted everybody.
Deus Ex Machina, here I am.
Yeah,
I don't know if he's Deus Ex Machina, but it is just sort of like, why wouldn't you just have him in there at all time?
I'm not a huge fan of the ISB raid. I've talked about that a little bit already.
Yes, it's not my favorite.
I like the dialogue when I like the stuff when they find Cleo. The scene where they talk is good.
I did like the lead up to it where like they show the Imperial ship coming in and like the one guy like throws the helmet to Hurt and like you almost get like that sense of like, oh, Hurt's the new Cyril. How cute. Because remember like the scene where like when they're about to raid on Ferrix and like Cyril's not taken seriously and stuff?
Yeah.
Like I got that kind of impression out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Especially then when K2 uses him as like a human shield and everything. So but, yeah.
If we're just gonna go right into like the raid, I like some of the like there's obviously criticisms like why aren't they wearing helmets, which I think we were all thinking of like why aren't they wearing helmets?
Yeah.
That's
a little weird.
This is one of the most important things ever.
It's a very Star Wars thing too. They always wear helmets.
That's what I was thinking. I'm like
Stormtroopers
they always wear helmets.
Have helmets. Like any other scene. The stormtrooper of any type, scout trooper, biker trooper, shore trooper,
I like
snow trooper, desert trooper, sand trooper.
Yeah, I like the leader guy with the big old furry mustache.
Yeah,
I liked him just because he was just like that brat. He's like get out of my way. I'll handle this.
He
was good.
But
I don't know why they didn't have helmets though.
There was sort of some good tension building when they're like, we need to get out of here, and it kept cutting back and forth between them coming slowly up the hallway, and he tells Hurt, he's like, all right, you take the side flank, and then the door opens, and then they both walk out, and they immediately go, oh, and then the shootout starts.
There was also I think, tactically speaking, it didn't make sense how they even approached the room. Like, they should have, like, an ordnance guy. Like, you always usually have, like, that one bomb type guy who does, like, the heavy ordnance. Like, the guy who'll break in the door type dude. Someone shouldn't be handing, like, they almost did, like, a chain of command. Like, you give me this, I give you that for, like, that stun bomb thing. Like the stun bomb's a thing. I get it. Use it. But, like, it shouldn't be handed, like, doot. It should just be, like, call in the stun bomb.
It's a little nitpicky, but sure, that makes sense.
It's like, if we're nitpicking the fact that they weren't wearing helmets, it feels like in that vein of like, if this is a true ISB tactical raid, it feels like this was like almost Keystone Cops.
This is a testament to just how strong Andor is overall over all of the projects, because this is probably the most incompetent you'll get that the bad guys are.
But
it's still relatively competent. They're still scared. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
like this is
I guess I agree.
This is genius level to like the stuff in Ahsoka.
Well, and the funny
Like-
thing too is, remember when Mando even made a joke about stormtroopers not being able to hit tin cans?
Well, that was what's his name for the final. He wrote the final episode. The guy that did What We Do in the Shadows.
Taiki Kuda.
Taika Waititi. Yeah. Yeah, he just thought it was funny. Like, he wrote that scene. Like, isn't it funny? Like,
it's
they
funny
can't hit
as
the
like
thing
a
hand.
parody joke, but it's not funny in universe.
It's not funny in universe because it's just like, why do you have these guys?
You're making fun of your own. Yeah.
The meta's funny.
Right.
It's not funny to bring the meta into the actual universe.
Yeah.
Where, like, they literally can't shoot a tin can.
That's
right
like
in front
if
of them.
Scream, if Scream the movie happened inside of Halloween.
Yeah. Well, no,
Like-
Scream has become a parody of it. Like,
Because it's
Of
now
itself.
some epic movies.
Scream is
right?
trying to just be like a regular series slasher. And it's like, okay, the first Scream was making fun of this.
Right.
And now
They're up to what? Scream 6, 7, 8?
7, I think. Yeah.
Still making
Yeah.
them.
You were supposed to destroy the slashers, not join them. What have you become?
I love that. It's so great because that is literally.
Well, then you are lost.
Yeah. And you just picture the Scream mask guy. So
It's always just like, oh, Nev Campbell is getting attacked by another guy wearing the Ghostface costume. Like,
How many times can this keep
in
happening?
multiple movies, there's multiple killers. It's like
Yeah.
it's like the 10th person
Yeah.
to do this.
Yeah.
So, anyway, just to wrap this up in a little nice bow, we had to end the episode. We cut back on to Coruscant. We see Hurt in the ISB. They have, using the information they got from Dedra, they have some little pulse detecting device thing.
Yeah.
Whatever.
It's
They end up in the
rod. Let's call it what it is.
They end up in the wrong apartment, and it's just two old people making coffee.
Well,
And that was another one of those
they-
levity moments, I guess.
where they intercept the signals. They think they know where Quaya is. We see them go in that direction. Then we see Cassian, Melshi, K2 arrive, newing into orbit. We see them inside the Lambda shuttle approaching, which I thought was kind of cool. We don't get a lot of shots of inside
I like
Well,
the
and that was
Lambda.
also where I was-
Lambda
yeah.
shuttle. There was a little bit in episode 6 of the OT.
And that was also where I was calling, like where the guy like shoves the helmet into Hurt, similar like Cyril and stuff like that.
And then there's another kind of
When does K2 decide to?
that's the very end of the episode. So
Okay.
right?
when the comm
So, and
jam
then there's this other
happens.
little part which is almost a throwaway, but I think by including it in here, you start to kind of unfortunately raise other questions because the ISB team, they get close. They're like, we need to scramble all the radio frequencies all by this target. They can't communicate. It's like, oh man, like if you can really do that and it's like that easy, doesn't that kind of raise questions about like why couldn't you like always stopping people from using
here's
using
kind of-
communicators?
Yeah.
The way that the comm system works in Star Wars is the same way the HoloNet works in Star Wars, where it's like the comm link system, like Luke uses a comm link with C-3PO and R2 and all that in A New Hope, and it's always then shown in later things too, like in the old EU books and stuff, where it's like it's kind of like a cell phone. It's kind of like the tricorder, whatever it was from Star Trek.
Or kind of like a walkie-talkie.
Right, like it's a device that does what the plot kind of needs it to, and only what the plot needs it to. So jamming the comms is only usable when the plot needs it to, kind of like, I don't know if you like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Like,
Yeah.
I kind of wish they just kind of had left that alone.
I agree.
Instead of
Star Wars
that
has done
in
that in a
there.
lot of other pieces too. I think even Return of the Jedi kind of does
right,
that.
right. Jam their comlink center switch. Yeah.
Which, I mean, it just feels like it's like a throwaway.
That raises some other questions, like
Yeah.
how did Luke know what the switch was on the speeder bike?
Well, and it also just like, what does that sentence even really mean? Like, because like us out of universe viewers, we have no idea what any of those. That literally is just a sci-fi jargon.
That's a note where they're like, hey, people will notice that if these biker scouts had radioed this in, then there'd be a huge push from the Empire to find out this team of rebels. So we want to stop that.
It covers one plot hole,
but
by kind of making an existential, exponential
plot
hole.
But I almost kind of wish that they just didn't address it at all. And
I agree with that.
Yeah, I think that might have been a little better. But that's a little nitpick on Return of the Jedi.
I will say this, and I'm not even thinking it's a nitpick. it's a personal thought on it. I just didn't like the ISB raid in the final 2 episodes. Period.
Well, we're getting to dress up more end of this than in episode 12, but yeah, there's.
I just didn't like.
You think it was like kind of sloppily done, right?
Sloppily done, author-like, not in universe, but like author-like. If that makes any sense.
Written bad on purpose, kind of like the idiots on the Yavin 4 in the second episode. Where
That's the worst thing in the show.
Written bad on purpose.
I don't know. Like, to me, like we needed one last final action scene.
Written to be incompetent on purpose.
Yeah. And also,
but
to me,
it's too incompetent.
Well,
to the point where it doesn't make sense.
For me, like the ISB raid felt like we needed
one
final action scene.
Mm-hmm.
But we also want the stakes to be somewhat high. but not crazily high. Because like I think that's also why.
But you're still fine with K2 being the savior.
No, I'm not fine with the whole ISB raid. Really, period.
I mean, I like that K2 is this sort of like the center
my
because
point
like
is,
it gives him some purpose.
I honestly don't think
Right.
we even needed the raid.
You can
But it makes you wonder why aren't. Well, once again, you're going back to like why aren't these if these droids are that good?
Mhm.
We should
Like,
be
they
seeing
can
we should be seeing more of these droids. Then yeah, but
Yeah, it's like they seem to be insanely efficient.
they're like they're basically as strong as droidicas.
Maybe they're like maybe they're insanely expensive.
Well,
Like it's just easier to raise people and
Maybe
train
they're
them
maybe
than it
they're
is to make
maybe they're
droids.
prototypes at this
The other
stage,
thing too with the
right.
ISB raid, I think, is that why I feel like authoritative, like as a writer, like the author, it feels lazy more than just in the universe, like incompetency type thing. Is Andor has never done like a cliffhanger in the sense of like, here's an action scene just about to happen, episode ends.
I do agree. I
Like,
agree
it felt
because
very
I remember
off-putting.
we were both
episode 11
watching the episode at roughly the same time,
Yeah.
and you were like, "Oh, the ending of episode 11 is a bit of a cop out," and then it sort of was, and I'm like, "Oh, that is sort of strange how they end it that way."
Yeah.
That's fair.
I would have been
Especially for,
happy if they got the whole raid out of the way in this episode, and then the
12 is just an
finale is
epilogue.
just a full epilogue.
Yeah.
I'd have been fully happy with that.
I think it was literally just they wanted one final action piece, and they wanted the final episode to have the action in it, but you needed to have some tension holdover from 11 to 12.
I want to give Clea's. I know we've already praised her enough, but like Clea though in the scene right before the raid itself, her agency is fucking great. She like grabs Andor immediately and she just starts repeating like the words Jerso, Jeddah,
Yeah.
Jerso, Kyber.
Kyber.
Fucking write that down. Like it's really important.
The episode title, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's
yeah.
the finale. Yeah.
That was. Yeah,
Which is actually,
she
you know,
was
it's kind of a funny
excellent in
but
that.
also great finale title. Is like the perfect lead-in to Rogue One.
Mm-hmm. And this is like that you realize that like everything falls apart, and this is just being passed from person to person. This information, a game of telephone. One of them gets knocked out, it all just ends.
If Lonnie would have been wiped out,
Lonnie gets knocked out. If Luthen, if Clea, if
Cassian,
it's like this information gets passed through like 5 people,
and then all that just to be able to even get to Tavik.
If only Star Wars had emails, it would be so much easier.
If only YouTube, you could just like
you just email it to somebody.
Like, in all honesty, if there was a YouTube, you could just like
broadcast
FaceTime
broadcast
yourself doing this.
And this is
the Empire is probably a little bit like the CCP or something, right? They're going to walk social media
but
down.
to some degree, like it would still make there'd be a dark web, right? Like there would be something. Like even China has a dark web.
Sure.
Remember, this is an apt criticism of Rogue One, where instead of just like getting straight to the point, Galen Erso, like in his memo, just is like, "Don't worry, I installed a secret way to destroy the Death Star. But first, I want to tell you how much I love you, daughter." And like he goes on this whole thing, and then
gets blown
and he gets cut off right when he's like, "All right, now back to the Death Star." It's like just get to
that was a big critique of Rogue One.
That's a fair critique.
Did I tell you guys I won a Star Wars trivia recently? There was 2 questions I missed. And here's the thing, it was actually a pathetic Star Wars trivia because I was like, this is easy. And I don't watch cartoons. You know me, I don't watch cartoons. Those are for babies. No, one was a Rebels question.
They're Y7.
I didn't know. I didn't know the Rebels question.
What was the Rebels question?
What is the name of the Rebel cell that like who's that guy from Ahsoka? Ezra and them? Like what was the name of the Rebel cell?
Spectre?
Yeah, that was it.
Well,
you would have got it.
Yeah.
The other one was a Rogue One question. I didn't know it.
What was it?
What is Galen's
Stardust?
nickname for Jin? And I didn't know it was Stardust.
You can tell you don't have kids.
Well, I only watched I watched that movie once in theaters.
Yeah.
So that's all I had to go off, and I'm like, I don't remember what he called her.
I sent movie.
And you know what? Like after rewatching it recently, I was like, I can't believe I didn't remember that because it's a plot point.
Mm-hmm.
It is a plot point that her name is Stardust. So I was upset with myself for that one.
Yeah, because he says it to her in that like opening like kind of flashback scene.
It comes up multiple times.
3 times.
Yeah.
He calls her
the hologram.
He calls her it twice, and then the finale is it's the file name is Stardust.
Right.
Like, oh yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
They also mentioned a few other like file names in that scene that are actually things that are in universe, actual things like Operation Cinder. I think was mentioned. I think there was one other thing I forget now off the top of my head. I have to rewatch.
Are we on the final Partagaz scene, or did you guys cover that when I was in the bathroom?
I don't.
We're actually on A New Hope by this
Oh,
point.
no.
I don't have notes on that in episode 11. I'm sure it's not.
I don't think
sure,
that's 12.
It might be in 12. I have it. It ends.
Oh, you're right. It might
11
be.
ends
That
with
might
a
be in
cliffhanger.
12.
But there's
Yeah.
like
Yeah, you're right.
I
You're
guess
right.
You guys kind of jumped a little bit ahead.
I'm sorry.
But notes. But I wanted to just bring up one final point about they get into the safe house. There's a little bit of drama tension where they're trying to get in and not freak out too much, and she's not wondering who's there, blah blah. But then we talked already about her blurting out the words, telling them to repeat it back to her.
Well, when he answers it, she says something, and I couldn't remember. I don't know why she said this. Maybe you guys can refresh me. But she goes, "Oh, it would be you that came to rescue her." Does she not like Cassian?
I think the idea is just no one else.
But she seems like, of course it's you, like annoyingly.
Yeah,
annoyingly.
she does seem like there's an annoyance factor.
And I don't remember what he would have done to annoy her. And I'm sure it's
Maybe
probably
just because he stopped. Like, he basically quit the Rebels while living on Yavin for a while.
I think she's probably annoyed at him. Yeah, he tries to get out at one point.
It's like he's like Al Pacino in Godfather 3.
I think she lectures him
Oh,
about
maybe.
his dedication at one point. But the other point I want to bring up is that there's a big delay that happens, and there's a big back and forth between them where Cassian wants to get her out, and she does not want to leave. She wants to stay behind. So I thought that was worth maybe drilling into a little bit. Like, what she makes a big point about how she doesn't want to go to Yavin. She says, I won't be safe there. People there hate Luthen.
Well, this builds upon the point that everyone hates them for some reason.
She has that knowledge, fear, paranoia that like everyone hates Luthen. And she'd rather die than.
It's like
she doesn't want to be with people who don't like Luthen.
Like, so I thought it was a little strange. Like, so the implication is that she knows that she's marked. They're coming for her. So it's like, would she really rather? Is she just like so fatalist, especially after seeing like Luthen die, like, killing him? Like, she would rather die than go to this potential safe haven. Like that felt a little. I feel like a little strange.
Drew and I have talked about this a little bit on the way here. Yeah. We felt there was a little bit of tension lacking, and this is probably because of the rush having to do one season rather than multiple seasons.
Are we assuming that this season is taking all of the major moments for like 3 seasons plus?
Yeah.
From what
that's
Tony
my
Gilroy
understanding.
Apparently
almost
planned.
every arc we got in this season would have been a season onto its own.
Really?
Maybe the wedding wouldn't have been, but
instead of
the Gorman massacre would have been a whole season
for season 2. Yeah, every arc would have been every arc of 3 would have been a full season. It's basically what they said was like the original plan.
The only thing I could think of is maybe not needing a full season would be the
whole first arc is
is probably would have been tied in with the Gorman arc.
Well, I could see arc 2 and 3 being condensed into one season.
Right.
That's all
expanded. You mean? But
yeah.
I agree. And
the fourth, like this final arc here, like this last 3, I think the primary thrust would have been Lonnie getting burned and all Dedra's stuff.
Nice.
You could have wrapped the Mon Mothma stuff into this arc too, maybe.
I think that ties in with the Gorman. Like her, leaving the Senate, that has to go with the Gorman.
You're right.
You're right. That would be almost like the capper. Like the Gorman is like the penultimate episode, and then like her leaving the Senate is like the finale. Mm-hmm. Just like that was to the arc.
I was gonna say more seasons would have made the whole like why does Clea not want to go to Yavin? Because you're right. We don't have enough information. Why does she want to go to Yavin?
Feels like we missed out on some tension.
And why does everyone on Yavin hate Luthen?
Especially because it's also weird that at the same time they're trying to portray Yavin not liking Luthen, they're also showing that like hologram and like them not liking Saul. Which I mean, just because
they have reason to not like Saul, though.
I'm fine with that.
No, we didn't even talk about Saw's addiction to boat fuel or whatever it is.
Rhydonium.
That's a Rhino. She's my sister. My issue, she wouldn't hurt me. My issue isn't so much that they don't have just cause not to like Saul.
And they kind of brush over Will getting like hooked and then never again. Never comes up again.
Point.
Breathe it in, boy.
my
That's freedom talking.
My point being was just that
I'm not a huge fan of that.
It just feels weird to have Yavin hating 2 splinter groups at the same time.
Yeah, I
Like-
gotta, yeah.
like-
I agree.
I can understand why they don't like Saul's group because Rogue One already covered that too. Like
Mhm.
Saul's batshit crazy, and he's basically a full-on jihadist, like terrorist group. Like
Yeah,
sure.
they really,
he's the dark side of the rebellion.
right. They really went down, but Luthen never really he felt very pragmatic. Like he will burn the bridge that needs to be
He
burned.
kind of crosses over a little bit.
He does. He will cross the line. I'm not.
He doesn't have a
disagreeing.
code. Like he's just like,
But
yeah.
he's not like I wouldn't say he's like a Joker figure like Saw almost is.
Yeah.
Saw's almost like I don't care.
A little bit more anarchist, yeah.
Yeah, like Saw's almost more like I don't care if the rebellion doesn't survive. I just don't want the Empire to
Yeah,
survive.
like that guy who's just like traitor, and he just kills him.
Yeah,
And
like-
like, there's not really any proof that he's a real traitor. He's like, all right, boy, I guess it's gotta be you now.
you're my drug mule now. Like yeah, like Saw doesn't-
Remember that speech? He's like, there was a time, boy, that the rhino it went into the air and we felt our skin itching. It went into the air and it was like,
We're past that. We're past that part.
like Saw's group just feels like he'd rather see
Those are some of
no.
the good parts.
Saul feels like he'd just rather see no government than the Empire. Doesn't care if it's even the rebellion.
Wow.
Luthen wants.
That's the Rhino talking, maybe.
we're the.
Luthen at least wants the
I-
Republic to come back. Like, you know what I mean?
I do
So
like.
I don't understand Yavin's tension with Luthen.
Wait a minute. Maybe drill back us for 1 second. Do they? I'm trying to remember back how that ends. I mean, it ends with him like getting crazy and getting high or whatever. That's the end of an episode, I think.
It's the end of episode 5.
But the implication is that
He was gonna
he's
use
going
it-
he's going to basically entrap Will to stay with him, right?
that was the whole point, yeah.
But do we ever?
How
Well,
Will gets back to Yavin.
How does
Nope.
Will get? How's Will
We
get-
don't see
that's
that.
never explained.
It's never
Cassian kind of
And-
gives like an offhanded, like, "Oh, I'm so glad you're back on Yavin."
It's another one of those things. You're like, I'm guessing that got lost because they didn't have time to cover it.
Yeah.
That seems like a kind of a big deal because he was basically trapping him there. He wanted to leave, and Saul was saying
Well,
no.
So I was like, no, you're one of us now. I'm sorry.
That-
Drew and I have even talked
that's-
about one of my annoyances.
that's actually kind of a.
I
reasonable
legitimately
critique, I think.
wanted a
It's a
Jeddah scene with Saul.
Yeah.
It's a
Not
crit-
just a hologram. I wanted to see at least one mission that Saul does on Jeddah.
Like how
Like-
savage they get, or
Right, like something where like,
Well, he's also he's denying that he's even on Jeddah, which is a little strange.
well, they show they even say that they have like basically Draven and Mothma are like, yeah, we have spies, we know what he's up to. I wanted at least one, like, it doesn't even have to be a big battle. It can be just like a small little skirmish
Sure,
on like
sure.
a back alley, and like you just see them for like no reason, just like plucking off stormtroopers. And like we're to the point where like they almost get caught. And I want it to be shown that like firstly why he's using that Rhydonium other than is he just using it to huff glue? Like I mean like
is it implied that Saw's insanity is because he huffs boat fuel?
right. Or
It's
like
that-
is he insane and because he's insane
He's like, I want the boat fuel.
right.
I gotta.
Which is it the chicken or the
Yeah.
egg?
What?
Like-
Well, how did this start?
right. Did the boat fuel make him insane or does his insanity
It's like
make
that.
him
It's like that crazy guy from King of the Hill. Dale's
it's
like,
probably just made it worse.
some say he fried his brain just staring at the sun. Though I guess he couldn't have been too smart to do that to begin with.
I mean, also like I mean, I know like in Rogue One, like he's on death's door, like he's like,
Oh yeah, he's on. That's just the jet fuel, man. That's not even oxygen, man. It's just
now that I think about
he
it,
had a
maybe-
suit built that he could just huff the jet fuel whenever he.
Vader has to like breathe through his suit. Meanwhile, there's Saul making a
Saul
suit
made a suit so he could huff the rhino like it will, man. What that might be true.
That-
The
That's
fact that we don't
dedication.
know.
That's dedication. You know what I mean? You don't see too many crack
Remember-
addicts out there making
Well,
full
okay, so
suits to smoke
I
crack.
never watched the cartoons as I said. Apparently Saul showed up in Clone Wars.
He's in Clone Wars.
So
yeah.
there's an original Clone Wars
I'm
arc
gonna
where
look that up.
and
his
he-
sister dies.
Well, I was gonna say he
He refers to the Rhino as
he
his
refers to the
sister.
Rhino as a sister, and then after the fact, I heard from another podcast that his sister died in the Clone Wars.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's sort of
And
an
that's
interesting
what- and
line
he
of dialogue.
basically- And it was
then.
like he was like a normal kind of person at that point. Like he was clearly like a sympathizer.
was
type
the
thing.
death of his sister,
And it was like
the,
a flip, like a switch. You
just
know what I mean?
broke him.
But then there was a later arc where him and a group of people went on to Geonosis, and he that's where like that like throat stuff started to happen for him, and why he starts getting that like bodysuit.
It's not huffing jet fuel.
Not from what I remember, but I might be misremembering it. But like he's on Geonosis and he like gets hit by like some poison or something because like, they apparently the Empire killed off all the Geonosian bug people.
Yeah.
Because they helped make the Death Star. They then did like the whole, well, you built it, now you're dead. No one else will.
Yeah, that's been done before.
Until we need to build a second Death Star.
So according to Google AI, the suit in Rogue One is not giving him drugs, but it's more of a life support system to help keep him alive.
Okay.
Because of the severe lung damage.
That's what AI wants you to think.
From the drugs, yeah.
That's the equivalent of the woman who smokes
the cigarette through her hole.
I ain't never gonna quit. I always remember those Dare commercials we had.
Give me that Rhino.
Yeah.
So I think it's trying to keep him alive.
Okay, that's fair.
Just for him to be able to smoke more drugs. I love it.
So do we have anything more to say on episode 11?
I was just gonna say, and then it just ends with the big cliffhanger of K2 going ape on everybody. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I want to.
The troops are heading into the
callback.
Imperials are closing in. RSB is closing in on the apartment or whatever, and trouble. And K2, I guess, can't communicate because of the jamming of everything. So
we've been jammed, sir.
Strawberry. The Spaceballs, yeah. So, in my callback to say, and I also wanted a Jedha scene with Saul. I would also like to see more about that alien thing he has that like mind fucks people.
The Borgullet.
I would get rid of that.
The Borgullet.
On my rewatch, that was so weird. That was dumb.
They should not have been in there.
Well, so here's a weird thing.
Get rid of the mind rape.
Rogue One occupied that weird space where it was the first non-linear, like
non-big episode, Star Wars official episode with the crawl.
And I feel like they also wanted, like, well, there's a creature in every Star Wars movie. This is our creature.
It's like,
and we also
makes you go insane.
And I feel like that's also why we also had to have like Bonda Baba and Dr. E, because here's fan service. Like, you know what I mean? Like, remember, like R2D2 and C3PO are also in a weird location at one point. I forget.
Yeah, before.
Yeah,
but they should be. But shouldn't they be like on the Tantive at that point or something like that? Like, there's a weird.
Why would they go off of Yavin to be on the Tantive?
Right.
Like
isn't the timeline doesn't like line up perfectly or something? I forget what it is.
It depends like where the Tantive is.
It's impossible. It's impossible to make it make sense.
Because the Tantive is on the one Moncal ship, and then it drops out and leaves right before Vader is like, able to like get to them.
It's tough to make that timeline work. I'll concede that.
And then also
Dr. Pond Bob have to get back to Tatooine super fast
Jeddah,
from Jeddah,
which is about to be blown up.
So they can get into the cantina just in time.
Ben.
So now we're on to
episode 13,
the finale.
Rogue One.
What's the title?
Jeddah, Kyber, Urso. Oh, it's your turn now.
Well, you're just gonna.
You didn't even finish your full hot blast, sir. We at least downed like 19 beers before you got here.
We are
on 14 Natty Daddies.
Episode 12. Oh, wait, is that what we're drinking?
We're just Natty Daddies. Steel Reserve all the way down.
Did you like has it always been that the Death Star is powered by Kyber? Or did Rogue One invent
ODU wasn't that way. I mean when you say always, are you just meaning new?
I meant like the first time I heard about it was when Rogue One came out. I'm like, oh.
So new canon.
Yeah, I suppose.
Old canon, I don't think had a source to the Death Star was just the Death Star.
It just they built it.
Yeah,
it's got this power.
I think the new EU tried to make it as a way to like tie it in with the fact that like I don't know if the old EU also like every Jedi lightsaber has a crystal. That was established.
And it's a coming of age thing about making your own lightsaber.
Right.
Or...
I think the new EU took it a step further and made it that the crystal had to be a Kyber crystal.
Okay.
But the Kyber crystal was only found on like 8 different planets for whatever reason. You know, like I don't know.
What planet made that graphite stuff that makes lightsabers short out?
I don't think that's. Is that new canon?
Yeah, it's in the Acolyte.
Oh, you mean the metal?
Whatever the helmet was made of, like shorted out lightsabers. Remember that? Everyone was confused. Everyone on the internet was like, "Wait, why is that?"
What was the name of that? In the old EU, there was Beskar does it too, Beskar can deflect a lightsaber, which is what like the Mando's armor's made out of.
Does it fully block it, or does it just deflect it, or
It like deflects it.
okay?
Like if you
So
can't,
lightsaber can't penetrate Beskar.
I mean, you would. It's almost like remember like how Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan had to like. It takes them like 5 minutes to try to go through that door.
Well, I was gonna say, are those doors made of Beskar?
I think that was just Lucas needing to buy time type of a thing. But
Well,
like,
yeah.
I mean, I also like.
But
here's
it's
the
just
thing.
funny how in the universe the lightsabers simultaneously. Oh, it cuts through anything except for this,
Right.
this, and this.
Well, here's a bad thing about like Star Wars when you expand it outwards too, is like the very first time it was ever shown was the Thrawn trilogy, that something stopped the Force. There was those Yalasamari. There was these creatures that could create a bubble around themselves, like an aura,
Okay.
that blocked the Force. Like so, if I walked in that bubble and I was a Jedi, I couldn't use the Force inside that bubble.
I'm not opposed to that idea, if I'm being honest.
I'm not either, but like it is one of those.
It could be, but that's one of those things where that could be written really shittily.
Right,
Or-
and once you introduce the idea,
Why don't people who have to go against Jedi? Why aren't they surrounded by these things?
And
it's a Pandora's box.
right,
Like,
and
like,
so in the Thrawn trilogy, Thrawn was the first one to realize their potential.
I was gonna say, is it a secret that only Thrawn keeps?
It was
Is it
Thrawn
something that only
came
he
up
knows
with,
about it, or-
Thrawn found out about it, so Thrawn started keeping it because he then found his own evil Jedi, who was like batshit crazy, and he kept this creature around him to make sure the bad shit crazy Jedi didn't do anything bad to him.
It's a fair point. If I was a non-Force user, but I realized that keeping these things around made Jedi's null and void around me, I would keep that around me at all times.
What is the? Do you remember? What's the
So
first?
we're talking about Heir to the Empire.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, now that you're back, we'll go back to
I'm
that.
out for all you guys are having delusions of legends.
What was in both EU and Legends? What is the first written source of like how the Death Star was powered? Do you remember?
How the Death Star was
Because
powered.
they now talk about like the Kyber crystals.
Well, it started because I didn't. After rewatching Rogue One, I think that's the first time I heard that the Death Star was powered by Kyber.
Maybe not powered.
Like,
we shouldn't say
or
powered.
the
but
weapon.
laser,
The weapon's
yeah.
powered by Kyber. Was that always a thing, or?
In the old EU, I don't think there was ever like a source. It was just it's a laser. Boom, lasers happen.
I don't recall a specific old EU source talking about how the super laser was like powered.
So I want to say Rogue One is probably
I'm not
the
going to
first.
say it might exist, but I don't.
But it's probably not Kyber even then. It's
Yeah.
No, there were like special like lightsaber crystals. I remember that. I don't know if they had a name.
In the
Well,
old EU, there was like I remember that like every
there-
lightsaber had to have a crystal, but I don't remember that it had to be the same one.
There were special crystals that there were different ones that gave you different colors and stuff.
It wasn't definitely like the way like
I
the
don't think
new EU.
I think
has
Kyber
it.
came in the new EU.
Yeah, the new EU
Or
has
at least maybe in the Clone Wars though.
Yeah, which is that bridge.
That's old EU technically
Right.
before Disney bought it.
But Ben, the power level of my brain, it's going down.
Because of the booze.
You need to.
We got the booze in them.
You need
we
to
can take advantage of them,
So
Tim.
we're talking about
We can do what we want with them now.
You need to lead us into episode.
All right. So episode 48. Rogue 19, they called this one. No, so episode 12, it's Jedi.
Look how
Kyber.
slimy this place looks.
I feel like this is like.
It's like a crack house on Coruscant.
Which is like what all lower level Coruscant was like.
that's atmosphere, Drew. That's
Oh,
atmosphere.
That's world building
This
right
is
there.
maybe a little bit.
What's the
This
other-
is maybe a little bit worse
what's
than I
the-
thought
what's-
it should look.
Like
but
the insulation is
what's
just
the-
like exposed
Yeah.
and everything.
What's the other word that
World building?
they say all the time on ROM when they talk about going on a real location? Not
Shooting
atmosphere. Not
tone.
no. There's
like they just send Melchi. Cassian sends Melchi out, and Melchi's like acts like you're confused.
So Melchi getting arrested here. It feels like Buffalo Bill.
Yeah.
When she's like freeze and he like holds up the cards and they just drop and then he runs away real quick.
Like, why did they start shooting immediately?
Well, because they need to know what information. They
know.
want to take them alive. They don't
Right.
want
They
to just
still
kill
know
them.
they're looking for Clea, not him.
right. Or he's already get her alive. Yeah.
Not him.
But he might be valuable too.
He might know where she is.
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons not to kill him.
Stun then. Have your guns on stuns.
They should already be locked on stun.
I feel like stun is a very underutilized thing too in Star Wars because like, why wouldn't you just always have your weapon on stun? Because then you just shoot everything if it
And
stuns.
here it is.
There's
There's the comedy we were waiting for.
K2 is also a weird, bulky,
super plot armor.
Yeah.
I forget what's the dialogue where he's like, "Are you here to help?" And he goes, "No."
No.
And they just like, hey.
See, here's where he hands like the bomb off, and I'm like, you would just have the guy with the bomb. But so anyway, basically premises, it picks right up from where the cliffhanger of this. I also didn't like this scene here.
You were so there, Ben.
Oh, look, a bird.
You got so distracted by the image. You're like, okay, so here's how the episode begins. Oh, I hate this. I hate this scene.
All right, but anyway, this episode 12 starts off with the cliffhanger, the ISB raid. Melshi runs out and is like, "Oh, hey, oh crap," and then runs back in the room. And then they realize, okay, they have to be pinned down, basically. So they throw in a stun grenade that doesn't really fully stun.
It debilitates two of them slightly, but it knocks
It knocks Clea out.
It knocks Clea fully out.
It knocks the one character that we want kind of knocked out, but not the two that can actually fight back out.
I really enjoy the fact that Partagas is part of this, too.
Yeah.
Like, he is literally on the headset with, like, the 911 operator. Like, all right, what's going on?
Right. Everything comes down to this raid for him. Yeah,
he knows this has to be successful.
This has to work, yeah.
But so this whole scene also then just is, everything of this is where I get into, like, tactical. Like, I don't understand a lot of this, of, like, you send in a raid of, like, 15 people, none in helmets.
This is a little silly.
Him holding the body.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
Especially when he was tanking bullets himself.
Plus he's immune to blaster fire, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So if he's tanking the blasters anyway, why is he even using a human shield?
For the lulz.
Right. Like, that's all it literally is.
Right.
It feels like it was a little bit of trying to add levity at a very moment that didn't need the levity, though.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
This is the only time, like, I thought that, like, Andor...
The levity in the bluffing scene was great.
Yeah.
Because that was like that was a low energy scene.
Yeah.
It was,
This is where almost Marvel-esque levity kind of happens.
That's fair.
Remember,
that's
like,
fair.
in Taiki Tudos?
Taki Watiti?
Hawaii's Thor movie, where, like, Hulk turns into a human as he's about to fall.
He did too, right?
Ragnarok.
Ragnarok, yeah. I like Ragnarok, but there is a lot of comedy in that.
And weird places, too, which is a Marvel...
But it goes up to the nth degree in the fourth Thor.
Yeah,
yes.
fourth was way too much of that.
I mean, the other thing, too, is like, just bits of that, like, raid just doesn't sit well with me. And, like, right here, too, like, those things fly right by. Why wouldn't they have at least, like, I think you're, slow down.
I don't know.
Get pulled over for speeding.
They're trying to get to the destination. A car passes them. They can't stop it.
Yeah,
they don't know that's coming from there.
They don't know that
Why wouldn't you at least assume maybe it's a fleeing thing from there?
There's a lot.
There's
a lot of ships on Coruscant.
The way thing is Coruscant's a busy place.
I do agree with that, but they've also not filmed it as super busy, though. If you look at the skyline, because I was thinking about this.
I know they're the only ship that they're shown. I get that.
Because like I was actually thinking about this, and I wanted to almost call this into perspective while we were watching the other scenes. My impression of like episode 1, 2, and 3 when they've shown Coruscant was like it's just like skyline of like traffic jams.
Right.
And I get that like maybe with the new Empire rather than the Republic, there's a lot less vehicles in the air. But then at the same time, if there's less vehicles in the air, those ships should be more worry, especially when they're leaving the coordinate area that they're heading towards.
Right.
Like, if my destination is downtown X, and I'm going downtown X, and a vehicle leaves downtown X, I should maybe think, that seems odd.
I would say only if you were told vehicle leaving, keep an eye out for...
With this description, maybe.
I mean, that's a nitpick to that degree.
I think that's a little bit of a too much of a nitpick.
That's just a holdover from my not liking how the botched ISB raid went down.
So I have a question. Would the scene be fixed if they just showed more traffic?
No, I think the scene just would be fixed with the ISB raid not being just a pure botch.
Well, isn't the whole point the ISB is botching it?
I think it is, but like I feel like it should have been maybe not so much as
did they really botch it? I mean, they were kind of. I mean,
well,
it might have worked if K2 wasn't there.
It works without K2,
right?
But it's not really filmed to be a botch. But like, it just feels like there's technical and tactical incongruities. Like, why were they not wearing helmets?
I would agree with the helmet thing. Yeah.
Why did they do like a blanking when they also knew that they were using non-comm technology? You're only hindering your own comms then. Like, if they're not using comms, you don't block comms because you're using comms.
But so the incompetency of the ISB throughout this is supposed to be like a running thing, right? Like,
I don't really think it has been a theme, though. Up until Dedra's failed raid on Luthen. They've shown part
well, I meant
as
specifically this arc, I guess.
Right, but like that feels like it's almost out of left field then, in a way.
Plus, it's really rushed. I think I'm okay with that.
I think my biggest quip
Well,
is
that's what I'm
probably...
saying. Like, can we give this a pass if we assumed that like there was going to be 2 seasons showing?
And I think that's where my biggest quip is we are condensing at least 5 episodes into 3.
Because you can even see the stress
probably 12.
You can see the stress in Partagaz, like just like
it's weird seeing Moncal not on like
sitting in a chair,
sitting in a chair or in some like he's just walking around on. He's a fish creature, damn it!
Like, I think we're past it, but like the scene where Partagaz is like trying to desperately get a hold of the raid, and he's asking for like extra help in deployment. And he gets the word like, "I'm sorry." There's like all the other troops are already deployed, looking for like the diseased woman, and he just goes, he like face palms again. He's like, Jesus Christ, like everything's going wrong.
One of those things, like, so if you're putting out the meta,
like his own story,
right,
is what's causing.
And that is a great story beat.
That's good writing, I think.
And no, it is to a degree, but like on the same hand too, if we want to nitpick about the idea that Luthen didn't want to stab himself in the chest, right, and should have went for the throat, as in a vein of thinking of all of your exits, entrances, wouldn't the ISB put out that banner alert for the public, but meanwhile put out the banner for their own men saying, actually, that's just code, not real? Like, we know what's up.
I don't know about that.
You know what I mean? Like,
I think Partagaz should be able to relatively easily get a hold of other people and redirect them to come to that site.
You would think
that's what I'm saying.
I would agree that Partagaz should have the power to be able to say, like, I don't care if they're out looking for this. We need them over here.
Right.
Like, he should have that clout. Absolutely.
Right.
I would agree with that.
That's where, like, and it also feels like even out of, like, looking for her, they could have even said, we're only broadcasting this for the public. This is an external memo, not an internal memo.
Mm-hmm.
Like, external, we want the public to think there is a health risk threat. We don't want an internal, like, we don't want our own troops to think there's this. We are using this as a propaganda moment.
I don't think that's how they operate. I think they're keeping the whole of this thing super close.
They're attempting to.
I get
be
that,
like super close to the chest.
I do get that.
Yeah.
But you would still want like you would have some backup reserves, right? Like, especially if you have her like they almost have her pinned down to rights though by the understanding of it. They have her like keyed into like a building.
I'm okay with it. I mean, the raid should have worked, and I think would have worked if, like I said, if not for Invincible.
Why didn't they have their own K2SOs then?
Invincible Joy. Well,
that's bad writing then.
There's the other side.
Why? Because we already brought that up. Why the K2s are hyper effective, but yet they're not being used.
And that runs back into the theme of when you introduce a too powerful element. Why do you not always use the too powerful element?
Right.
Yeah.
You have to at least create a detriment to be like they cost $9 billion to make.
That's a problem with the Force in general, where
they only work in certain temperature conditions.
Right. Why are Jedi even bothering with lightsabers when they can just do insane feats without it?
They you don't crush their head or something.
You don't need a lightsaber if you can just throw a mountain at somebody.
He literally just made your heart have an aneurysm.
Like, remember when Obi-Wan picked up a mountain and threw it at Darth Vader?
Yeah.
Why do you have a sword?
Yeah.
What's the point of that?
Anyway, we should probably move on to other parts of the episode.
I was going to say, so we're basically in epilogue territory after the
evacuation. After the big escape.
The big escape has gone well.
So this episode falls to me, and I'm not going to do like a scene by scene on this, but like it falls into like this weird category of after the ISB raid and like Cassian gets Melshi, K2, Clea back to Yavin. It falls into this weird area of both being epilogue to Andor as a whole and prelogue to Rogue One.
Setting up Rogue One, yeah.
Because in all honesty, in a weird way, Rogue One is the finale to Andor, which is also weird because then Rogue One is a prequel
yeah.
to A New Hope.
The rest of the episode is just setting up the pieces for Rogue One. at
Right.
this
Yeah.
point.
And
It's-
what we're seeing on the screen, and if anyone's looking overhead of us, this little like council meeting with like the senator woman, Bail, Mothma, and like that guy
this
there.
other guy, we don't know who he is.
there's
and
a few people we don't know who they
basically,
are.
the whole tension of all this is: can we trust Clea? Can we trust Cassian? Is this? And they're not calling it Death Star because they don't know what a Death Star is yet.
They just know there's a super weapon, but is that all they know? Like, what are they supposed to do with that information?
Right, but like at the same time, like they're treating like we're given like a 30-minute episode of like, do we, don't we believe in them?
But whether or
just
not
to
they
set
believe
up
or
the-
don't, where do they move from there?
We're right.
They don't have enough
It's
information.
basically all to set up the point of him meeting up with that Tavik.
The guy
Informer.
on the Ring of Caffeine or
Yes.
whatever, yeah. Which is
And-
how you start the
Which is
movie.
all Rogue One stuff. Yeah,
Right,
like,
right.
So
like they
this-
find that Imperial
Right.
pilot that defects.
I also
Was
love
was
that
that,
they
was that
made.
the same place where he gets body?
I also
don't
do
fully
love
remember.
that they made Mothma now have to do that haircut
But
that
that's-
she had for Rogue One.
Don't touch the haircut, bro.
Well,
I'm
which
fi-
is
I'm fine. with
no,
that.
I love it. I love it because it's also the haircut she had in Andor,
Yeah,
and whoever made Rogue One was like, you know what? That's Mothma's haircut.
we're giving you the
Well-
Jim Carrey Dumb and Dumber cut.
Right.
Right, but
Enjoy.
She looks different in the prequels, I'm sure.
And she looks
yeah.
so weird in this though, with this like weird bowl cut.
She looks more like Episode 6, which I'm fine with. Yeah.
She's the only other woman besides Princess Leia.
Thank you, Family Guy.
And then, remember, Leia's like, I don't like her.
This whole count, like this is, and I think this is what we were going back to, where if this was a full season, this would feel a little bit better. But like their whole,
It feels a little rushed. Yeah.
well, it feels rushed, and it also feels like they have so much angst against Luthen.
Well, that's what I'm
For
saying.
no
is
real
which
reason.
all of
which
the drama,
we've covered before.
all
Yeah.
the drama in the scene is based around the fact that they don't like or trust Luthen,
And there
and
doesn't
and
feel,
it's whether or not they do or
the
not.
web of doubts that he created.
and there doesn't feel like there's a real amount of
But what web of
reasoning
doubts?
for it.
right.
Hasn't he been basically 100% proactive?
I
in
mean,
their
he
cause?
was right about Bail having the wrong people to extract Mothma.
That's what I'm saying. Like, this doesn't exist without him. That's why I don't understand. Like, why
Right.
do they think
Yeah,
he's
it
such
feels-
a?
This feels like a little bit of forced drama.
No,
Yeah.
well, it would be interesting if one of them actually brought up the fact that they called out Luthen for being like a ends justified the means sort of guy, like somebody who like
He would burn us all to the ground.
if
right
somebody
where we stand.
if somebody actually brought up the fact that like Luthen is basically the Empire and we shouldn't be following in his footsteps because
That's-
he's
yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
Like somebody challenged
Yeah,
Luthen's stance.
he's crossed the line so many times. He's lost.
if that
he's
was
lost
the
the
reason
plot or
rather
whatever.
than yeah.
Oh, imagine a scene if
That-
if
that would've
Clea
been
was
cool.
present and somebody did that,
Yeah, that was
And-
a
and
very
she-
powerful scene.
and she had to like
Yeah.
fucking either bite her tongue or
she would have lost her
Would
stuff.
it- that would've been-
for sure. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, not to criticize the finale or anything. I think the finale is great, but that would have been a neat thing if she like overheard two people talking about like
No,
Luthen
she's
and
she's in kind of bad shape at the moment, but
I also
but-
don't know what, like, in all honesty, like,
but-
going into this my own self, I don't know what I was really expecting out of a finale, knowing that it was going to be a finale of a show that was supposed to immediately tie into a movie that was immediately tying into another movie.
Well, the climax of the show is the Gorman Massacre, basically.
Right.
Everything else is just sort of like the aftermath.
So,
of
like,
it.
I don't know what I was fully anticipating. Like, I'm trying to think, like, what was I expecting out of this episode? Like, why was I, like, you know what I mean? Like, I wasn't going to get a huge blaster scene or, like, you know what I mean? Like, I wasn't going to get a major space battle. Like, what was I really hoping for out of this?
Mm.
Like, do you have any idea what you were really anticipating? Or
No, I was expecting sort of an epilogue because
Yeah.
I knew it was like, well, like they don't even know what the Death Star is yet, so you can't. Like, what else do you do?
I don't
other
think,
than just dialogue.
I mean, going into the final arc, I didn't think the Death Star was going to come up fully yet. I
No,
wasn't.
right.
I think they only
right.
mentioned it with Dedra.
Well, the Luthen or Lonnie getting burned was the start of it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was not really fully anticipating that. I'm not angry or upset or anything about the finale. I'm trying to like mentally think back to myself, like, what was I hoping for out of it? Like, because this is about as good as you could get for where they were at.
I mean, I don't want to.
Good character moments. A good chunk of it seems to be mainly whether or not people trust Clea.
And I feel like
That's
that
a good chunk of just the rebellion.
Maybe that's why I have a slight annoyance with the episode, is because it doesn't feel like it was a needed
Because
thing.
we have a lot of scenes
To me-
with just Cassian
yes.
and what Vin. Is her name Vin? The other girl?
Val?
Val?
The one right here?
Yeah, Val.
Her cousin.
Yeah.
There's the scene where they drink to their fallen
That was in
allies.
episode 11, or was that in...
That's
in
this
one.
episode.
That's in
This one, yeah.
Because they're drinking to...
That's right, because Mothma sends her now to go hang out with
Yeah,
him.
To verify the intel.
just
that's what she wants to
which
do.
is weird.
It
a little
felt
bit, right?
It felt like a little bit of the wrap up. Like, remember, like, I don't know, you weren't a Seinfeld guy, but like the final episode of Seinfeld, the finale of Seinfeld is a courtroom
Rough.
where they literally bring in like every cameo character from the 9 seasons.
Well, the only reason I say this is weird is because Mon herself knows Luthen.
Right.
Personally.
That's why.
So
like,
this whole like
feels...
bit where she's sending her like niece or whatever
Cousin.
or cousin to hang out with Cassian, try to convince me that his tale is true. It's like, well, you already know Luthen, and if you know and you sort of know Cassian, I would assume at this point.
Right.
Like he rescued you.
He saved her bacon.
And
He
it's
saved
also
her.
And it's also 1 year later from that moment that he saved
Yeah,
her.
it's one of those like I don't get like the whole like extra footage we
Yeah.
need of send him to convince me that he's real. It's like you should already trust him.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
already
You
proved.
either- well,
He's already
either or,
proven
yeah.
I
trustworthiness.
I
So-
have, I have some. I have
To
some
me,
it feels a
critiques
little
of this.
forced.
and because this is the finale, to me this almost feels fillerish.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah,
it's like for a finale, like every moment of your finale should be like
I would have. I mean,
hyper
Ben
important.
talked before about what were your expectations for this. I feel like you could have maybe trimmed some of this stuff out, maybe stretched or moved some of the action peak stuff maybe a little bit more throughout. I mean, you could have done stuff with the raid a little differently, and have some kind of like the finale of season 1. You have the huge kind of was that a big march or uprising on Ferrix, right?
Right.
You could have had some kind of either action piece or a big intense drama piece that comes to a head at some point, and then second half is epilogue. And I think that I think there is some stuff here that like we were just talking about.
Yeah, I mean, like I like.
Need,
and don't get me wrong, I like this scene where they're just like toasting each other, and
that's fine.
it's a fun little
It's fine,
two-character moment, but it's not giving us anything extra.
Yeah.
And as far as I can tell, it's not giving Mon Mothma anything extra. Like the whole point is she's trying to like gauge whether or not Cassian's telling the truth. It's like, well, come on, like of course he is. Like,
the funny thing is,
why
I
wouldn't
think
he be?
Gilroy is so good at dialogue and just understands human psychology and people in general. Like he could write just like two people like he could write the three of us sitting down here to do a podcast about his show, and the dialogue would be so well written that like people would want to watch it regardless of the fact that it has no bearing on anything.
And if we had 5 seasons, I would absolutely welcome this scene. Because it's like, oh, we got so much of it. All these character moments I would love.
Yeah.
But the fact that we have so little is like, man, it sucks that they're sort of wasting time with this when it's not really.
We could have spent more time on maybe how Lonnie finds out he was burned, or like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the more investigative properties, the reasons why Yavin hates Luthen so much.
Right.
I also have a
these are important questions, I think.
I also have a weird way of quantifying time on a streaming service versus the old school, like growing up, like how we grew up on like cable and TV and stuff, where like a show was 1 hour with X amount of commercials, so it was really boiled down to like 42 minutes, right? And you had to pack in all that stuff in that 42, 48 minutes, whatever your runtime was minus commercials. Here, theoretically, outside of Disney saying, budget, this is what you have, they could run any time they want.
In theory, yeah. Yeah.
So, like, if they really had other scenes that would really be helpful to the show, throw them in there. Unless budget cost, time cost.
You could have a 2-hour episode. I mean, technically true.
I mean,
some really good shows do that. The premiere of Fargo season 1, the first episode is like 1 hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah, and that was cable, and that's still cable.
And that was FX, and it was really, really good.
I think the other thing too is we did talk about this. I think this was before you got here, Tim, when he was starting it all up. Drew didn't quite realize how long the credits, like when you cut off the credits, that's like 6 minutes.
It's a huge.
Yeah,
it's a huge chunk of time.
I was trying to find the time code for the first scene with the ISB, and on the one episode, it was over 7 minutes. Was the
Okay,
the end from when the credits start to like the end, and you're like
$300 million.
yeah.
budget
The episode
for
says
this-
42
yeah.
minutes, but after the beginning and the end, you're actually looking at like 33
Yeah,
minutes.
you're looking
you know,
at like
It's something that Ben brings up almost every time we.
He does like to talk about it.
these shows.
I do.
He always brings
because
up the
people
runtime.
often will be like, oh, like especially with like the Mando, people are like, it was an 8-episode season, and they like, and I'm like, yeah, but like if this would have been just a movie,
But none of us bring that point up. But you always love to bring that point up.
yeah, and I will continue.
I
to
don't.
do
I don't
that.
hate you for it, but I just want to say it is something you talk about
But like
a lot.
my point with like the Mando show is you have an 8-episode season.
Well, talk about filler. Like, that's
Right. Well, that's what I mean. That's my point in it. Is that like each episode has a 2-minute intro, each episode has a 6-minute extra. Then you have like because it's a new episode, you have to have intro shots, extra exterior
The
shots.
shows are all filler.
Like it's literally like 10 minutes of
Episodes, right.
actual
So
show.
now, how do you feel about Partagas listening to the manifesto?
Okay, so here's where I think there's a lot of, since we're now like kind of jumping up and we're actually kind of somewhat timing up with it. We talked about the raid happened. They're back on the base. They have like the questions of Cassian.
Can he be trusted?
Right.
You know,
And then,
Is Clay
like we talked
trustworthy?
about, Mon sends Val to hang out with Cassian to find out more. And now we get this amazing, like all of this. Like this is actually,
This is very good.
this is like,
this is
like-
exceptional,
This
I'd
is just this little bit here. Then is my favorite part. Is Loget's like hand.
What's coming up after we
Right.
we are at this point.
We know what's gonna
If
happen.
you've ever watched anything, you know what's happening.
Right.
Like
But like I just and like the backdrop of like the Imperial logo behind his head.
That's good.
no, I have a question. Was he actually going to be like detained
Mm-hmm.
over all this?
100%. 100%. Yeah, that's why the guy came in to
The
talk to
Imperials
him.
feed onto their own
Like was he literally going to get thrown into a cell with Dedra? Like basically, like
to some degree. at
indefinitely, or would he have had to?
or just killed.
least. Just
Or
that, like,
do you think he would have been executed for botching the
he
raid?
might not have been executed. He might have been worse.
Like torture? or?
There's fates worse than death.
I don't know. I agree, but I feel
But,
like
Yeah, the hand
we
motion
don't-
there is really good.
It
The
just-
officer like the stormtroopers like are about to react.
Yeah.
They have to hear the blaster,
And he knows there's no.
and he already
point.
knows. He's just like, it's fine.
It's
We
just-
gotta.
the body's dead. You're not gonna do anything.
He allowed him to die like on his own terms, I guess.
And in a way, that's Loger's own rebellion, which goes back to Nemec's little speech.
Yeah.
Each person has their own rebellion, their own revolution. In perfect theory, if Loger there is a perfect little Imperial soldier, he would want Pargazat,
and part
part of gas.
of gas,
part your ass.
but
He would want part your ass to be tortured and all his information given over.
part of gas's last lines like to the other guy is like, it just keeps spreading, doesn't it?
See, that's where
It's almost he's almost like talking about it like a cancer. It's just
Right.
like it's
So, like, I think
It
that's
was-
where, like, the
we
internet,
can't help it no more.
the
It's over.
internet is seeming to have a debate over, did he just realize he's on the wrong side of history?
Part of gas.
Yeah.
That's
Or
and this
is,
is
I doubt it.
literally
I don't
up.
think he does.
I doubt it.
This is literally up for interpretation. I kind of think that maybe he doesn't know that fully, but I think he's doubting a little bit of his own.
I mean, everyone to some degree has doubts, yeah.
like
I think, like, the way he says that, like, it's spreading. Like, he's fearful. Like,
Yeah.
like, and I don't know that's fearful, like, he's obviously not fearful, like, he's not fearful for himself because he's gonna, like, die by suicide anyway. But I think it's fearful in the sense that he realizes the end of the road for what he's basically devoted his life to.
is his unaliving. Is it over shame or is it over fear of what's coming to him?
I don't think it's shame. Not for him. I don't.
I think it's he would rather do that than face what's about to happen.
Like,
I
does he
think
think like the punishment's gonna be way worse than just?
that's what I
And
think.
in a
That's-
weird way,
that's
for
what I
a
think.
person like him, it's a given into cowardice.
Why would you want to be an Imperial officer if like failing means like worse than death?
Well, I think it's
Consequences.
one of those same things where like we all assume we're gonna like.
Like I wouldn't want to be promoted.
Well, but
I'd be
like,
like keep me
you're
way
looking,
low level.
You're looking at it from an
You're-
outside
You're looking at it
perspective.
from people with a lot more drive and ambition,
Well,
ambition and
So here's the thing:
thirst for power.
you're looking at it firstly from an outside perspective, and secondly you're looking at it from a non-fictional, literature, non-2020 hindsight perspective, if you're a person in the moment, you're just thinking like, I can do this, I can do that, and I'm going to keep progressing. I'm going to keep gaining power. I'm going to keep gaining authority. You're never looking at it's the same way like a thief does. They only steal like $5 the first time. They got away with it.
Oh yeah.
They steal $5 the second time because you don't want to get bigger the second time. They got away with it. Right, well, if I got away with stealing $5, I bet I can steal $10. That third time you steal 10. Got away with it. The third, like fourth time, fifth time, sixth time, you start ramping up, and then suddenly you get caught. The same way with them. They never think they're going to be the guy who gets needed. They're never going to be the guy who get ozzled.
And he was just a captain.
Right, like that's my point. Like they're the guy.
Wasn't the high rank?
Even the person below Ozzel probably doesn't think, okay, once I take Ozzel's position, I'll be smarter than Ozzel. I'll never.
Pride's a real thing.
Right, like I'll never.
Like Captain Piet never got choked out.
No, but not because he necessarily failed either. He did.
He looked really worried. At the end of Empire, but
like my point is being like, you don't think you're gonna be the cause of your own downfall.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's hubris.
Pride is the downfall of all these characters in fiction and in nonfiction.
Yeah.
Do we say Partagas had hubris?
Probably to some degree. Maybe not. Like
I would say Dedra had hubris.
Dedra definitely.
And Krennic.
100%.
Krennic is nothing but.
And especially in Rogue One.
A lot of these arch-villains, like all have.
I mean, even Vader to a degree has it. Yeah.
Of course.
Palpatine has it.
Yeah.
He in theory, he could have just killed Luke. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, in a perfect world, if he really feared Luke as he could have just killed Luke.
Yeah, just have him killed. Like, let's not go through all the hassle of turning him.
He even set up the Death Star. Like, supposedly, he gave the Death Star plans to the Bothans.
I don't even understand the whole, like, we're gonna turn Luke by watching him make his friends die. It's like, okay, well, that's gonna make him evil, but he's going to be focusing that evil on me.
That was like Lucas's old school ideology of, well, once you're evil, you
obey the Emperor.
Yeah.
Like you're just.
Because remember, we've talked about this too, where the Emperor was just the original OT Emperor was just a personification of evil. Like he's Satan.
Without any other sources, he is just the dark side.
Yeah.
Much like Yoda represents the light side.
Right.
That's how I always.
He wasn't an natural character. He wasn't a natural human. He wasn't a person.
The prequels is what gave him the whole. Oh, he's a backstory and he's a manipulated sort of jerk.
He was literally just the personification of dark side. So if you become evil for any reason, no matter what your reason,
the idea is once you snap, the Emperor now controls you, or to some extent. Yeah. Or the idea is that that's just the vessel the dark side is talking through.
Right.
And I don't know.
Because Russia was evil and Hitler was evil and they fought.
Yes, evil can fight evil.
Right.
Evil always turns on itself.
But yet. For some reason, Lucas's idea of ultimate evil would not fight. Like once you become ultimate evil, you just serve even higher ultimate evil. Like yeah.
Well,
I mean, it's not ultimate evil then.
Do we? So what about the scene where Bale is sort of like putting his trust in Cassian, even though he doesn't like Cassian?
Once again, I'm not quite sure why
it's
Bale
has... very convenient that switched all of a sudden.
And I really enjoy. I actually enjoy the fact that K2 introduces Bale as it's that human that you don't like.
It's a nice touch.
I also think there's some slight nods to irony in the actual what the term irony means.
He's gearing up basically in his Rogue One gear here, right?
Right, but I enjoy the sense of the irony in so Cassian at one point had to work on pieces of equipment that built the Death Star. The Death Star is what ends up killing him. Bale is somewhat.
This is very, very cinematic. I kind of grimaced a little bit or some of this. I thought it was a little over the top.
I like how we're seeing the rebellion
becoming unified.
They're doing training and stuff like that.
And those are all the guys you see on Scarif.
These are the guys that fight on
Even
Scarif.
that
are they all the Scarif guys?
Yeah.
Even that alien's on Scarif.
The same actors?
I don't know about the same actor.
But
I won't go down
I'm
that
sure
road,
the majority of them. Yeah.
The ideology, that alien is definitely one.
No, do we ever see Willman again?
Other than right there?
Do we ever see Clea again?
I don't think he's in Rogue One, is he? I know Melshi is.
Right. I don't think we see Will again. No.
This is like the ending. As I said, this is an epilogue. I appreciate a good montage.
Yeah.
And this is a wonderful montage.
And
where
it's
we
not
just
even
see
a
like.
montage. It's just a one like this.
Now, what do you?
no,
Now,
yeah.
okay,
this is an interesting scene.
because this is the wife of the
Skalden.
Skalden.
There's a fair bit of talk about this. Does
With-
that
with
mean
parent-
that he's
with
he's a swingner? Is he just
I think it's more than that. I think he's. I think the implication that her husband's dead. Now he's with her.
Or just,
or he's
or
just
they're both, or they're both,
they're just
being
living
unfa-
it up. It
un-
don't
both
matter.
being
No,
unfaithful
I'm gonna say
or
the
whatever.
implication is that the husband's dead, and then he's taken over to watch over the daughter of Mon.
How did Skalden die though? Like I mean,
Well, that's all. Once again, this is
yeah.
this is an implication that I.
Definitely would be in when
This is the implication I'm reading is that Skalden got killed, and now
There was a
he
little
basically is socialiting himself into that family.
I
just-
always see the way that Chandrila's like pre-marriage thing and open relationship always seemed to me was also just like
Oh, we do see Clay again.
Perrin is definitely I got the impression like just like a swinger
And
bachelor.
Well,
even
this
though
is-
he's married.
this is Dedra's final scene.
in a nearly loveless marriage.
that
right.
her breakdown, and she's on a,
The same place he
That-
was.
that's
She's-
Arcana 5. Or
Yeah.
whatever,
and that's
right?
confirmed that she's
Yep.
in the same cell or one of the
I mean,
a
it's
similar
not the
cell.
exact same
Can't-
cell.
yeah,
but
that'd
yeah.
be way too hokey to the exact same
It's
cell.
it's weird how they still have that prison after that break.
Well,
You think they would have redone that whole like, oh
we're
god.
we're gonna reopen Alcatraz. What are you? Where's
Okay.
your ear shoes here? I would like.
Oh,
I
Sure,
I
you
am
got- you
kind
got-
of curious about the appearance.
And he's got his Rhino suit
I am
for
kind
huffing.
of curious about the reappearance of the Force Healer there, just for like that little nod, because like I'd like a little bit more backstory on her post Yavin.
I don't know if I want backstory.
No,
to her.
no, my point- no.
I am absolutely fine with the vagueness of that whole
My
scene.
point just being, I want to know what her interaction with Luke is.
Like when Luke lands, like, who the fuck are you?
No, once,
You're like God or whatever.
or like once Luke realizes like Obi-Wan, he's left.
I like this.
Oh yeah, I've always
you're-
loved the Death Star's like views.
Just they do that a lot in Rogue One.
Yeah.
Staring at the Death Star being.
and episode 3 at the end.
I also even liked when like
Oh yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
no, that was
The
dumb.
Death Star's like fully completed, basically.
I just-
that
There-
scene,
there's
right?
a, I think,
Skeleton.
I think there's a time jump at the very end of Revenge of the Sith. That's not
Oh, during that one scene
I
where
hope.
it just
I
where,
hope.
where it just shows Tarkin with his arms crossed and he looks around.
The only thing,
Because they say here that he's been building the Death Star for over a decade, which doesn't exactly line up with the end of episode.
well,
Revenge
I
of the
mean,
Sith.
And now they're basically heading off to where they
over
go
a
in Rogue
decade
One.
could be 18 years.
That's not how you would say it, though. But
How would you phrase 18 years?
18
almost,
BBY.
almost 2 decades. But yeah.
The other thing too, like my reason for asking, like, because after like if Luke got back after Yavin 4, like after blowing up the Death Star, he should like that Force healer should be like, you know what, you use that Force. Obi-Wan taught me about that. Can you
Oh, he's
kinda
a little droid race.
tell
And this
me
is the,
anything about it?
And you know what? There was a lot of predictions that were kind of true. A lot of people were like, I wonder if Bix is pregnant. And
I go back and forth on the Bix being pregnant thing because it does feel very tropish, and
A little tropey.
yeah, it's
it's not
fine.
needed by any stretch at all.
No, but it's a nice little piece. It's like that dollop of whipped cream that's right on top of
it feels
the.
like it's an
It adds-
unnecessary gut punch.
you know what?
maybe.
It makes her weaving a little more powerful.
it does
And
give-
it makes
yeah.
it makes
It
more
does give
sense.
at least
Justifies
it-
the
it-
leaving.
It justifies
more.
it. It justifies it a little bit more.
Yeah, because then Cassian definitely would have left. Like,
Cassian would have absolutely left the rebellion
if he knew
for
he
that.
had a son.
Oh yeah,
Or-
absolutely.
yeah.
100%.
But it's tragic he didn't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's what John Doe says at the end of 7. Oh, he didn't know.
Oh. So.
I'm
And
gonna
that
name
was
you
Andor, everyone.
Andor Skywalker.
So now we go into the Acolyte.
Sagromatima.
The next thing that comes out is like Ahsoka season 2, right?
Yeah.
2026, they're saying. Yeah.
Oh.
So.
You can't wait to review it.
Man, I would hate to be a writer on that show.
Can you wait for like just the
Probably gets a huge budget.
It's over. So what you're saying is Star Wars is going to be back to just a grown man smashing his toys together on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Picture Dark Helmet with all of his little
yeah,
action
yeah.
figures.
That's the perfect perspective. Oh,
Yeah.
now you will see that evil is
Will always triumph because good.
dumb. And then they fight. That is so that like those
That's
series.
Filoni and Favre. That's just all it is.
Oh,
which is what
your helmet is so big.
which is what some people really wanted at that time, and I like.
Well, like I said, there are the Star Wars fans that are in love with just the iconography.
Yes,
They honestly do not.
The nostalgia, the member berries.
They are the people that they don't want the
And I can
characters. They
understand
don't want
it to a
the
degree.
stories.
Right,
They
and
just want to see lightsabers.
And I talked earlier about how I wish there was a little bit more of that in the show, just a little bit, some tastes
I
here
can
and there
yeah,
of some of the major principles.
But you know what's funny?
Here's-
This is the exact opposite. They
Right.
could have, like I said, they could have give us the Emperor.
Yeah.
There was times where they could have given us
Like,
crazy
That's what we just talked about.
I mean,
member berries.
I can
Yeah.
understand the idea of wanting to watch a show where you can just turn your brain off, sit back, and go.
Yeah, just,
That was
just,
fun.
Just popcorn fun. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Why can't it be both?
Well, my problem with it is
You have
the people who are also claiming that that's what they want don't also spend time watching the really good shows.
Well, I mean, it's,
They're not like
Yeah, do we know any rating information on this yet, or is it still too early?
he's
crit-
given IMDb
well,
stuff.
critically, it's really high. It's got the
Right,
IMDb record of
But Disney's gonna
Now,
almighty dollar
rating viewership. I think I heard is kind of low, but I don't know anything official.
Andor season 1 was fairly low.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
And Acolyte was very low.
my
Like Star
point-
Wars
yeah.
is not being highly viewed.
I'm fully fine with people saying to me, I liked watching Ahsoka and I thought it was a great show, or The Acolyte, I thought it was a great show because I could just turn it off, or I could turn it on, turn my brain off, and watch Star Wars.
Watch lightsaber battles.
But then I'm like, okay, cool. So what's a great show to you? And they're like, How I Met Your Mother, or The Big Bang Theory. I'm like, wait, okay.
They're just like
So you don't actually even have a real show, like
something that doesn't even challenge you mentally at all.
right?
to,
Like so,
wanna-
basically, even your best show
Right.
isn't a really good show.
I think probably I think I would even say the majority of people are like that. They just view entertainment as just entertainment.
Because like for me,
Yeah,
a shut
yeah.
my brain off
Yeah.
show is Simpsons, Futurama, and I recognize that, and that's why I use them to like basically fall asleep to. But like then I'm also watching. If I am watching TV, I'm watching like Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul. I'm watching like
Fargo or
Andor, Fargo. Lost is kind of borderlining. Like in all honesty, Lost had its moments where it was pretty
Shogun.
high.
Shogun.
I haven't seen Shogun.
Frickin' excellent.
You think you would like it?
Shogun's
It's
really
been
good.
on my list. It honestly has.
Well,
yeah.
Shogun a lot reminds me of Andor quite a bit. Just like its pacing and tone and
Yeah.
everything. Like it's just such
Very,
a
very-
and it's
Supposedly the
very
book,
similar- very
like the
similar
books
turn.
for it are like this.
There's
well, there's only one book, I think.
Oh, so it's just one book.
It's
that's
just
like
one
this
big
then.
book.
also
that's based off.
a lot of seppuku. A lot of seppuku.
There,
My
well,
opinion
it,
too,
honestly,
though,
it's sort of educational a little bit. I
Oh,
researched
it's 100%. It's based on a real guy that really went to Japan
every
in that-
episode,
in that time
but
frame.
every episode, I found myself like researching more and more
Oh,
of like
yeah, I'm the
feudal Japan. Like
I'm the same way.
Because-
Feudal Japan is a very interesting, like the old Legends of the Five Rings card game is
Oh, yeah.
loosely based on feudal Japan with the idea of like honor. There's the different clans of samurai, like the
Yeah.
Naga, the unicorn, all that stuff. It's
If anyone hasn't seen that show yet, highly recommend.
I
I can't recommend. Now, as far as I know, the season 1 basically just did the novel it's based on. There is a season 2 coming because of how popular it was, but this won't
and
be
that's
based
where
on.
it'll
But that's the thing; it makes me a little worried because this isn't based
Well-
off of anything. It's just the writers are now
Drew.
because
We have-
I have
well,
Game of
what's your-
Thrones.
I was just gonna say, what's
well,
your thoughts on Game of Thrones once it
the
went
real-
off?
when they ran off
well,
when they ran
well,
out
the
of
real-
material.
The only thing I would say is the real guy that everything was based on, a real English guy who went to Japan and really had a life there for a while. He did have a diary, so
Okay.
maybe they'll take some from that.
Ooh,
and
alright.
Was the
really-
diary what the book was based on, though?
I mean, loosely,
Wait.
loosely, yeah.
So wait. So to wrap this up,
But,
guys,
yeah,
before we go off the rails about Shogun,
Let's go back to Andor. Sure.
I thought this was the Shogun
Is-
review.
question for both of you. You already answered me kind of through text, but is this the most you've loved Star Wars since the OT?
If you're just talking about TV and film, I think so. I mean,
It is for me.
I'll put it out there. I really, and maybe it's a little bit of a embarrassing to admit, but I really enjoyed seeing Episode 7 in theaters. I really liked Force Awakens, and I had, coming out of that theater, I had a lot of hope for where I thought Star Wars could go and answer
explore some interesting ideas,
answer all these questions, set these interesting characters, do things with them. So I really enjoyed that. But this is obviously different, and this is a lot more meat on the
Imagine
bones.
if Tony Gilroy did episode 7.
So
Like they gave him the entire trilogy.
I think
Imagine they had one director and one writer do the whole trilogy.
Oh my god!
in the vein of what you're talking about, in the sense of enjoyment,
Mm-hmm.
I will piggyback off that a little bit.
But
So like, my history with Star Wars, just as like a brief nutshell type thing, is watch the OT and stuff because I actually first got into the card game via a friend, and then got into the movies.
oh really? You hadn't
I didn't
seen
know
them
that.
first?
I actually had gotten into the card game first because I really wasn't my family was not movie watching people. Like my parents don't watch movies and stuff like that. My dad
Interesting.
watched sports and only sports. Like that's the only
Nerd.
right. So, but like,
sorry to interrupt. But one quick contrast. My dad, in 1977, went to see Star Wars and saw it. I think 5 times in theaters. So
my
That's what
dad
happened.
did. My dad did admit to me though later on, once I got into Star Wars, that he did see the original Star Wars one time in the movie theater.
I can't hold it. You guys just keep talking about how much you love Star Wars.
And his comment was, it was no Star Trek, because apparently he did like the first season of the Star Trek show.
original TOS.
Yeah.
Okay, I can see how if someone was really into Kirk and Spock and all that, the Star Wars might be a little bit off-putting.
But so like for me, Star Wars is in the vein of like, I watched the OT. I was born in 85. I watched it basically middle school age, so what, like 12, 13. And right as I'm hitting high school, the year before high school would be the prequels.
Prequels.
I would have been the 8th grade, would have been 99. Got to see the Phantom Menace with friends, and like that was a huge moment in just that sense of I never saw the
first new Star Wars movie.
and I never saw the original. I didn't even see the original trilogy extended, special edition. I didn't even see that in theaters.
Interesting. I saw all those.
So for me, the first movie of Star Wars I got to see in theaters was Phantom Menace. So in that vein, it was very like Phantom Menace was big. Even as like a 13 or 14-year-old, I knew it wasn't amazing, but it was still amazing because of spectacle more than story.
Yeah.
Because at 14, spectacle outranks story, I think.
Sure.
3 years later, I'm 16, 17 for Attack of the Clones.
Yeah, that was.
Let's see, that would have been 2000.
I think that was not my favorite even
No.
back, even back then.
And I remember
So-
that being the low point because that was also like the same time frame as like Lord of the Rings are coming out, which are great movies.
So good.
And so I think
Matrix was also
Yeah.
right before then, first one, and then it's like
you're
two.
1 year older than me, right? Because you're 40 now.
I'm like 6 months older than you.
Yeah. So like I was
We're
just
almost exactly the same age.
so just to pose into everything with Tim.
Can you believe that? What?
I was saying, so like for me, I didn't see like special edition or none of the movies in theater. I watched the OT at home, VHS. The first in theater to me then was Phantom Menace. So
You didn't watch special editions?
not in theater.
You just
I
said
saw it on VHS, but not in theater.
Interesting. I saw all the special editions in theater.
Yeah,
My
I
dad
did.
took me and friends when we were.
Yeah.
Oh man, it must have been like 9 or 10.
See,
I think.
it was 97. So
I remember.
Yeah.
Do you remember Taco Bell had like all the Star Wars toys? Those little like specifically Star Wars special edition
I
toys.
had Taco Bell and Pizza
It
Hut
became like
toys for Phantom Menace.
We did like this tradition. We went to Taco Bell before seeing it, and we'd have these toys in the theater we'd play with. Yeah, that's fun.
But so I was saying to Tim, like at 13 years old, the Phantom Menace was a big deal for me because spectacle. I kind of recognized the story wasn't great, but like at the same time, spectacle, getting to see it in theater outranked
Yeah.
the story.
At the card shop, I wondered, were you confused why a lot of the older people did not like Phantom
Well,
Menace?
so first time I saw Phantom was with Chad and some of those guys.
You saw it with them?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
the opening night, I got to go with Chad and Doug.
Your parents allowed that?
Yeah,
You would have been young, man.
I was 13
Oh, okay, no, okay.
at 99 because it would have been before my birthday.
I would have been 14, I guess.
Yeah. But so We saw it opening night. It would have been like 1 a.m. or something. Like it was like Saturday, Friday night, or whatever. So my parents were okay with it. But I remember like just being kind of, and like Chad was pretty enthusiastic about it. But Chad was also a fan.
A lot of the people at the shop loved the
at first
Star Wars. Yeah.
I remember by the time Attack of the Clones came out, the opinion definitely shifted.
Well,
and that was also a weird point
people
where
turned on their Jar Jar and stuff.
right,
and
Attack of the Clones was also like, I think the lowest point in Star Wars was Attack of the Clones. Like it was just a worse movie. It was around the same time like Lord of the Rings was coming out, and they were fantastic movies.
Yeah, and they hold up today still. Like
yeah.
people are still comparing things to them.
Yeah,
like, what's
so good. Yeah.
Revenge of the Sith. I then later on saw.
I got some soft spots for Revenge of the Sith. In
saw-
fact, I'll challenge Mr. Plankett on some of the points he makes. I don't think he's correct on a few.
I will go back and say there is obviously some stuff wrong with it, but like Revenge of the Sith was like the high point as far as like getting to see Star Wars in theaters, and then going off what Tim said with like The Force Awakens, so like the next theater experience for me with Star Wars.
Well, there's a lot in between there.
No, there is. No, there is. But I am jumping on this. But
Sure, you know,
but so.
in that 10 years exactly, actually.
In that jump,
05 to 15.
in that jump frame of that is me really getting on board with the old EU. Like I started reading like the Thrawn books and stuff, and
so middle school era when you started reading books.
The actual first books
maybe late elementary for me.
For me, it was after the movie. Like,
so what grabbed you to the point where I need to read these books?
So ironically, my grandma got me the Boba Fett trilogy first book.
I remember those.
The Book of Boba Fett?
No, it's not Book of Boba Fett.
It's a trilogy about.
It's a trilogy about Boba Fett.
I remember there was a book called Tales of the Bounty Hunter. That I remember skimming through.
There was another trilogy then written just about Boba Fett, and it was by like K.W. Jeter. It's not the greatest, but it's not the worst either. But like
K.W. Jeter,
that was the author's name. Yeah. K.W. Jeter.
What do you think Jeter's up to now?
Oh, he's dead. No matter how hard that kitty's holding on, it's dead.
Tim's on still around.
Hang in there, kitty.
But so, and because she knew, like, she's like, so who's your favorite character from Star Wars? And I said, like, Boba Fett. Just because I was, like, 15 at the time. You know what I mean?
I like the Boba Fett.
Because at 15, Boba Fett was pretty cool, right? You know?
This is before you learned about characterization.
Yeah. And then once I started reading that, I got, like, there's, like, a whole, like, there's also these Star Wars books. So I was like,
oh yeah, there's so many.
So I just got them all. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, the Thrawn trilogy is always the one that everyone goes, oh,
and obviously,
yeah.
as
Timothy
you guys
Zahn.
know, my third daughter's named Mara because of Mara Jade. And so, like, obviously I'm somewhat of a nerd on the ODU and stuff. And, like, so my oldest daughter was 6 at the time that, like, The Force Awakens came out. And we got to see it in IMAX at the Whitaker Center. And it was absolutely, like, phenomenal. Getting to see, like, the Super Star Destroyer, you know, like, scroll across the screen in 3D.
If money wasn't an issue, would you want to go to that hotel, like, set up in Disney that's, like...
Yeah.
It doesn't exist anymore.
Because the reason the reason it doesn't exist anymore is because they were, like, charging exorbitant
prices.
prices.
It's like $2,000 a night or something. Yeah.
It was insane. Right. But you were basically living in a Star Wars, like, bio.
100%.
If money is not an option, there's a lot of things I want to do in my life. Like,
100%, yeah. 100% I would do it.
It's one of those like things where I'm like, I can't believe that this was pitched, and they did it, and then they abandoned it within a year. Like they're like, oh, this doesn't work. We can't do this.
It's one of those things where
I see the original cost projections and how it would have worked out.
Well, I've heard a lot of. I was reading a little bit of the reviews from that hotel, and apparently, like a lot of people are upset with the fact that like a lot of the actors are just sort of like not into it.
Well, yeah,
you know what I mean?
Probably like some kid actor or something.
I know someone that did it right before it went under because he got a deal on it.
And what is his thoughts on it?
I mean, he really liked it.
No, each level is like a different planet, right? Like you got Tatooine level.
I don't know all that
water level.
I don't know all that level of detail. I don't remember. Wish I remembered more of what he told me, but he really enjoyed it and wish it was still around
But tying everything back together, like just piggybacking, like I said, off Tim, like getting to see The Force Awakens in theater, and like I recognized pretty much like not right at the moment of watching it, but like near like maybe within an hour or two after watching it, like my brain caught up with me. I'm like, that was just a rehash of A New Hope. But like,
Force Awakens, yeah.
Right, but like I was okay with it.
I was mostly okay with it.
Like, if
that
they're gonna
point.
soft reboot Star Wars, it wasn't the
Right.
worst way to do it.
No,
Right.
yeah.
Right.
I wasn't in love with it, but I didn't hate it. I
Right.
was just like, yeah. That was
And
good,
given
maybe.
how bad, like, I kind of preconceived the prequels being after, like, this was almost like this like, if the prequels weren't so badly maligned by everyone,
Right. It was,
the sequel doesn't start off
Well, like,
with a soft reboot.
in Force Awakens, there's a couple scenes where you go, ooh, that's sort of neat. Like, okay, Kylo Ren's like
yeah,
stopping
I
the
love,
blaster.
Yeah.
I love
love that scene.
That whole
Oh, and
opening.
dude,
that
let me
whole
tell you what,
in IMAX,
is very good.
The
In
dramatic
IMAX
scene
is
where
the-
Finn gets the bloody fingerprints across the thing, and he takes his helmet off, and that's like the intro to Finn. You're like,
yeah.
oh, this is like a serious character.
Yeah, it's
There's
actually-
I will-
this is some good
that's
drama.
actually-
I
actually
will
very
say,
well.
my
And then
first, like,
that character gets thrown in the trash. Finn gets thrown in the trash as a
first,
character.
like, the
Well,
wheels are falling off the
literally
track
works
moment.
literally works in the trash.
he works.
My first, like, I was gonna, like, that's kind of where I was, yeah.
Literally.
My first wheels are coming off
he's
the
a-
track a little bit moment is when they did, like, the hologram of, here's the original Death Star, here's Star Killer, and I was
Yeah.
like,
Well,
okay.
that
How do we blow it up?
that
There's
com-
gotta be a way to blow
Yep,
it up.
yep,
Yeah.
yep. That's
And
it. That's
that's-
it. That the cynical Harrison Ford line delivery of just like, all right, how do we blow this up?
Yeah.
You know, like it's like a pattern. It's like a
It's a parody of itself.
it's like yeah, we get it. We got to
goes-
blow it
yeah.
up. How do we shoot it? And then they're like, okay, well, just shoot a thing down this thing and it blows
Mhm.
up. And it's like,
Yeah.
and wait, how do they even know how to blow up Star Killer Base? Is that ever? Like,
I
how
don't
do they
remember-
know?
I don't even remember.
Maybe because of Finn's work as a trash guy. I forget if that was a.
I don't even remember. Like, is it? It must be brought up at some point, right?
It's in the briefing. They talk about
It's
you
like
have
it's
to
like
go
oh,
down
if
here
you
and-
shoot a torpedo down a hole, you
But
blow
they
it
had
up.
to be on base to blow up certain things with. Because remember, like Han, Chewie, and Rey are on base to blow up stuff to be able to. The X-wings like go
They're,
to
yeah,
go.
they're there to like let people in.
It was
I
kind of
remember,
like a
but-
weird, like we need to do like the Endor
Yeah,
and a New Hope.
it's an
in
homage.
one.
to-
a couple,
to
a couple
Andor as
things
well.
they did right. Like, I really do like the landscape they used for the lightsaber battle.
Yeah,
that
a forest
that sort of
battleground.
that
like
sort
in
of
snow.
it's like a snowy forest,
Yeah.
that was cool.
and Kylo's already unhinged,
and he has
and
like
it's
a,
2-on-1, but
and
he
his
but he's
lightsaber's
facing
also unique.
but he's facing two greenhorns essentially, like
Yeah.
like very very unlevel, and he would have won a few times had it not been.
He's-
For Chewie's goddamn
Well,
blaster.
he got his
You know,
intestines
you
blown
meddling,
out.
Let's
you
not-
meddling kids if you're a bowcaster.
Yeah,
He's-
that's why like
let's not get too deep into the flaws, but yeah. But
I don't.
Yeah.
A lot of people always like one of the big things people like. I see the criticism of Kylo Ren is like, oh, he got beat by a girl. It's like, well, not exactly.
Yeah.
It's not like Rey just beats him. One, he's insanely wounded, and it's 2-on-1, and they get separated via like an earthquake at one point, right?
And that's also
The fight just sort of ends,
and
so,
let's
so
also-
nobody really
let's
wins
also
or loses.
Not dismiss the fact that
Well,
like she is.
and
a
I hate
ma-
the Force Awakens.
Well, and let me also not like outright to say like let's not dismiss the fact that like Rey is a massive Mary Sue.
100%.
Like, I mean, Luke is probably a Gary Stu to some degree, but like she's a Mary Sue.
Yeah, she pushes it way
Yeah.
too far.
yeah.
Way too. She
And I mean-
literally rescues herself.
Well, the only
Yeah.
aspect
I
she
think
doesn't.
twice. I think
The only
twice.
aspect she lacks as a Mary Sue is that like even the enemies are supposed to like love and respect her, which isn't really a thing in that.
Well,
Oh,
Like
my,
Snoke doesn't
Oh.
like her.
is that the only problem with her, Drew?
No, she's terrible. I don't like her. But if we're gonna say Mary Sue, we have to go by the rules of what a Mary Sue is, right?
oh well. The definition that I've always heard is she fits to a T, but we don't need to get too bogged down in that.
Would you call
Yeah.
Luke a Gary Stu?
I mean, there's some similarities, but
He's a minor Gary Stu in my opinion.
He does-
I will give it that.
He
But-
does mess up though. Like he's not just like
he does.
perfect.
Yeah,
and he needs training.
He actually does fail and
My
and
biggest.
come back.
Are we just saying in A New Hope, or are we saying in the
Yeah,
trilogy?
I'm just saying the New Hope. Yeah.
Oh, say but in Return of the if we're gonna count the whole trilogy, I'd say absolutely not. Like we see him
Right.
grow and
No,
change throughout
I
three
will
movies.
say that. I'm just talking about A New Hope because we're also comparing it to just the Force
'Cause then, like,
Awakens.
Because in Empire is like, well, he gets his ass whooped.
Because Rey is already a Mary Sue in the Force Awakens.
That's the problem. Is that there's a bit where she gets abducted and then she frees herself.
Yeah.
That's where
She-
you're just like,
She
oh, God.
unmind fucks herself out of the mind fucking that
Get
Kylo is
out of
doing.
my
on her.
head. Yeah.
That's right. She like Una reverses Kylo Ren in
Yeah.
that scene. See, that's
In-
bad.
right.
That's dumb. Yeah.
But don't worry, Daniel Craig was one of those stormtroopers.
No, wait. They explain this all, guys. It's in Rise of Skywalker. She's actually a Palpatine. The midichlorians are like through the roof.
Which they did not know while they were filming that scene.
No, it was all planned.
But in a weird
We don't
way,
need to get...
Going,
we need to cover this terrain so many
when you were
times,
saying
but
leaving the theater after The Force Awakens, I had hope.
I had a
In that
lot
sense,
of hope.
I had kind of a hope that
Rebellions are built on hope.
well, I had that hope in that weird way.
Nice bringing us back to Rogue One.
But I had that weird hope in the fact that it was different directors. I was hoping for different, unique takes then.
And of course, we all assumed that there was actually a plan for where their characters were going to go next.
Well,
Yeah.
right. I was hoping with just different, unique directors, there'd be just unique takes,
Not 3 different movies.
not that game where we all were in higch school once, where the English teacher was like, "You
Right.
write a paragraph,
Right. Then
now you write the
hand it
next
off. You write the next
paragraph."
paragraph. Then hand it off. You write the
And
next
like
paragraph.
every single person is trolling the next person in
Yeah.
class, or you're like,
Yeah, because we were high school kids.
or
and-
because we set everyone up for failure.
funny.
'cause
Right.
that's-
Yeah.
And that's basically what Ryan Johnson, okay, next
Yeah.
director, go. You have
Yeah.
5 people
Yeah.
on
It's
the Falcon.
It's funny if you watch it again. 8 literally does troll stuff in 7. 9 literally trolls stuff in 8.
Yeah.
It's
And ironically,
literally
they
in
didn't
there.
even know that they were
Yeah.
going to go back to JJ
Do you-
when Ryan Johnson did
Do
it.
you remember when Quagmire tried to get them into
Improv?
improv comedy,
Yeah.
and they're doing a bit
I
where
knew
they
exactly
they
where
each
you're
do
going.
a word,
Yeah.
and it's like a bit, and Peter
Yeah.
ruins the entire thing because he just keeps saying and he's like and then he goes back to Joe. He's like the and me and then Quagmire gets really pissed off. He's like, all right, this whole thing is a disaster. I'm sorry, everybody. That's what Ryan Johnson did with The Last Jedi, where he just didn't add anything. He just sort of I don't know.
I was also, as soon as Disney bought it,
We're off Andor, apparently. We're just
Oh, yeah.
we're on the evils of
I think we're
When-
corporation.
when Disney bought
I think we're
Star Wars, I was
four now.
not too hopeful just because of Disney, especially then after the announcement that they were doing away with the old EU, which I knew was probably an inevitability anyway.
That really upset me, but yeah.
I was upset. Yeah.
Well, as somebody who never read old EU stuff, I was upset that you guys were upset, but at the same time, I understood the decision.
No, I was in that boat.
Because it's
yeah.
like you said, it's at that point where there's A, B, C, D, E canon, and it would
There's
be
a-
impossible
there's
to
a way-
incorporate.
There's
into...
a way you could have done
But it would have been
though.
way too much
We're-
logistics for a corporation of Disney's.
The best way
size.
would have been to say, okay, we're going to wipe the slate clean, and then some of the old stuff that we like, that we choose, we'll reintroduce, and we'll bring some of it back.
And then
And
you
it-
piss off the fans of the things you didn't bring back.
Well, instead of taking off everybody.
Well,
I think the theory was...
that's the mishandling where it's we're gonna make all this non-canon. Oh, and now by the way, Palpatine's back.
Yeah.
He's cloning himself or
and
something.
we'll bring Thrawn back.
Here's
but-
Thrawn. You
we'll
guys
bring
like
Thrawn,
Thrawn.
and that's the thing.
That's why it's
Make-
where's Mara Jade then?
make him-
Because
make him
isn't
more
she
cherry picking from what we
isn't
want,
she
and
arguably
yeah.
more popular than Thrawn?
I'm waiting for them to at
Probably.
least do I'm waiting for them to
Well,
at some point.
I don't want them to touch Mara Jade, but
I'm
surprised
you
they
don't want them
haven't.
to touch Mara Jade.
no.
How do you want them to touch Mara Jade?
Well, here, let me show you.
I'm fully expecting at some point them to make a movie or a book where they do the multiverse type thing, and they're like, oh, the old EU is actually a parallel universe of a what if. If Luke did this, it all would have happened a different way. That kind of a bullshit thing, you know what I mean?
No.
It'll happen.
Well, how many times did they reboot Fantastic Four? They can,
Third or fourth time's a
they-
charm, they say.
Well,
So final thoughts. That was a nice little
Tangent.
tangent on Disney Star Wars.
That'd be
Hopefully they don't come after my
that'd be our
really popular
our next
production I have down here next to my water heater.
Our next,
You got lights?
our next,
Oh, I have 2 lights. I've got some green
We got a
screens.
Tim?
We got
Our
a Tim.
our next 5-hour stream will just be on Disney Star Wars and their merits.
Yeah, what are we doing tomorrow?
I don't even
guys,
need to be
for-
present for that. You guys can just go at it.
All right, we'll just break in your basement. You'll come home from work.
If I come
one day.
home one night
Come on down to my base.
and I just hear a podcast erupting from my basement,
No, I know better than to go down there and learn that.
oh god, they're talking about Star Wars. Oh no.
You just hear, and Mara Jade, and you're like, yep. You just do an about turn and walk away.
Okay, so final thoughts on Andor as a whole. Are you're everyone's happy about it, right?
So, Drew, would you recommend Andor?
I would absolutely recommend it, but like only if you've watched Andor season 1.
I meant the show as a whole. If someone's coming up to you and say, "Hey, I've seen 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3.
Absolutely.
I kind of like Star Wars. I heard this. People like this Andor show. Yeah,
if you only like want to watch pew pew and zoo and blue blue and if that's all you want from Star Wars,
maybe not. Yeah. Maybe
don't
not.
watch this. I guess if you have any respect
for yourself,
if you have any respect,
any self-respect
for the craft of storytelling, then absolutely. It's slow paced. Like the one asterisk is like it's slow paced. Prepare yourself for it being slow paced.
Especially season 1, I would say there's some really slow burns.
You know what I mean? There's certain shows where I would tell people like this is really good, but just heads up, there's gonna be some slow stuff in there. But
here's the thing too: is 24 episodes, assuming each episode's 1 hour, which it's not. They're like 45 minutes.
And arguably, it's like more like 35 minutes.
Well, and that's what I was just going to say. Then 45 minutes is counting the intro and the extra. You're looking at like maybe 20 hours of actual time of watching.
Something like that.
Maybe 18 minutes or 18 hours, of time watching. I don't know. So give yourself like a month to watch it, and you can watch both seasons depending on your level of binging.
Don't binge all 24.
I would say if you like...
this is the opposite of it. Like, watch 3 episodes at a time.
Right,
but
and I think that's the game plan of why he did it the way he
treat each little arc as its own little movie.
Yes,
and turn off all distractions.
Once a week.
Once
a week, watch 3 episodes.
Don't try and do something else while it's playing.
It's not a background show for sure.
This isn't a comfort show.
Right.
You know what I mean?
So once a week you put on 3 episodes, and then the next week you do the next 3 episodes. That would be 8 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
That's 2 months. I think
I was legitimately. This is something I haven't been able to say about a lot of things, not specifically to Star Wars, but legitimately interested every Tuesday night. So I knew my evening was like, okay, I'm going to watch this.
I was like, now that my work schedule is that I work 5 to 2 basically most days. A little bit like today I worked at 2:30 and stuff, but like typically I'm 5 to 2, and I have to be up at 4 o'clock to get ready and everything. But like every Tuesday, like I was like lamenting the fact like it didn't actually release till like 9.
Until 9 p.m. Yeah.
So like I knew I could only watch like 1, maybe 2 episodes.
Unless you want to get really early and
and so then I would watch like the next episode like Wednesday, and then like the next episode Thursday or Friday, and like it was nice to actually look forward to like Tuesdays. Like I feel like Netflix and like Hulu and the other like when it's the entire season drop at one time is kind of a downfall in a way. But like I also don't want 1 episode a week though either.
That's the way most of our Star Wars shows have done it.
Right.
One. That's how the first season
like,
I think was, right? I think it was
yes.
I think it was
no,
one
they
a
did
week.
3 for
a lot
the
of
first.
times they release 2 or 3 episodes initially,
So
and then
they do like for
do 1 a week.
Andor season 1, they did the first 3
First
arc,
3.
and then every week after that was 1 episode a week, which is kind of fine in a way. But like I think this was better.
Well, considering this, the format is
each 3 is
individual movies based. It's like getting a movie every week.
It made sense to do it this way. I agree.
And I appreciate. Like I was trying to watch.
I was skeptical earlier, but
I mean,
I agree.
just because I know the nature of the internet, I was like, I want to watch each one chunk early as I can because I don't want to be browsing through the Facebook and then all of a sudden I see a meme that's spoiling like everything.
Like by happenstance,
right?
When I was like not able to watch the first arc the day of release, I'm just like I clicked on Facebook or whatever, and via the page, not even my own personal one, and one of the news sites popped into my feed, which is not even a news site I follow, but it's one of like Facebook just like throws these things at you sometimes, and it's like everyone's talking about the RAPCE scene in Star Wars, and I'm like, oh,
I somehow didn't get that spoiled for me.
And I was like, I guess there's gonna be an that scene in my Star Wars now.
There's certain things where it's like, if like I heard like, the Gorman massacre happened, I'm like, well, I know that's
coming. We knew that was coming, obviously.
So Tim, any final thoughts
Let me
on
think about it.
Andor?
Let me think about it. Okay, yeah, I guess I'd recommend it.
You guys want to give a rating to it?
Like 1 out of 10.
Yeah.
Overall, God, it's
Like all like the entire show.
All
counting the whole thing. Gosh, 8.5 to 9 out of 10.
That's exactly
pretty high.
Exactly what I was going to
Yeah.
say. Maybe 8.5.
I can't give anything a 10 out of 10. Just out of.
I mean, I
sake
don't.
of
I don't want to
purity.
say a 10 out of 10 is
I mean,
out of the ordinary, but like sometimes there is some pacing issues,
Yeah.
which brings it down from perfection.
Especially season 1.
I mean,
It's mostly season
And
one.
like you said, the Yavin 4 scenes in the first arc of the season 2.
It's kind of bad. Yeah, it's definitely filler.
Even the wedding stuff drags a little
Oh,
bit.
And-
I enjoyed the wedding scene. But
Well, like for context, like almost all the other shows recently are like less than 3 out of 10. So
as
8.
far as Star Wars goes.
Yeah, like 8.
Wait,
When I say 8.5 out of 10, that's fucking high praise.
yeah,
Yeah.
what's your second?
I'm not one of
highest?
those. I'm not one of those mofo's like, oh yeah, Ashoka, it's getting my lowest rating ever,
A 9.
9 out of 10.
Yeah.
You know, like no.
So
Ahsoka, Obi-Wan, Book of Boba Fett, Mando season 3, those are all sub like
if you had
threes.
it, so like, remember like how I always
Yeah.
enjoyed this back in the day. Like everyone had like their OT rankings, right? Like it usually went 5, 4, 6 for most people. Empire
Yeah.
Strikes Back, then A New
It's
Hope,
probably the most common.
then
yeah.
Return of the Jedi, and then the prequel trilogy happened, and then it was pretty much 5, 4,
5, 4, 6.
maybe 3, then 6, then 1, 2.
I would still say 6 is better than 3. But
but typically the only
Sometimes it's flipped. Sure.
I get it. I understand that. I
and then the
totally get
sequel
it.
trilogy started, and then like 7 crept above 1, 2, 3, maybe not above 3,
And then 8 is either
And
1 or 8.
and then
Yeah, everyone's
Yeah.
rating 8 is the fucking weirdest
Right,
thing ever.
yeah.
It is either the highest rated thing ever or the lowest thing
Right.
ever.
and
And the
then
truth is, it's for me, it's on the lower end.
it might
it's
be
not
above
a
Attack of
0.
the Clones though. I don't know.
It's-
It's,
it's-
probably about even with Attack of the Clones.
I mean, but like the way, like it is funny. It's like way people are like,
It's-
oh, it ruined Star Wars, and in a way, it kind of did.
It's
It does.
It's,
It polarized
I
a
go back-
massive fan
and
base.
I think-
but-
I mean it's a better movie than
Rise?
yes,
than 9,
that is true.
but it does more destruction.
But because
to the
of
whole,
8,
to the
9,
whole
9
brand.
is the
That's
way
right.
it is because of 8.
9 is a
Right,
worse
right.
movie, but I
Yeah.
ruin lament 8.
Yeah. If 8 doesn't happen, 9 isn't the movie that it is.
Well, nobody can make a movie after 8. That's the problem. Is like there's no way to follow up that.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, I guess
Yep.
Palpatine's back. I don't know.
And I so after like all that, like my rankings were kind of like I would say 5 is number 1, probably 4.
So why is Empire always the best? Is it just because it's the best?
I think people.
Is it that simple? 5 is the best
I,
'cause it's the
I,
best?
I don't put 5 as the best on my
What?
list.
What's yours? A New Hope?
Oh, put it,
No!
insert meme.
What
here.
happened?
What's
What?
number 1 for you? A New Hope?
Don't say Phantom Menace.
Last Jedi.
This little movie called Solo, actually. no.
That would have if you said it.
Dude, my head would have exploded there.
If you
Like,
said it like so straight faced, and you're just like,
Look.
let me check notes.
the little movie who couldn't.
And like you literally like you're like, yep,
The only,
Solo.
the only,
One.
the only,
Solo is the right answer.
The only true box office bomb in Star Wars history.
Solo's actually not a horrible movie though.
No.
But it is a bomb.
So,
Yeah,
so
I'm
I
not
will say
disputing.
Solo is underrated. I think it is underrated.
Yeah,
But
it didn't deserve to bomb, but it did.
but no, I put A New Hope as number
Is
one.
that because it's the first movie though? You think? Like,
I-
I mean, like quantifying why you put it number 1.
N-
Is
I
that-
mean,
I think it's I hate to use I hate to use the P word, but it is a nearly flawless movie, I think, in terms
none of
of
those words started for P, sir.
and-
Not a single one of those words.
instead of
Not a single one of those
because I
words.
didn't say it.
Oh,
Oh, but
'cause you were gonna say penis.
because it's in terms of throwing us into this universe that we know nothing about, telling
Does
the hero
right-
the hero's story, having all these side characters and other characters are all so well done. They all have great charm and unique
I
to
can give
them.
all that.
It
yeah.
was, I mean, plus like it's the only Star Wars movie that got all these, Oscar nominations, including for Best Picture. That'll never happen again. But
I will say
but
the
it
only
did.
issue I
And
have with A New Hope is pacing.
like it like
I don't have any problem with the pacing.
I mean,
There's slow parts.
it launched, what
Yeah.
this global phenomenon to become arguably the most valuable IP
You
in,
think so?
in world history.
So in that
like,
vein, okay.
It's true. It's
I
more
mean,
valuable.
At least it was
than-
pre 2015.
In that vein here, so okay, in that vein,
That-
given what we
yeah.
know, like how Star Wars did, like A New Hope is Part 4, right? And we knew by the time we watched Part 4, we knew it was Part 4. I know people watching it the very first time, like our parents' generation.
It did not say episode 4 on the original
Right.
crawl when it
But
came out
for
in theaters.
us,
yes.
it did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right,
for
right,
our generation, right?
right.
If Episode 5 was the first Star Wars, and then like Lucas made 5, then made 4.
Episode 5 would have been weird though if we don't know the
you
backstory
can't-
of these
yeah,
characters.
it doesn't
You don't
work.
think it works?
It doesn't work.
I don't.
no.
I don't think
It
Episode 5 works. If
would
Episode
have
4
works,
been a wholly different movie.
if episode 5 if it starts off on Hoth and all we got is a crawl to introduce these characters, you'd have to so for it to work you'd have to reshoot a lot of it to give everything proper introductions.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to just do it normally because the movie assumes you already know who
Five-
Han, Luke. You already know.
need the relationship
Yeah.
between
It's
the
the reason
characters.
why Godfather 2 works to the degree Godfather 2 works is
Yeah.
because you already know
Like
the backstory of Vito.
It
the
is-
flashback area of Vito is so great in Godfather
is-
2 is because we already seen
what
Godfather 1.
I'm saying was it is integral to actually see A New Hope and understand that when Han comes back to save Luke at the Death Star, the all clear kid, let's blow this
Yeah.
thing go. That scene is so fucking important to understand
100%.
what they are talking about when Chewie's fixing the fucking Falcon in the docking bay, and they're
Right.
sort of like arguing, like, "Hey," and Han's like, "I'm trying to get out of here, kid. We gotta."
You don't think
you know,
like
I don't think you can. I don't think
And
you can
don't-
just start the
that's
movie
not
with that.
world building stuff though, do you
No,
then?
no. Well, I'm not saying you can't. You'd have to rewrite it all so
would
that
be-
audiences would.
it would be a different movie.
It would
And,
have to be a
like,
different
and
movie.
Who's this Obi-Wan guy coming and giving Luke like advice?
Yeah,
and
you
telling
can't-
him
you-
where to-
that
telling him where to
Obi-Wan thing
go?
would be
Obi-Wan would be a
weird.
weird.
Yeah,
You need A New
just-
Hope needs.
Oh, why is this dude just seeing a ghost out in the middle of the... Yeah,
A New Hope.
that would be a weird...
A New Hope needs to exist for Empire to be great.
Yeah.
A New
No,
Hope crawled
yeah.
so that Empire could walk.
Right, and arguably the biggest movie twist in cinema history, doesn't work if we don't have this prior knowledge of who.
The twist
of,
might
of,
Well, the
of-
twist
of,
is-
of who Vader.
The
The
twist
twist
might
is
still work.
weird because it's clear that the Vader Luke relationship isn't
There's
initially thought up at that point.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like in A New Hope, it's just like
You can
his
tell
name was.
Lucas did not...
They even call him Darth. His name is Darth in that movie for the most
Obi-Wan
part.
even
It's not
says...
like
Right.
Anakin. I don't think
Obi-Wan
was,
even calls him Darth.
he
Like,
does
and
call
says
him
it
Darth.
Darth
Yeah.
as in Darth is his
It was
name.
not like a pre-thought
Yeah.
out thing.
The
Like
twist actually
That's-
almost works
is-
maybe slightly better if Empire would have been the only movie, just because it's self-contained.
because I mean, this is a problem with the OT, and I hate to say that the OT has flaws, but it does.
It does.
Because this is a problem when you don't pre-think out an entire story arc.
right.
Like the idea that Vader is literally having full-on conversations with Leia, and that's his daughter, and she's obviously hyper force sensitive.
but never shows it.
Never shows it, and he never senses it.
And they
But he
also,
senses Luke.
well, and they also, it's not like
So-
Yeah.
the Force was ever shown
Yeah.
to be a thing that needs a trigger.
Right.
It's not like, say, you're.
Oh well, I've got a show to show you called Ahsoka.
Right.
Sabine unlocks the Force when she
Right.
puts in the code,
Well, I was gonna
and
say,
she
there's
starts
there's
using
more,
it.
there's more
like
stuff in
your,
episode.
your Sanderson books.
There's stuff in episode 9 too where apparently Finn was suddenly supposed to have it. But,
But remember
no.
your
Yeah.
Sanderson guy. Your Sanderson.
Oh, you're talking about Mistborn?
Yeah, it needs a trigger.
Yeah, and that works in those because it's
Right.
established that that's how it works.
Exactly. That's what I'm. But
It's like Super Saiyan.
But Luke is just shown to kind of have it. He doesn't need a trigger.
The idea is that it's interesting because in A New Hope, it's implied that it is a thing that all living creatures can utilize if they know how
Just,
to.
it's almost like it's Buddhistic.
It's sort of
if
the
you just-
Zen
you
thing.
just- yeah,
And then it
just tap
sort of
into
turns
it.
into it's a thing you can utilize only if you have a predisposition to being able to use
kind
it.
of walked back to the idea that
it's-
everyone could do it to only a select
remember,
few.
remember Yoda's training on Dagobah in Empire? It is very Zen.
Yeah.
It is Yoda. Yoda's just telling him look, I can do
doesn't
size
matter.
matters not. Boo, 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 boo.
The ability to move like an X-wing takes the same amount of like mental force as it does to move this.
For
Like,
well,
you know what I
Luke to
mean?
move the rock
Right,
was
that's
like
what
nothing.
he said,
Like
that's what he
Yoda
says,
moved the X-wing.
Yeah. But that doesn't work for storytelling purposes. Like, it just doesn't.
But the problem is when you start utilizing telekinesis in fights with Jedis and stuff. That's where it's like,
Well,
okay,
why
they
wouldn't
can
you...
just ping pong.
I would... Okay,
right
Moon! Fuck you, I win.
You don't need a laser sword.
Yeah.
Like,
Like, there needs to
Well,
be...
yeah, crit with the Force gets leveled up
It's
as,
the same way-
as the movies go on.
Well, Vader ripping down the frickin' ship.
In Obi-Wan?
Remember in the atmosphere,
That's,
like the rebels or whatever taking off, and he just rips it right back down,
Yeah, okay.
and then he rips the opening up, and it's like a decoy ship. There's nobody in there,
Yeah.
and Vader's like looking into the ship,
and
and then another ship
and
that
then
comes
he-
out of the
then he
exact same spot,
and he watches the other one take off.
and then he just watches it take off and doesn't rip that one down. And I'm like,
Well, he has to recharge now.
well,
See,
that's the video game aspect. Like,
Right.
like, wait, he used that power. He
There's
has
well,
a minute
we're
before
also-
it.
There's a refresh rate.
It's
Well,
it's
we're
a it's
also-
it's on cooldown.
We're also
Yeah.
we're predisposed to understand there's a resource cost to things, right? Like,
It's called plot and
no,
you
but
need
in
to
real
you
life,
need-
like if I want to buy this beer, I have to spend $5 for that beer. I know I need to have $5 to have a beer.
The Force is micro transactions now. Like,
Well, but
to
my
unlock-
point is, like, in the same way, like if I want to be able to lift something really strong, I
Yeah.
need to have the muscle mass to do it. If I want the muscle mass, I have to consume the protein, the
Right.
calories to do that. I have to lift.
But it's shown that he can do that
Well, that's my problem.
almost effortlessly.
Lucas first starts with the idea that like it's just an innate ability, and then quickly, I think, walks it back because he realizes if I let you just have the ability to do whatever you want mentally, because like size doesn't matter. If the ability to move a can is the same as the ability to move the table, then why wouldn't I always just move the table?
or a mountain or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Problem is, then you get to like Obi-Wan, where like the writers aren't smart enough to realize you have to then
I mean, Vader
cause
has dialogue in A New Hope where he says the ability to blow up a planet is like
Insignificant
insignificant
compared to the power of
to the Force.
which that you can almost tie that up to like the same way like a Christian will say like science isn't the same as praying.
I can buy that because at that point, that's sort of what they're
He's a
saying about
religious
Vader.
fanatic.
He's a fanatic, yeah.
Sure, or you can say God exists outside
But the
outside of the rules of the
the
natural.
prob- the prob-
Well, my
world.
point is
But-
this:
yeah, yeah.
he's treating the Force as a mythological,
But
scientific.
the issue, the weird
religious
issue in that
aspect.
scene is that Vader proves that he can literally choke you from across the room with magic.
He can do it across planets, apparently, to Ozzel.
Not in that movie, but yeah, in,
Right.
in Empire
I mean,
Strikes Back.
Each
Yeah.
movie always like it exponentially grows the power.
We always talked about that, especially in the sequels. But yeah,
Well, the sequels it gets silly.
Well, the
like,
prequels even started because like
and the
remember,
prequels are bad too.
the prequels like show like
A little bit.
Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon just like bolt away
they have
from
the
that
ability
droid
to
cup.
use the speed whenever
the
the plot requires.
Yeah,
Yeah.
The speed running is bad. The
And
speed
then they
running,
never use it again.
the speed running.
Especially when there's like laser beams that like stop us from being together.
I remember somebody coping and saying like, "Oh yeah, they were actually." The problem is like, during the fight with Darth Maul, they actually are doing the speed, like they're constantly in speed mode, but the way they're shooting it in a way so that we can follow it. But they're actually fighting that in super speed. That was the cope
That's
on
pretty
why
bad.
Obi-Wan couldn't catch up to the
Yeah,
to the
that's-
plasma
yeah.
barrier because he actually he's already in speed mode. He couldn't go any faster.
You know,
It's like, but in the movie, we saw that quick edit where they just like zipped away, like it's like, instantaneously. You know,
I
like,
do remember watching The Phantom Menace the very first time, and
I just thought it was a bad edit. I was like,
Well,
that looks weird. They
the-
they just
Yeah.
they just
No,
That-
not
that-
that
shifted it right
scene.
off
I'm
the
talking
screen.
about
that's
like
how
the
they
dual
should.
fate scene.
That's how they should have coped or
The
resolved that. Yeah.
dual fate scene. I remember seeing the very first time there in the theaters with Chad, Plante, Doug, and the Delps, and I think Myers.
You're referencing people
Well,
nobody
yeah,
knows.
It's irrelevant to them. But anyway, and I remember, I think I looked at Mark Delp and I was like, "This is a video game." Like I'm
Yeah,
like I'm like
it does.
13 years old. This like every video game I played up to that point
About-
were
yeah,
were introduced like
especially-
random walls. that-
especially the whole Gungan droid battle.
Well,
Def-
I
def-
wasn't-
def-
I-
definitely
I'm-
looks.
I'm just meant like the dual fates. Like there's suddenly a barrier that stopped me from running. Why is that why was that pink?
Why is that
barrier?
there? It's just
It's
it's just there to separate Qui-Gon.
yeah.
I mean,
Like there was
there's
just
no
a
other reason.
pure plot device at that point.
Like, logistically, why does that exist?
And that's what ties us back to Andor, everyone.
Well, back to recommendations.
Yeah.
I would also recommend Andor. It's exceptional. Definitely watch it. It's one of the best things you'll ever see if you enjoy Star Wars.
Yeah, I don't really have anything meaningfully different to say than what Drew said. I would also give it an 8.5. I think I do have some criticisms of things here and there. For the most part, they're nitpicks.
The criticisms are small.
For the most part, they're nitpicks.
I would say mostly pacing than anything else.
One bigger criticism, I guess, would be pacing, and I don't want to say that the show needed more member berries or more, bzz, 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 shoot stuff in there, but I think a little bit of that to connect it a little bit more to the overall story, I think would have been fine and nice, especially when the scenes like on Coruscant, when like stuff's really getting real, and the Emperor and Tarkin and all those guys are going to 100% be involved in the decision-making process.
There's
that would have been
out of universe reasons.
There's
I
wanted to bring up the sister thing too before the end, because I rewatched the first few minutes of season 1, episode 1 last night, because I wanted to jog my memory of how that scene actually goes down. And it's to be sure, it's not like a huge issue or whatever, but I think the way it was done is he goes into the the brothel or whatever, looking for his sister. And he talks to the first alien woman who comes up to him, and he's questioning her. And he says, "Oh, do you know? I'm looking for another woman. She would have come here from Aldani, I think is the name of his home planet."
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, "Oh, I'm gonna go check on that for you." She goes away. She comes in for a minute, and there's the stuff with the cops. It's
the
local
PD. Hey, we don't like you in here.
That's a little cheesy maybe, but anyway, then she comes back and she's like, "Oh yeah, there was a woman that was from Aldani, but she left a few months ago. We don't know where she is." And as far as I know, they don't really ever do anything else with that.
He has that final flashback scene, their dream at the end of the last episode.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I'm not saying like
they reference. Yeah, it's weird. They reference the sister for a brief second.
It's weird.
It's like the catalyst for everything.
It's weird. It's weird that launches the entire series, and then
which turns into this literal thing that saved the rebellion.
Like
if his sister never became a stripper, this whole thing doesn't happen.
The idea is just of a lot of things didn't happen the way they did.
Yeah.
The rebellion doesn't happen. One could argue that the Force do those.
But his Force made his sister into a stripper, huh?
If the will of the Force.
If R5 didn't blow his load in front of Owen Lars, would he have even bought R2?
Oh, that's right. That in the older they actually wrote that was intentional.
Yeah,
that was on the card, I think.
Yeah,
I don't know.
The R5 card says in the lore, like
R2 convinced him to do it or something like that.
I'm not sure if the new EU that's addressed.
In the movie,
because it's used then in the Mando show.
In the movie, it looks like the Jawas literally sold him
is R5
that R5 is the droid he uses in the Mando show.
But in the movie, there's nothing that suggests that R5 did this intentional. It looks like the Jawas sold him 11.
Right. Yeah.
Right. And I'm sure that's what Lucas thought.
The original intent was the droid just blew up. It's crap. Mm-hmm. And then 3PO's like, "Oh, why don't you get R2? I like that guy.
Yeah, he's a good droid.
He's a good lad." So that's it, everyone. Right? We've said our piece.
The only thing I will just one thing.
Okay.
Gilroy did do an interview where he talked about why he didn't address the sister thing. Is because he basically said if I gave closure to that would have wrapped up Andor's character, and he would not have joined the rebellion. And
so
we talked about this briefly, I think, during today.
So he's implying that his quest to find his sister was driving him throughout the entire show.
The idea is like he would have left the rebellion. I guess
the same thing with Bix.
Similar with Bix is that Cassian would have given up the fight once he found his sister.
Right. Because he was kind of giving up the fight to stay with Bix, and that's why Bix even left him, because Bix realized I'm the thing holding him back from fighting.
This makes me wonder if because they condensed it.
It may have been more fleshed out if there was more.
I would have assumed
it makes me wonder if that arc was sort of just given to Bix then.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
he was gonna have a baby with his sister.
No, not that obviously. but like maybe at one
Oh,
point.
maybe it was.
No. I said maybe like he did find. Maybe it's like he finds sister and she's in the rebellion and he is protecting
She
her.
joins
and
in.
She joins in and then
there's
she realizes she leaves because she still realizes.
There's a couple
yeah,
ways.
I don't know.
There's a couple ways you could do it. You could have her join with him. You could have him get real close to finding her, but then all of a sudden, like she gets murdered by the Imperials.
But
or
she's
something.
not like she's not a character at some like we never see.
I
her.
think
I think it's weird that it's there and then basically
No, I do
never
agree with that to a degree.
never touched again.
I do. It is weird when the show introduces A to make everything happen, and then A is never mentioned again. But like, there is some things to life that happens that way. Like, if my friend never introduced me to Star Wars cards, I might not have ever even watched Star Wars the movies that got me interested in Star Wars.
You would not be at this
You
table.
would not be
like,
here.
in all
You would not
honesty,
be here
no,
right
like,
now.
legitimately,
Well, no, like we never would have met.
Yeah.
Like that, your life would have been a whole
Yeah.
different. slew of
Ironically,
events.
all of this stuff could have been completely different. So like,
You wouldn't have gonorrhea.
I haven't even. I wouldn't have had Sif. I wouldn't have had the clap. I would have given Tim the H.
the
know,
hydrogen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
H10. But like in that same vein, then like I haven't even talked to this friend in like 9-10 years now. Like it's ironic in the sense that like there's no closure on that aspect of what our life is, and I think like some aspects like Gilroy is good about this. Like Cyril doesn't have complete closure. Because sometimes in life you don't get complete closure.
Yeah, that's a lesson that I'm fine with.
Like I think it was the movie No, it was Lost. The show was going to do it where Jack was going to get killed in the pilot.
He's going to talk about Lost now.
Here's a 40-minute tangent.
I think I'm lost.
But you've seen Lost.
I have not.
Oh, I thought you were a big Lost. I thought you were a Lost guy.
I was a big Alias.
Alien.
fan,
Oh, okay.
And then
Alias.
I watched.
I knew you were an JJ
I
guy for that.
I recently watched first couple episodes of Lost, and I just started laughing. It's like,
But so anyway, but just not to like tie a big bow on it, but like the main character that ended up being the focal point of what Lost was originally going to die in the pilot as like almost like a red herring type of a thing. Like, oh, you thought he was going to be the main character because we devoted like 50 minutes to our pilot to him just for him to die in the last like 2 minutes of the episode. Here's now your show. And that's kind of like life can be like that. There's many instances if you read biographies and historical.
I have no problem. I have no problem with that as a storytelling device.
Yeah. I think it's not done much and it's not done well because people want fiction to have closure.
I feel like there's another movie that
Is this life imitating art?
Well, but like in the same sense, like, and I do agree with Tim on this. Like, I wanted some closure to the idea of who his sister is and stuff.
You're not okay with it just being the catalyst that starts the.
I'm mostly like I'm 99% okay with it.
I agree with you. However, I think there's also another little angle to it that you're not addressing, which is that like Cassian would really, really, really want closure to know where his sisters are sisters,
and he just sort of just drop it.
It just totally dropped.
I agree.
I would agree with that. That's a weakness.
I think that's
he doesn't really talk about her anymore.
I think that's also a weakness in the prequels. Anakin drops that with Shmi.
Until it's important to the plot.
You're right.
But there's like, oh, Mom, oh, God, it's too late.
Oh, no, you just got R'd by
I'm sorry, I'm sorry I didn't visit in 10 years.
And you just got R'd by an entire train of...
I just convinced Palpatine to get rid of slavery.
Yeah. The day... yeah.
He may have called in a couple Sundays out of the
like, I mean, how hard...
He FaceTimed her, like, hey, Mom, how's the Jawas treating you?
In all seriousness, how hard would it have been for him to really... Like, once, maybe not, like, right away, but, like, 3 years later...
I always bought the idea that the Jedi wouldn't want him to go visit his mom.
Right, but, like,
that's part of the...
They do discourage attachments, yeah.
How hard would it have been for him to sneak off
well,
in
he's
ship?
like, he's like 9 in the...
Ben, what you're saying sounds interesting and something they probably should have done. You know what? To make Shmi's like big moment, mean more would have been neat. Would have been neat to see scenes where he's talking to Palpatine and Palpatine's like, you know what, Anakin, I would have gotten rid of slavery by now if I was in charge. You know what I mean?
On day one of my
I can't believe the Jedi. You know what I mean?
Actually, before I
there would have been
Supreme
a great scene with like a 14.
I'll lower egg prices and slavery.
A 14 or 15-year-old Anakin.
That's actually a pretty good point.
A 14 or 15-year-old complaining to a Chancellor Palpatine, like in his like chambers, and he's like, the Jedi won't let me see my mom. It's fucking crazy. And he's like, I can't believe the Jedi won't allow slavery. Like Anakin, if I ever get power, I will eliminate.
Yeah.
These are the moments where Anakin would
we
sort
live
of look.
for.
These are the moments where Anakin would sort of seeing Palpatine as this figure of like, oh, he's trying to help.
Plants a seed, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Why are you not George Lucas?
You know what would be even better? You know, here's how you make
Erase episode.
I know
2?
it's impossible. But here's how you make Attack of the Clones better.
There's whole YouTube videos on this, by the way.
You actually
I
You
cannot
actually
imagine
make it a
anyone at
plot
this point
point
still watching.
where Palpatine like sets up Shmi being abducted.
By the Tuscans?
No, you change that.
Like Jawas.
No, you change
Even better.
you change that. But you actually set up a scenario.
Even better.
Okay.
It's
I-
You set up the scenario when Anakin finally goes to visit his mom,
and have that push him more over the edge.
only to be abducted by people, and they don't know who hired him. It's Palpatine.
Yeah,
But
he just got people to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, and to kill the mom in front of Anakin.
What would annoy you
to-
more?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Find out
to plant the seeds of dark side,
What would
bro.
annoy
Yeah.
you more?
That-
Find out your mom got arred by Jawas, or your
Look,
mom got arred by
The
Tusken
Tusken Raiders thing always it falls flat for me. Like what do you mean she got kidnapped by Tuskens? How
Oh,
did
no,
that
no.
happen?
The kidnapping, she got kidnapped, but she also got arred.
Well,
Okay.
yeah.
So what annoys you more, getting arred by Jawas or getting arred by Tusken Raiders?
I don't like Anakin just like, I killed them and the children.
And then Padme was still okay.
Yeah.
All
Okay,
right,
yeah.
but if you do this again,
that's the-
Right.
That's the
That's the
lesson.
last
Terrible.
genocide you
And
do on my watch, mister.
after Anakin's monologue about killing the women and the children too, her immediate line after is to be angry is to be human. That's what she says. After he's talking about killing children.
That's, you know what?
It's like, oh
Can you
no.
imagine, Drew? Just picture
all right,
this, right?
Insert clip of RLM
picture
video.
Oh no, we're live. I can't insert clips. I gotta go onto the internet quick.
Just picture this. You came home from a hard day of work.
Can we get off of this
And-
topic?
You got home from a hard day of work, killing a group of people.
Wait, hold that thought. Hold that thought. Does anyone have anything else to say about Andor? Because
you got home from a hard day. Of
I'm
work.
gonna hit the end.
I think we've
But-
said
gonna
oh,
do
you
it.
don't want this answer. You don't want this
Bye.
answer. On
I'm gonna
live.
cut Ben off the air if you don't stop.
I'll do
If
it.
anybody stops
I'll
me,
do it.
don't.
Don't tempt me for good time.